carrying people to keep my dream alive. And now, because of them, I can be head of the class.
For more information, visit the Jeffrey Modell Foundation at info4pi.org.
Volunteering brings us together, across generations and backgrounds. When you volunteer, something powerful happens. Differences fade away. We come together around one shared purpose, lifting each other up. It starts with seeing a need and choosing to step up. Arizona needs leaders. Arizona needs you. Visit serve.az.gov to explore volunteer opportunities across Arizona. Sponsored by the Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly gave up 5 earned runs in Milwaukee, and the Snakes got crushed 13-2 to start their series with the Brewers. Ildemaro Vargas did extend his hit streak to 24 games in the loss, and Eduardo Rodriguez will look for his 3rd win and to get the Snakes back on track today. First pitch will be at 4:40 from Milwaukee right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the NBA playoffs roll on without the Phoenix Suns, the Spurs took care of the Blazers in 5 games and head to round 2. The Knicks took a 3-2 series lead over the Hawks last night, and the Sixers stayed alive to force a Game 6 back in Philadelphia. And in some college basketball news, Mo Krivas and Ivan Karchenkov will return to the Arizona Wildcats for another season. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindow.depot.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning, Valley sports fans. Wake up, everybody. We got a lot to talk about. When we figure it out, we will let you know. Did you see over the weekend at the Topgolf in Charlotte, by the way? Did you see what happened at the Topgolf in Charlotte?
I did see that, yes.
Wow. So if people haven't seen it, somebody who was very drunk drove their vehicle into a Topgolf, not into the building, onto the hitting surface, came in through the back net, and just started driving around.
I would have been.
Do we all want to say it together? Tiger, tiger, tiger.
Everybody was making that joke.
Cars or golf.
Look, I don't know what would possess a person to do something quite like that. I get if you're inebriated, you're probably not thinking clearly, but how do you end up in a Topgolf joyriding? Police still haven't found the dude, by the way.
It can't be very, first of all, you're driving into an enclosed area.
Yeah, so you got to go through the netting. You've got to somehow break a hole through the exterior.
Yes.
Which this person did.
And then circle all the way back around to get out.
Yeah.
The same way you came in.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
But there he goes.
The question that a lot of people were asking online was, okay, if you are at Topgolf and you're in your stall and you see this happen, are you taking target practice?
People did.
Absolutely.
100%.
I'm hitting stinger after
stinger after stinger
at that car.
Because let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I think we were both about to say the same thing.
We might be. Word for word. When I'm at Topgolf and the ball cart is out there collecting the. I'm taking aim.
Of course you are.
That guy's protected, so it's just kind of a fun challenge.
It's really, really weird why everybody feels compelled to do that to the dude who is paid to scoop up golf balls so you can have golf balls to hit.
Yes, he's doing you a favor.
He's doing you a favor, but everybody's like, oh, hey, there's a moving object with a person in it. Let's aim at them.
I've been trying to lob one into that green target for an hour. Let's try something different.
Let's try something new. That's very, very true. It's very accurate. Wild stuff.
What do you, both of you who play a lot of real golf, what do you think about a place like Topgolf? Do you find it?
I cannot stand hitting off mats, quite honestly. It'll do. It's fun.
I think it's a fun, really, really fun night out. Or day.
I'm surprised more drunk people at Topgolf haven't tumbled off the upper levels. It has happened. It has
they have a big net there, don't they, to catch you?
They do. Big net is a little stretch.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a stretch.
There is netting.
There's netting, but if either of us four fall in that netting, it's not stopping us.
Really? Even you?
Even me.
That's. What's the point of it then?
Exactly.
Liability.
Yeah, exactly.
Insurance liability.
We tried?
We tried. Yeah, we put up a safety measure.
See, when I go to Topgolf,
if you're such a hump that you fell through all of that, then that's on you. That's what that's all about.
It would be pretty fun.
Now, would you please remove your SUV from the hitting surface?
All right, start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Diamondbacks got squashed in Milwaukee 13-2 to start a 3-game series. Merrill Kelly not sharp in his third start of the season. He gave up 5 earned runs on 6 hits with 5 walks and only 1 strikeout through 5 innings of work. But that was nothing compared to what Andrew Hoffman went through in the 6th. He gave up 8 earned runs on 8 hits in just 1/3 of an inning. Dbacks managed only 3 hits in the game, but an important question must be asked.
Did Ildemaro Drip Vargas extend his hitting streak? Yes.
The man is unstoppable.
We need to change the wording of that. We need to get his first name out of that equation. For this nickname to hit, we just got to call him Drip. Not Ildemaro Drip Vargas.
Yep.
It's got to be Drip Vargas.
I agree. If we're
trying to make this happen for you, Jarrett.
If we're still lingering on the quotations, it's just not going to happen.
That's it.
Drip led off the 8th.
There we go.
Drip Vargas. Did Drip Vargas.
That's a little creepy.
Still not the smoothest edit.
Right.
Drip led off the 8th with a single to center off Milwaukee reliever and former Diamondback great Jake Woodford, extending his hitting streak to 21 games this season.
Drip Vargas.
That's not bad. 24 going back to last year. That 3-game series continues today at American Family Field with left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Snakes against Brandon Sproat of the Brewers. Brandon Sproat.
Brandon Sproat.
Sproat?
Sproat. That game starts at 4:40. You can catch all the audio here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 4. Cardinals, now that the draft is in the rear view, continue shaping their roster for 2026. The team coming to terms with 7 undrafted rookies. Cornerback Elijah Culp from James Madison, Ole Miss safety Wydett Williams Jr., SMU linebacker Cameron Robertson, Dominic Williams, a defensive lineman from Oklahoma, U of A offensive lineman Kayana DeCambra, Minnesota tight end Jamison Gears, and Ole Miss wide receiver Harrison Wallace III. Former Cardinals defensive lineman Josh Morrow passed away, according to his family. Morrow, undrafted out of Stanford in 2014, but carved out an 8-year career in the NFL, mostly in 2 stints with the Cardinals from 2014 to 2017, and then again in 2020 and 2021. Morrow started on the defensive line for the Cardinals in the NFC Championship game against Carolina in 2015. He was only 35 years of age. Sad story. NBA playoffs Tuesday. Philadelphia 76ers fought off an elimination with an impressive 113-97 Game 5 win over the Celtics. in Boston. Philly finished strong. They outscored their host 28-11 in the fourth quarter. Joel Embiid had 33 in the win. Celtics still lead that series 3-2. The New York Knicks took a 3-2 lead in their series with Atlanta. They beat the Hawks 126-97 in Game 5. Jalen Brunson went off for 39 points for the Knicks. And the Suns now have company on the beach. The Portland Trailblazers are the second team out of this year's playoffs. They fell to San Antonio 114-95. Victor Wembanyama, 17 points, 14 rebounds, 6 block shots for the Spurs, who got their first playoff series win since 2017. Can you believe that? It's been that long for the Spurs. It won't be their last, by the way.
No.
Tonight, postseason rolls on with 3 more games. 2 more teams facing elimination. First, it's the top seed in the Eastern Conference, Detroit, on their home floor, down 3-1 to the Orlando Magic. The Pistons won 60 games this season, trying to avoid becoming just the 7th number 1 seed to lose to an 8 seed in the current playoff format. That game's 4 o'clock on Prime. Game 5 in Cleveland, Cavs and Raptors. That series tied up at 2-2. Tip-off 4:30 on ESPN. And the Rockets facing elimination in Game 5 tonight against the Lakers. Houston coach Ime Udoka said, quote, "We'll see" on Kevin Durant's availability.
I got to be honest with you. I'm a Laker fan tonight.
Yeah?
I've been thinking about this. I would rather see KD lose than LeBron win.
What a question.
You would take more. Wait.
You would rather
Did I say that poorly?
You would rather see KD lose.
No, you would rather see LeBron win than KD lose.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what I meant to say.
No.
Yeah, no, he's right. I'd rather see LeBron. No, that isn't right either. That isn't right either.
I know what you're trying to say.
My joy in watching KD lose exceeds watching LeBron lose.
Yeah, but...
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
We all get it.
There's a way
We
to
all
kind
get
of,
it.
there
And it
is
was
a way to
inaccurate.
put it.
Yes.
7 o'clock tip on ESPN. From the completely unnecessary file, the NCAA has initiated the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams, and the new format should be in place by next season's tournament. The first 4 would expand to the first 12, basically, with 12 games being played by 24 teams at 2 sites on the Tuesday and Wednesday of that first week of the tournament. One of those sites expected to remain in Dayton. And then by Thursday, everything would be back to 64.
What a joke.
NHL playoffs, Boston Bruins put the Sabres celebration on hold. 2-1 overtime win in Game 5 in Buffalo. Sabres still lead 3-2. Minnesota, 3-2 series lead over Dallas. They beat the Stars 4-2. And the Oilers fought off elimination with a 4-1 win over the Anaheim Ducks. Anaheim still leads there 3-2. There you go. There is your splash for this Wednesday, April 29th. Coming up, the season is over. The lockers are cleaned out and the exit interviews are done. We'll let you hear what Suns players had to say on their way out for the summer. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game 1 starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but
I don't
not,
think you,
not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, like, even with basketball players with Malawach and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you'd tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Hey, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. An engagement ring might be one of life's biggest purchases. That's why our rings come with an all-inclusive free lifetime warranty that gives you peace of mind without any fine print. How can we offer such an incredible warranty? We take pride in crafting our rings with care and stand behind our quality craftsmanship. After all, this is a family heirloom you'll own forever. Bring in your ring for cleaning, resizing, and repairs anytime you want. We'll make sure it's as sparkly and secure as the day you bought it, fixing prongs, replacing side stones, and so much more. This type of maintenance could cost you $2,000 or more somewhere else. Under our warranty, it's all free. We even protect your diamond. Other warranties don't. Our rings are crafted to last. But in the rare case you lose your diamond, we'll replace it. At Shane Company, your engagement ring purchase isn't just a one-time transaction. We're here to be your jeweler for life, because a friend always has your back. Come by to learn more in store or visit shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Suns players have to make the biggest jump next season if the Suns are going to make a jump next season? We'll be talking Suns at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Off-season starts now. I love to work on my game, and I feel like the series that we just played opened up my mind to another way of getting to my shot and affecting the game. So with the momentum that we have and that I have this season, I just don't want to take a break.
That is Dylan Brooks talking about the offseason beginning now, but not for him. He's just going to practice all the way through the summer.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
Real quick, before we get back to the Suns and what Dylan Brooks had to say as our jumping off point, I've got the wording down for what we were all trying.
What I was trying to say.
All right.
Good.
Bickley's joy in watching KD lose supersedes his strife at watching LeBron win.
That works.
Okay.
That works.
Nice. And
yes,
I think
that works.
You're not alone in that, but does that only apply if KD plays in Game 5?
Oh.
And do you want to wait till he actually comes back and plays for them to lose?
Ooh.
Is it watered down if he's in street clothes?
No,
or not even there.
The question becomes, if they've had it with KD and they realize we've got to move him, is he even going to come back? Look, I'm going to tell you something. I've been suspicious of this cat for a while now. The way he looked in Game 2 of that series, I'm like, how could he have missed Game 1 when he looked that good coming out in Game 2?
Yeah, but then the second half of Game 2 happened.
And then the second half of Game 2 happened.
He didn't look good.
Yeah,
all.
whatever. I just I'm gonna stick with this. I really kind of am vibing on LeBron James pulling this off at this age. It's really, really cool to watch LeBron James get flowers for something different, if you will.
Yeah. You know how I feel. I can't root for the Lakers under any circumstances.
I know how
so
you
I'll be
are.
watching it.
Believe me.
And in true Murata fashion, I'll be very unhappy with whatever happens. Dylan Brooks. Hearing him say, opened up, this series opened up his mind on ways that he can get to his shot. I will say this. The Dylan Brooks experience, at the time he got hurt, when he broke his hand against Orlando in February, it was a bummer because he was playing really well, and the Suns had a different edge to them at that point. Coming back, he wasn't the same Dylan Brooks we had seen prior to the injury for a lot of it. By the end of this series, he was pretty much automatic on his mid-range stuff.
Yeah. I thought he had a really good series.
I did too.
Yeah.
It was very, very encouraging to see him work his way back and become what they needed was a go-to offensive guy. And he kind of became that as the series went on.
Yeah. Right. So listen, and I said this jokingly, but for the Suns know that they're going to have to do something, and we're going to get into the Devin Booker aftermath because, man, it is getting thick. But with the Phoenix Suns, something is going to have to be done. Somebody's going to have to be moved. Dylan Brooks knows he's probably going to get paid, but this is a great way to lock in your future in Phoenix.
Yeah.
By showing up to work the day after the season ends. Hey! I'm really a good investment, guys. Look how much I care.
You guys coming to shoot with me or no? No?
I don't see Jalen Green in here.
Here was Dylan Brooks also asked the question, do you feel like you reinvented yourself to a degree this season?
I did. I put in the work in for it, and that's why I don't want to stop the momentum. I want to keep going. I probably only got, I want 10 more years in this, but, the life expectancy of a basketball player is very small, so I don't want to, take it for granted or ease up, because that's the most human nature thing is to have a great year like this and then ease up. You see it all the time in the NBA, so I just want to, take this momentum and keep going with it, but I wanted to reinvent myself because there was just a lot of talk on my name where, it wasn't good. I didn't believe in it, and people are telling a story or what type of basketball player I am. I make that.
Dylan Brooks' audio is very interesting to listen to because he says the most interesting things and he doesn't answer questions like other NBA players, but there's very much an ASMR quality to it.
Yeah.
It's very monotone.
Yeah, very relaxing.
All right, how are you doing?
when he went life expectancy, I fully thought it was going to take a different
dark turn. Yeah. Look, we're all agreed. There was some bumps in the road. The technical fouls became an issue at a certain point, and a source of stress. The injury to Dylan Brooks, I think, was the biggest reason why we didn't see the same second half Suns as we saw in the first. I believe that. I think there's other ingredients that went into that as well. The chemistry changed, the mix of ingredients changed. But year one, Dylan Brooks in Phoenix, way pleasant surprise.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And he's a guy that you can rely on moving forward.
Yeah, and listen, and the whole idea of reinventing himself, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he's the one that came out and said it. He's the one that said major props to him because that's not an easy thing to do when you're at that advanced state in your career, and it's really cool. And look, I think there was a question asked of Dylan Brooks, what do you think of the fans in Phoenix and how they've taken to you? And he specifically cited, hey, look, they've been with me and they were with me after my DUI. He even referenced it. Not asked. He referenced it voluntarily, and he was referring to the scene at the mall. Yeah. When after all that went down, all those people showed up to get his autograph, to take a picture with him.
You want to hear that answer?
Yeah, I'd love to. Yeah.
Here's I'm sorry that I had the wrong one. Let me find that one.
Maybe after the DUI, they're with me throughout. But the meet and greet, during the games, all the support. support, and then even after the last game, even though we got, swept, a lot of fans are saying thank you for bringing us back. So I'm gravely appreciative, and there's more to come. That's the foundation, to our team, to our success, and now we got to, match it and do more.
Yeah, there was a time in sports where, as a fan, when a season ended, you could kind of count on it, and you could look ahead to the next season as a continuation of things that happened. It's not like that anymore. It certainly is not going to be like that with this group of Phoenix Suns. If you loved this team, that's cool. File that love away and put it in a scrapbook, because this team is going to look different next year. Dillon Brooks is going to be a big part of what they do. We're going to spend a lot of time over the next couple months going over possibilities, asking the tough questions. We asked some tough questions yesterday on roster construction. Those are going to continue, but I don't think there's much thought going into other than what the number looks like for Dillon Brooks.
What does the number?
Hold on. Do you have the cut about his vacation plans?
Let me see. I got so much here. I don't think so.
Okay. So he said he's going to go find a beach for vacation this year, because last year he went to Tokyo and he said it was too much damn walking.
I'm going to get my tan on.
He said he was going to get a tan, and then he said, I might have my first drink, and then he winked at the reporter. Yeah, no, listen, I've grown to really like Dillon Brooks, and you know how that type of player, that hardcore badass, those kind of players play very well in most towns. I think it really does here, because as a sports market, as a basketball town, it's been a long, hard fight for respect. There have been many, many examples of Suns fans feeling persecuted and abused and maybe predated upon and taken advantage of and subjected to harsher rulings, because nobody cares about Phoenix. Having a guy that kind of resists that with a great deal of physicality. It's the Raja Bell mentality. Yes. It's all that stuff. Those kind of players, they burrowed real deep into this fan base.
Plus, I think the timing of his arrival has a lot to do with it as well. It was really – there was a lot of reasons not to get behind Suns teams of the last few years. One of the reasons why was they just got sand kicked in their face and they did nothing about it.
Yeah.
So he kind of came as the bodyguard.
Yeah.
A little
So
bit.
what I like about this is I like the fact that Dillon Brooks is making it very obvious he wants to be here. Colin Gillespie is making it very obvious he wants to be here. Guys who've got big paydays staring at them in the face generally go down the leverage play where they act a little indecisive. Maybe I'll see what's out there.
Yeah.
This is the sign of a really good, fresh vibe. Now, we have learned from the past, these good, fresh vibes go stale very quickly and very suddenly, more so than you might think. But as of right now, this is back to sort of the Twins era where there's a real good vibe, where these guys want to run this back badly.
Yeah, even Jordan Goodwin said it very briefly on Monday night, but this is where he wants to be moving forward, too. I have to give a disclaimer before I read what's coming up. This was written by Jarrett Carlin. Coming up, Kelly was smelly, Hoffman was off, man, and the Dbacks got destroyed in Milwaukee. Smelly. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you've ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on. Let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 13-2 blowout is not how the Diamondbacks wanted to start their series with the Brewers yesterday, and Merrill Kelly has yet to be sharp since his return, giving up 5 earned runs, and Andrew Hoffman had a nightmare outing as well, giving up 8 runs in the 6th inning. The Snakes will now send Eduardo Rodriguez to the mound, looking to bounce back today. First pitch from Milwaukee will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns season is over. What questions are we asking as the Suns head into the offseason? Find out at arizonasports.com today, and find out what Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman has to say about new Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love right here on Bickley and Murata this morning at 9:45, and that's what's trending now.
Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk Dbacks baseball now.
Here's the 0-2. Swung on, line drive, right center field. That's down for a base hit. Incredible. Vargas finds a way in this blowout to come up with something positive. It's a leadoff single, and the hitting streak is up to 24.
Yeah, Chris Garagiola, Josh Colmenter on the call on the D-Backs radio network. That was, outside of the James McCann RBI double, the highlight for the Diamondbacks yesterday. It was 25 shades of 50 shades of ugly
that's
in Milwaukee to start things out.
Yeah, that's the second time this season this has happened to the baseball team where they've been on the wrong end of a very lopsided game. Happened to the Braves, that 17-2 game, I want to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, again, both of them, D-backs are down 3-0, getting nothing offensively. They finally break through because the bases get loaded via the walk from Chad Patrick. And then McCann delivers, and you're thinking, oh, this team's going to find a way again. And immediately Kelly comes out, gives up 2 runs. It's 5-2, and all the momentum is gone. And when they had to go to the bullpen in the 6th, I mean, Sammy described it as a nightmare there in what's trending now.
Yeah.
And that was a nightmare inning for Andrew Hoffman. His ERA went from like 2.38 to over 8 in that inning alone.
Okay, let's go back to the top of the 5th inning, which is the inning that, like Vinny said, that's when the Diamondbacks finally got something going. 3 straight walks to lead off that inning. Ildemaro Vargas, Drip Vargas. He sacrifice bunted with 1 out in the inning, and I thought, Torey Lovullo wouldn't ask that of him, would he?
He had like 360.
He had to have done that with it, especially when you've got a hitting streak on the line.
Drip Vargas.
There you go. Well done, Jared. So, did any of you did Torey, was he asked about this?
I didn't see. We don't have any post game audio, and I didn't see that mentioned in any of the quotes that were offered in the written form.
Same. So I'm hoping that Drip did that on his own, because if he was asked to sacrifice with 1 out with a guy with a hitting streak on the line, that's.
We've seen like Perdomo try to do it for like a hit sometimes. So I'm wondering if Vargas was just trying to do the same.
Maybe, but he got credited with a sacrifice. Yeah. So whatever. That's the important thing is Drip got his hit, and the hitting streak is now at 24. I was thinking about this. And we've talked about this over many different stories, over many different platforms, and that is the lack of attention that Arizona athletes get from the national media. The one way a baseball player in Arizona can force his way into the national conversation is through a hitting streak. You can't ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
And Drip is getting to the point where you can't ignore that. You get to I know 30 is the benchmark for you guys, but to me, 25 is a big number. He gets a hit today, this is going to become a national thing.
Yeah, it will. I think more so 30 is probably when the nation starts taking notice, especially for a player, and this is not a knock on him, he's not a household name. Like when Pete Rose was chasing Joe DiMaggio in the late 70s, it was national news every day that sportscast led for that. But you're right, and I got to tell you, I was feeling a little bit guilty yesterday because I was so confident on yesterday's show. Let's just get it ready. I mean, he's going to hit 30. There's no stopping this guy. And then I'm like, they have 2 hits.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get 1 more at bat.
Yeah.
And in the last at bat, he comes through.
Well, the question becomes, how does a player like Drip, who has been a journeyman, if you will, even though his journey mostly is back and forth to Arizona, how does a guy like Drip, when does a guy like Drip hit the wall? How long can the magic go with a player whose ceiling isn't that of like a Pete Rose or a Joe DiMaggio?
I don't want to cross-sport compare here, but it's a little like Colin Gillespie in the first half of the season. Like, his play was phenomenal.
But this is like
surprising.
This is like if Colin Gillespie would have scored 35 points a game for, a 12-game stretch in every game.
Yeah, because it's not like,
he's not going 1 for 4.
No, we just talked about it yesterday when he won the National League Player of the Week. He's putting up power numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He's like rivaling the best sluggers in baseball with this. This is like Drip sanity is what this is.
Drip sanity.
But you're right, Sammy, that it's going to come off. For the hit streak, it doesn't necessarily mean the hit streak can't keep going on, because like I was just saying, he could go 1 for 5 and still get that 1 hit.
Yeah.
But he's not going to hit 370 for the rest of the year.
No.
He's not going to finish with 40 home runs this year.
And with health, we know what happens during the course of a long baseball season. He's playing more regularly now than he's probably ever played in his career because of necessity and his own production. But players are going to come back. Is he going to get the same opportunity? Slumps happen. At the end of the year, we're probably talking about a 275 hitter.
Which
that would be
a bummer. Be great for him.
His slugging percentage is higher than Corbin Carroll and Gurriel combined.
The other story and reason for concern is the starting pitcher yesterday, Merrill Kelly. He struggled again, 5 walks. It was very evident from the first inning that Merrill Kelly didn't have it. He was all over the place. He just could not throw strikes. Worked his way out of a couple jams. Could have been a lot worse. The AZ Central article on yesterday's game has Kelly quoted as saying, did the layoff lead to what you're seeing? Quote, the answer to that from me right now is yes. I've got to stop putting myself in bad situations. I've got to stop making it harder on myself each game. If you look at all 3 games that I've thrown so far, I think that's probably what you could attribute all of them to.
Yeah. Look, 5 walks that's unheard of for a guy like Merrill Kelly.
Yeah.
Merrill Kelly at his best can put the ball wherever he wants to put it. He doesn't have Kurt Schilling command, but it's not that far off.
And you can
what were you gonna say, Sammy?
I was just gonna say you can see him. He's frustrated with himself. Like he knows his stuff isn't good enough right now, and the word that he's not sharp. And I wonder if that's him. Again, we're a couple months or a month and a half into the season. I wonder if that's him not getting the right work preseason that he missed out on.
I certainly think there's an uphill climb going, but if you look at his numbers through 3 games, strikeouts per 9 innings, 5.52. And I don't think of him as a big-time strikeout pitcher, but walks per 9 innings, 7.36.
Yeah.
When you're in the negative on that ratio, you're in big trouble.
Yeah. No, listen, all you have to do is look at his ball-to-strike ratio, especially yesterday. I mean, 58 strikes and 104 pitches, that is not Merrill Kelly. And Andrew Hoffman had one of those ruin the back of the baseball card days yesterday.
Yes, he did.
Andrew
my goodness.
Andrew Offelman.
And Torey Lovello also.
Andrew Hoffman was Andrew Offman.
Yes, somebody said, and I don't know why he called.
Kelly was smelly.
Yeah, I don't know why you called him that. Merrill wasn't feral, I guess we could have said.
That's good. Wasn't feral.
And again, I didn't hear the audio, didn't see the video, reading the quotes, but I can tell there's a little bit of frustration from Torey Lovello talking about the pitching staff and looking to Andrew Hoffman for length yesterday. They wanted to get 2 innings out of him. They got 1 out of him. Quote, no, we're not going to be okay pitching-wise, and we're probably going to be making a roster move.
Oh, boy.
Torey Lovello.
Oh, boy.
And if you're looking down in the minor leagues, what makes sense? They still don't have a lefty in the bullpen. Their lefties haven't been great down in, Brandon Garcia's been okay, but he's still walking a lot of batters.
Is he still?
He is.
Oh,
brother. I would guess it's going to be Gilbert Diaz or Cade Stroud, who are both performing pretty well in Reno.
Okay.
But another right-hander to the mix.
All right.
I think the Brewers had like 6 or 7 lefties in the lineup yesterday.
They had 6, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Brewers, I wonder how much envy there is because the Brewers very much play the Diamondbacks chaos style of baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, that 8th inning, counting all the bunt singles they had, I mean, they had 4 hits in that inning that were 74 miles an hour off the batter. Or less. So they weren't. There was a couple hard hit balls, but they weren't exactly stinging. They had back-to-back bunt singles in that inning.
Oh boy!
Yeah, they will bunt you to death, and they don't hit home runs.
Death by paper cuts.
They haven't hit a home run now in 8 games.
They hit one last night.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, Sal Frelick went
deep.
deep.
Sal Frelick went deep off Merrill Kelly.
Right.
Yep,
that was their first home run in the last 7
That's
games.
another thing Merrill Kelly's doing. He's giving up a lot of long balls. Serving up a lot of meatballs.
Yeah, and now
it's like Italian night at the Carlin household. Oh, baby.
Better than bean night.
Oh, they all each have their.
And how much have things changed? Like a beacon in the night when you need him the most. Eduardo Rodriguez gets the start.
Our lefty. Let's go.
All right, let's go.
The left-handed contingent of the Diamondbacks pitching staff on the mound today. 4 Peaks and the Dbacks is a perfect combo. Text the word SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and catch the action at Chase Field. Coming up next, when does more of a good thing become too much of a good thing? We'll answer that question next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Carson Beck. Why not run this kid out there week 1? I mean, it's not like Jacoby Brissett is your franchise quarterback going forward. This is a situation where Jacoby has been a backup his entire career for the most part. And, hey, by the way, we've got this kid who checks all the boxes. What do you say we throw this 6-year senior who's 23 years old, what do you say we throw him out on the field week 1 and let him show us what he's got, Mike LaFleur?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so nobody wakes up in the morning and says, hey, I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping today. Let's go out and replace all of our windows. But if you're a homeowner in Arizona, and if you've been in your home for any length of time, chances are you need new windows. You can probably find it if there's warping, if there's condensation, or if you look at your energy bills, if your air conditioning bills have spiked in recent years, probably a good sign you need new windows. My friends at Advanced Window Products, the company you call. Now, most window companies are just resellers. At Advanced Window Products, they're going to build your windows right here in Arizona. They got their own factory here in Arizona, which means they're going to build your windows, they're going to install your windows, then they're going to guarantee them for life. That guarantee is transferable if you ever sell your home, which adds value to your home. At Advanced Window Products, the installation process blew my mind. I had them replace all of my windows. Absolutely love how they look, absolutely love the finished product, but I was watching the installation process and it was incredible. I was thinking to myself, these guys really know what they're doing, and that is because all the installers at Advanced Window Products are full-time employees. The crews are vetted, and like I said, full-time, not random subcontractors, and the work shows the difference. Right now at Advanced Window Products, a great special going on. My friend Joe here to tell you all about it.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, I'm going to up the Bickley special to $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more, but you must call now. Call us at 480-764-2110. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom-made windows for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. Installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Arizona homeowners have rated us 5 stars. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call me right now, 480-764-2110 for that $3,000 off, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free estimate.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For over 40 years, Collins Comfort Masters has provided trusted, certified technicians. And with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, the Valley agrees. Right now, you can upgrade to an EcoWater Whole Home Premium System for as low as $60 a month OAC and get cleaner, better water at every tap. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. That's collinscomfort.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here, and they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks, with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the Valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here, reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So was Matt LaFleur the one who wanted Jeremiah Love the most in the Cardinals draft room? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And we continue on the Wednesday edition. I got my Wednesday right today. I know what day it is. I'm way ahead of the curve. The Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports. Change coming to the NCAA tournament. It's been rumored. It looks like it's being finalized now, Bick. The NCAA has initiated the final steps to expand the men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams, meaning there would be 12 games over the first 2 days of the tournament on Tuesday and Wednesday for those teams to advance to the 64-team bracket, much like the first four operates now. And we've seen over the years, the first four has never really caught on. It's never anybody, nobody really ever gets excited about the first four except for the teams that are actually playing in it.
Yeah. Listen, this is the consummate example of how you cannot keep a bad idea down.
Especially in college sports.
Especially in college sports. I mean, this is literally something nobody has asked for, nobody wants, nobody is clamoring for more yucky basketball at the start of the NCAA tournament, and the NCAA tournament is jamming this, or the NCAA is jamming this down our throats. It's disgusting to me, Vinny. It really, really is.
Yeah. Pete Thamel on ESPN.com wrote, the expansion isn't expected to be a financial windfall for the NCAA and its members, but sources stress there would be a profit. So yeah, obviously there's financial motivation here. He also wrote, the primary driver of this move hasn't been money, but rather access for at-large bids for power conferences. The expansion has been pushed by power conferences, which have grown throughout the course of the current deal. Which, you know, we are in a state where we've got two teams in a power conference. I don't think this really applies to Arizona much. Their profile is that they're going to make tournaments.
Yeah.
This could affect the Arizona State basketball program moving forward. But I'll still raise my hand and say, nobody wants this. Other than the power conference
Nobody wants
commissioners.
this. Now, is this going to come with the end of conference tournaments?
No, why would
of course
that
not.
Why
Of
would
course
that
not.
happen?
No. So what is the point of all of this? Again, it is just nonsense.
More TV revenue? More games to put on TV?
Somebody pointed this out. Have you all seen the Planet of the Apes, the original one with Charlton Heston?
No.
You have it? Of course you have. Have you seen it, Jarrett?
Yeah.
The original one.
The original one. So at the end of it, he's riding a horse on the beach.
Wait,
and there's
spoiler alert.
Yeah,
Sammy.
spoiler alert. This is only from the 70s.
It's all good.
There's a broken up Statue of Liberty on the beach, and Charlton Heston says, "We finally did it, you maniacs! You blew it up! Damn you all to hell!" That's the way I feel about this. You finally did it. You blew it up.
The only expansion of the NCAA tournament that I would be on board with is if they killed the conference tournaments and everybody got in. It was a nationwide tournament, even for the worst teams.
You're in favor of that?
That's the only expansion I would like. The conference tournaments are ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, of course they are. Of course they are.
I mean, they're pretty fun when you win them every year.
Every year?
Okay, this year.
That's cute, Jarrett.
Oh boy, this whole thing is devolving.
But see, like the argument is the easiest argument is: does the 76th best team in the country really have an argument that they could win the national championship?
The only reason the answer is no, but the NCAA will prove it as we've seen first four teams get to the Final Four before.
We have.
So we're going to have 24 teams in 12 play-in games in 2 different cities.
A joke.
So that's
a joke.
That's 6 per. I mean, that's a lot of basketball on those Tuesdays. That Tuesday and Wednesday. But
and you know what kind of teams are going to be playing in these games?
Like respectfully, I don't need to see Auburn versus
Marist.
Yes.
And this,
but it won't
Navy
be,
versus Virginia
but
Tech.
it probably won't be Marist. Virginia Tech and Auburn will be those teams that are getting in.
So is it going to be all the 10, 11, and 12 seeds? They're not going to punish these auto qualifier 16 seeds like they are now with the first 4?
I hope not.
I hope not too.
That would be
if you're taking half
a step
of those
in the right direction. Like those teams do get auto bids by winning their conference tournaments, and regardless of what their record is, they've earned their spot. And then, you got to go to Dayton.
I hate
to prove it again
and play
it's
each
stupid.
other.
Yeah,
and that's one of the things when you have two 16 seeds going against each other, that's one of the things that made the first four so unwatchable. Even if it was a close game, there's no interest in it because you know those teams have absolutely zero chance on their next game.
What a joke.
Yeah, I hate this.
This is just, the NCAA is getting mocked relentlessly for it, and they should. It's nothing more than a gross money play.
Yeah,
so further diluting a once great product. What a joke.
The NBA is also changing. Well, it wasn't once great, really. I've never thought it was great. The NBA draft lottery. Shams Charania wrote, the NBA has disclosed to its 30 GMs a new anti-tanking draft reform termed the 3-2-1 lottery that includes expanding the lottery to 16 teams, flattened odds, and a relegation zone where the bottom 3 teams would be penalized with fewer lottery balls for the number 1 pick.
Love it.
Do you?
I do love this idea. I think it's the only way to attack this.
So the 3-2-1 refers to the number of ping pong balls each team would get. The worst 3 teams would get 2, and the teams above them, directly above them, would get 3, the best odds. Now you're just going to have teams manipulating to be in that zone.
I think it's well, maybe, but how do you do that? How do you effectively do that? Give me a better proposal. Jerry, you're over there shaking your head. Give me a better idea.
Just keep it the way it is.
No, wrong. It's you see what it's become.
In fact, just the opposite. Put it back to the way it was before.
Flat odds?
Where it was, where the worst teams had by far the best odds. The whole point of the draft is to make the bad teams.
But why? But
better.
again, now ask yourself why. Why would you want to reward a franchise that is operating very, very poorly? Why do you want to reward them?
But if you reward the teams that are already good, those bad teams are never going to get better. Well, you're just always going to have the same bad teams.
The point is you give the bad teams incentive to take care of their stuff by themselves. Now, no handouts because the system's being abused.
Yeah, because the bad teams, they couldn't leave well enough alone.
Yep.
And it's just like the NBA is just littered with problems like this. The players every year find ways to skirt the rules and find loopholes in the rules to their advantage. It's really made the fans angry. Meanwhile, since the 80s, and then they finally implemented this thing, teams found a way. All right, we're getting the worst teams. The worst teams get the best odds.
Yeah.
We're going to be really bad. We're not going to play anybody. So how, if tanking was never thought up by NBA teams, the original lottery system would work great.
Would work great.
Exactly.
But we can't trust these teams to actually that make their business and make all their money in the sport, in the competition field. They can't even compete.
That's it. That's exactly right.
Before the lottery,
the NBA has to do this.
Exactly.
Before the lottery, they just did it like the NFL, like the worst team got the first pick.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
You know what drives me nuts? It's like speed bumps in neighborhoods. You build roads in neighborhoods, and people abuse the privilege of it that you have to now go and put speed bumps on the roads.
I agree. Think about how fast you could drive if they got rid of those damn speed bumps. I agree with you, Dan.
Well, see, again, but people abuse it. So now you've got to go and put speed bumps every 40 yards.
I know where you were going to with the NFL. Oh, the worst team just gets the best pick. It's because the NFL, you've got 22 guys playing. The NBA, one player can change the whole course of your franchise, more so than any other sport. I guess that's inherently what's wrong with the NBA.
Let's get back into this topic later. We didn't do this justice. Let's get back in the NBA draft.
All right, coming up next, do the Suns need to consider the unthinkable? Trading Devin Booker. We'll get into the possibilities of that next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, a lot of listeners tell me they're frustrated with the big box financial firms.
And I hear it every week. People get handed off from one advisor to the next, pushed towards products they don't need, and they rarely actually have a plan.
And that's the exact reason independent fiduciaries stand out.
Right. And at Bright Wealth Management, we're not tied to any parent company, any product shelf, or only responsibilities to act in the client's best interest. No sales pressure, just real retirement income and tax planning.
And people can see the difference immediately?
Absolutely. Clear advice, more communication, and a plan that actually fits their life.
And you're offering that experience to anyone listening today.
Yes. Call us at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com and schedule your complimentary consultation.
If you want planning built around you, not a corporation, this is the time to reach out.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly gave up 5 earned runs in Milwaukee, and the Snakes got crushed 13-2 to start their series with the Brewers. Drip Vargas did extend his hit streak to 24 games in the loss. Eduardo Rodriguez will look for his 3rd win and to get the Diamondbacks back on track today. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the NBA playoffs roll on without the Phoenix Suns, the Spurs took care of the Blazers in 5 games and head to round 2. The Knicks took a 3-2 series lead over the Hawks last night, and the Sixers stayed alive and forced a Game 6 back in Philadelphia. And some college basketball news, Mo Krivos and Ivan Karchenkov will return to the Arizona Wildcats for another season. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Suns players have to make the biggest jump next season if the Suns are going to make a jump next season? We'll be talking Suns at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, it did when the very short times we were healthy. We were a new team. I think Jalen missed 50 games. I missed 20. Dylan missed 20. And people had us projected at 28, 29 wins on the season. And ended with 45, and I still feel like we dropped 5 to 10. So going into next season, with the same core, we have a better understanding that those games in October, November, December actually matter, and they matter a lot going into seeding later in the season. So it was a good building block season for us.
Devin Booker of the Phoenix Suns Monday night after the Suns were eliminated in 4 games by the Oklahoma City Thunder, talking about whether or not the season lived up to expectations. And Book hit on something that you wrote about, too, in your column, wrapping things up on Monday, Bick, and that was, hey, they won 45 games with any luck injury-wise, and you pointed out the Dylan Brooks injury. 5 more wins would have been easy to find. This should have been a 50-win team.
Yes, I agree with that.
And what Book talked about there, and he's not speaking out of school, it's absolutely true, but I think it was more widespread than that. We had a stat from Tim Ring toward the end of the regular season where I think he mentioned Jordan Ott had his full complement of players for 7 minutes this year.
Wow.
If you look at this playoff series, the Suns fully built were not going to beat the Thunder, but Mark Williams didn't play. Jordan Goodwin played 4 minutes. Grayson Allen missed 2 games. That's 3 of your key components there. Injuries are an issue. We asked some tough questions yesterday when it came to either or with the Phoenix Suns. There's another either or, and the biggest question might be the biggest burning question with this team, and it's going to pick up steam. You can bet on it. Should the Suns consider trading Devin Booker?
Right.
To change up that core.
Okay, now before people start screaming at us, open your minds. We're having a discussion. We're not advocating for anything.
We're not chasing anyone out of town.
We're not chasing anyone out of town. Clean your ears, clear your minds. Devin Booker, at age 29, as I said, there were basketball people asking hard questions the other day at the arena. Is he old for his age in terms of miles? Is he past his prime? Are we watching a player in slow decline? Because the player we saw on the court against Oklahoma City does not at all look like the playoff Devin Booker from 2023. I think that's very fair to say. He himself has said there are no injuries holding him back. You might believe that, you might not. The bigger question is, when you take a look at the salary numbers that are coming up for Devin Booker, if you think if you're part of the crowd that thinks Devin Booker is overrated right now, and there is a small section of basketball fans who believe that, he's set to make $263.5 million over the next 4 seasons. In 2029, 2030, 4 years from now, he's on the books for $75.5 million. He's being paid as an elite player, while many people are saying he now looks like a low-level all-star. So the question becomes, if there's demand from the Detroit Pistons, because Stephen A. Smith kind of helped light this issue on fire. And I know you've got the critique. Why don't we go ahead and play that now?
We've got 3 different ones. Is there I mean, I could play all of them for you if you want.
Go ahead.
Here he is talking about what the Suns did this year, but ...
To Matt Ishbia, who obviously I've been critical of in the past. That is no longer the case. I think Phoenix did a hell of a job this year. I think he did a hell of a job as the owner, hiring the coach that he hired, getting the personnel that he got, and upgrading. I love Dylan Brooks on this team. I love Dylan Brooks, period. I wish he was on the Knicks, me personally. I love the instigator that he is. He does his job. Jalen Green, upside. We know he's got talent, just sporadic. But I love what Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns are doing, and I applaud them. And I don't blame them one bit for wanting to hold on to a staple like Devin Booker. But it's time that we look at Devin Booker differently.
And then I think go to the last cut, because I think this is the one where Stephen A. Smith suggests that Devin Booker has become too comfortable in Phoenix to the point where it has dulled his taste for winning.
My brother, when are you going to start winning? I mean, it's like Devin Booker, and I'm not throwing any shade. I'm just saying that his gifts, his greatness as a player, Perk, at some point in time, like you just said, we demand so much of everybody else. What about him? He gets no shade thrown in his direction. We all hear what a great guy he is. We all know what a great talent he is. And we certainly have heard about his golf game. We've heard a lot about his golf game. His golf game and some of his business ventures. And he is very, very, very comfortable in Phoenix, Arizona. He is beloved out there. I don't blame him. I don't blame them. But at some point in time, I want to see a Devin Booker that's literally clamoring and starving to win.
So that's the question. Does that vibe, does that resonate with anybody? There was the chilling, the 36 unbothered. Even after the press conference, he was just very buttoned up and very smooth, no emotion at all.
Yeah, I mean,
not wearing any pain of defeat. Is that fair?
I think that would be a lot more fair if we were talking about the Suns losing in a 4-5 matchup and Devin Booker had about the same performance.
I agree.
I mean, what did you expect?
I agree.
What? I mean, this was a mismatch of all mismatches.
Mm-hmm. I think that criticism would have been more warranted last year when the Suns were terrible with the players with Durant and those expectations.
But it's not only Stephen A. Smith who's asking this question about Devin Booker. I've been hearing this a few different times from a few different places. Does he have that same hunger? And for Stephen A. Smith to emphasize golf, anytime anybody emphasizes golf and you live in the Valley, that's sort of a euphemism for, you've gotten soft.
It's funny because I don't associate him with golf.
Neither do I. We've heard a lot about Devin Booker's golf game.
I haven't heard a lot about his business ventures either.
But when he said the 36 unbothered, he did claim was about golf. To be fair, right? Didn't he say that he played 2 rounds?
I don't know if he ever explained himself, did he?
Jared, you actually are informing us of something. Well done.
It's probably a
Jared.
Right. It's probably a
Jared.
Very possible.
So the question becomes, look, Burns and Gambo had this discussion yesterday, and I think both of those guys said, you got to listen. Given all the facts in front of you, and given the fact that you've got to do something.
Well, think about it also. Coming off the finals and then the next year where they won 64 games, was it? That part of Devin Booker's career, almost inarguable, we thought he was a top 10 player in the NBA, maybe even higher.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that anymore?
No, I don't. No. He's still very good.
And he's still very good.
He's not at that level.
And I guess the question is why?
Look,
why is that?
We can circle back around to this, but I'll end here. And if you want to say that I'm making excuses for Devin Booker, go right ahead. But these are facts as well. He's had 11 years in the NBA. Of those 11 years, how many times have the Phoenix Suns had the right pieces around Devin Booker?
Yeah, not very often.
To aid him in helping to win a championship. Prior to 2021, it was Book against the world, basically. And that's when he was accused of being a stat padder.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was a stretch where they were right there. They were right on the cusp of a championship, and they didn't get it done. If you want to criticize him for that, criticize him for that. But, to say when are you going to win after they got swept by one of the better teams we've seen in the NBA over the last 20 years? I don't get what you were expecting from them.
I think he's getting at something that's more like over the last few years.
Okay.
That I think that's what he's getting at. But more to your point, next year will be the second time in Devin Booker's career where he's entering year 2 with the same head coach. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that.
That's a big one too, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up next, Cardinals draft, NFL draft in the rear view. How did they do? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that was vintage Devin Booker against Oklahoma City. In this series against Oklahoma City, and I think to be fair, we got to count the play-in too, he didn't look like an elite scorer by any means.
He looked like he was thinking about playing the game as opposed to just playing the game. I think the responsibility that he feels for not just being the player he is, but to involve others is detrimental to his aggressiveness. I think he's trying to be something basically based on needs that he really isn't. They need a point guard.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hired them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team.
Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries.
the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So was Matt LaFleur the one who wanted Jeremiah Love the most in the Cardinals draft room? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I think the bottom line is you don't get very many opportunities to get guys that you think can be that guy. You know, you look at the league now and you look at guys like Christian McCaffrey and Bijan Robinson and those types of guys. And the running back position is as much about catching the ball or getting the ball to those guys in space as it is putting them in the I formation and running them downhill and running for 2,000 yards.
That's Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, on with us yesterday here on Bickley and Murata Mornings talking about the selection. Cardinals at number 3 taking Jeremiah Love in last week's NFL draft. You don't get that opportunity. A lot of people understand that. A lot of people criticize that. A lot of people, Bick, in the reaction to that draft pick, the knives were out for the Cardinals. It was, no shade to Jeremiah Love. This guy's great, but he's going to the Cardinals. What a terrible landing spot.
Yeah.
Worst place he could end up because that team's not going to win any games.
How dare they draft a great player? They suck.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it was.
With very little acknowledgement that things can change very quick in the NFL. Now, they haven't, but they can.
Mm-hmm.
And we see it every year with other teams not named the Arizona Cardinals. I don't remember, because Jeremiah Love was the highest drafted running back since 2018 when Saquon Barkley went second overall to the New York Giants. So with the second overall pick, the Giants were coming off a 3-13 season. Was there as much widespread criticism of the Giants for taking Barkley?
No.
I don't remember.
Not at all. No, I'll flat out say it. No,
I'm asking because I don't recall, but it doesn't stand out to me either.
This is my point. There's a belief that the shiny objects, the flashiest players, the most entertaining athletes, you got to put them in the big markets or everybody loses.
Yeah.
That's where this all stems from. For all the people who are like, yeah, Cardinals were there at, they should have drafted an offensive lineman that nobody's heard of. That's because that's the kind of player that Arizona deserves. Because that way we don't have to talk about the Arizona Cardinals. That's kind of the mentality. It is so nonsensical. It even infected a large portion of the Cardinals fan base who would not move off their positions. This is a terrible pick. The offensive lineman that some Cardinal fans were clamoring for instead of Jeremiah Love were B+ prospects. They might have turned out to be just dudes. Why would you want that over a guy that might be a superstar? It baffles me. And again, I'm gonna get back to my original point. I think most of the people, not all, but most of the people who fall into that trap or who expressed those kind of opinions are people who are not Arizona Cardinal fans, but they're people who love to make fun of the Arizona Cardinals because it makes them feel better about not supporting the hometown team, because it makes them feel better about still supporting their team from back home.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Cardinals, the Jets, the Browns, those are the teams that everybody kind of...
The Bengals a little bit.
The Bengals, yeah. Those are the teams that everybody feels comfortable kicking around.
Definitely.
These teams have no idea what they're doing. Like
Exactly.
The Giants have floundered for years.
Yeah.
But they're the Giants.
But they're the New York Giants. Yeah. So I think in that regard, that has really, really baffled me. But I do think that after that dazzling press conference, and again, if you missed Jeremiah Love's press conference, Valley sports fans, go find it online and listen to it. It gives you a really, really good idea that this dude is not some kid. This dude is, as Mike LaFleur said yesterday, he's a man.
Yeah. He's 40. No, that's a different quote. Dane Brugler, who we had on in preparation for the draft, and he is dialed in. His beast draft guide this year was ridiculous. It always is, and I mean that in the best of ways. But he did his ranking of teams. He didn't give grades, but he did a ranking of the draft classes. And look, when somebody like that does it, you can respect the grade a little bit. It doesn't mean everything. He got the Cardinals right in the middle of the pack. Got them ranked 15th among 32 teams. He wrote his favorite pick was Jeremiah Love. He said, Chase Basantis will upgrade the offensive line, but it's hard not to go with Love. We can debate the strategy to draft this position given the current state of the roster, but the Cardinals came away with the draft's most explosive weapon. Though the value can be criticized, Love is immediately going to make Arizona's offense exponentially better. Exponentially.
Yeah.
Would Francis Mauigoa make the Cardinals' offensive line exponentially better? Well, maybe. But probably not.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know how many people issued draft grades. I'm looking at a grid here that somebody, and I gave you the wrong name. This is a draft grid put together by somebody named Renee Bugner, not Dane Brugler. But it's a big chart, and he aggregated, and that's my bad, but he put together an entire chart that aggregated all of the draft grades from everybody. Cardinals received 1 A grade in the class from Chad Reuter of NFL.com. All right? From there were a couple of Bs, a lot of Cs, and a smattering of Ds. The D came from Sharp Football, which tends to hate running back values. So that makes sense. But the overall, the aggregate grading that the Arizona Cardinals got, there you go. You got it right up now. Yeah. Not great.
I'm showing that Reuter gave them a B+. They didn't get any A's.
Oh, okay.
According to my this, we're looking at two different charts that look.
No. I'm reading a summary of it.
Oh, okay.
So the summary is wrong.
Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, I can't get that chart to size up the way you did. So
well, if you think about it, the Cardinals had two of the more controversial picks. Jeremiah Love picking a running back that early for a team that had other needs, and then the Carson Beck pick in the third round. So they elicited more discussion and more opinion than most teams did in the draft, at least in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah. No, I'm looking at this. Chad Reuter gave him an A for first one down. Arizona Cardinals.
Chad Reuter, are you listening? Message us right now. What did you give
so they got 1 A, they got 3 B minuses, 2 Bs, a bunch of Cs.
I'm sorry, I'm looking. The first one that popped up was from 2021, and that's the one I clicked on.
No
wow,
big.
They did that well in 2021.
Yeah,
I'm an idiot.
No, I'm the idiot. I gave you bad information pre-show. I'm the idiot.
All right, here we go. Now I got the right one.
Right.
Look, you both are idiots. Okay, that's just
there. It is. There's an A from Chad Reuter.
Yeah.
But the aggregate grade, 24 different evaluations. The Cardinals came out as 28th of 32. The teams below them: Minnesota, San Francisco, the Rams, and Jacksonville.
So their average grade point average 2.36. Sounds kind of like my little dude. Oh, he's gonna kill me for that. He's probably listening right now.
That's not bad.
I mean, that's passing, right?
It's passing. Who got the worst grade? And again, this is so asinine. Grading, first of all, grading draft classes, we all know it's folly. It's asinine. And then to take all the grades and try to
grade them.
Yeah. And try to grade them.
So he used 24 evaluations for 32 teams. There was only 4 Fs handed out by any of them. Roto World gave the 49ers an F. Ryan McChrystal from Sharp Football gave the Rams an F. Ryan McChrystal from Sharp Football gave the Jaguars an F, and Roto World gave the Jaguars an F. So there you go.
Yeah, so the 49ers rated lower than the Cardinals in the draft, and the 49ers were getting killed.
Yeah.
All right.
And the Rams was all based on the Ty Simpson pick.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we'll review in detail the 2021 NFL Draft.
Wait, what? Huh?
The grades are in. How did the 2021 Cardinals and Steve Keim do?
You could probably grade them now.
And
you could probably grade the 2021
It's a much
draft
more
now.
realistic way to grade something.
That's appropriate. I'm going to pull up the 2021 draft, guys.
All right, do it.
Actually, coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday. In the rush hour reboot, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tawa swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans know all about the three magic letters in sports. They're MVP, most valuable player, but in the automotive world, on the roadways, it's BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That's what you'll get from my friends at Chapman BMW. So pick a location. Go visit Chapman BMW in Chandler, Chapman BMW on Camelback Road in Central Phoenix. Those two locations guarantee you the best selection you're going to find in the Valley. Chapman BMW, Arizona's #1 BMW dealership. And if you've never been behind the wheel of a BMW, it is amazing. It will literally change the way you feel about driving. The handling, the power, the luxury, the swag, that iconic logo. It's mind-boggling. You will look forward to every trip you make, long or short, in a Chapman BMW. Now, a lot of people might be intimidated by those three magic letters. You might be pleasantly surprised because unlike a lot of luxury providers, BMW has never forgotten the average car buyer. Chapman BMW takes it to the very next level. This is an award-winning, family-run business for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do is elite. They also make luxury attainable. And do not forget, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Go find what you like. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. Great dude. He has vowed to hook up every member of our listening audience. Put him to the test. You will not be disappointed. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsberg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 13-2 blowout is not how the Diamondbacks wanted to start their series with the Brewers yesterday, and Merrill Kelly has yet to be sharp since his return, giving up 5 earned runs. And Andrew Hoffman had a nightmare outing as well, giving up 8 runs in the 6th inning, and the Snakes will send Eduardo Rodriguez to the mound today, looking for a bounce-back win. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Suns season is over. What questions are we asking as the Suns head into the offseason? Find out at arizonasports.com today. And find out what Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman has to say about new Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love right here on Bickley and Murata at 9:45. This report is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring, and a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30. The Rush Hour Reboot is upon us. I'm Sammy Sabolka. Going to get you guys the big sports stories. And let's start here in the Valley with the Diamondbacks last night. Not an ideal way to start a series against the Milwaukee Brewers. At what point, I know it's only 3 starts, but at what point are we starting to worry about Merrill?
7. I give him 2 more. 5 stars.
5 starts. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he missed, 3 to begin the year?
3
so you're
rotations.
looking probably around 30 starts this year. Yeah, I guess 5 is a good place to be. I mean, yesterday was a little bit concerning because he didn't have it at all.
At all.
And struggled through.
Mm-hmm.
What did his pitch count end up at? 107, I think it was.
I think so. He's good for around
104
pitches.
104, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the ERA is 9.20. Yeesh.
Yeah. Good. And
2 more.
It's funny how these kind of things always almost work themselves out, and that we talked about the surplus of Dbacks starting pitchers, and what are they going to do when this guy comes back? What are they going to do when this guy comes back? Well, Brandon Pfaadt's already got put in the bullpen. Merrill Kelly, who knows what's going to happen by the time Corbin Burns comes back. So sometimes these things work themselves out, but it is crazy how the surplus of starting pitching now is looking like a lot of people are struggling.
Yep. And if you're just joining us this morning and wondering, Jarrett, do you have the sounder ready? The drip fart?
Oh, of course I have the sounder ready.
And if you're wondering, hit it.
Did Trip Vargas extend his hitting streak? Yes.
Yes, 24 straight games, all right? And it got me thinking, what is something equivalent, right, in your daily lives that you have done or could do for 24 straight days?
Play golf.
What is the most consecutive days you've ever played?
4.
But you'd have no problem getting to 24?
None.
No problem.
Really?
None.
You never get tired of it?
None.
Wow. You ever shot 36 holes in one day?
I have.
You ever done more than 36
No.
holes?
I'm not Michael Jordan, yo.
Alice Cooper.
I went out and played around yesterday. I didn't see a single soul on the golf course in my hometown. It was the most luxurious 3.5 hours I spent. No voices in my head. No Jarrett rubbing his eyes.
Wow. You were by yourself too?
Yes. It was. Yeah. That's.
You probably felt like the king of the castle.
You owned the golf like it was your own golf
did,
course.
Yes.
Did you do any play-by-play while you were by yourself?
I did not. No.
And here we are at the luxurious Dan Bickley Country Club in Fountain Hills.
Cinderella story.
Vinny, anything for you?
It's like weird because I've become very much a creature of habit.
Yeah.
But I can't say. I mean, I think I could eat filet mignon 24 days in a row.
Because
I could eat it every day.
Because recently I'm into the connections game on The Athletic, and I haven't a 9-game hitting streak in that of getting them all right. I'm pretty proud of that.
Really?
9 in a row.
I've never missed one ever, and I've been doing it since it started. Yeah.
Okay, then I shouldn't feel good about that. So
those qualify, but that's part of my habit.
So there you
now.
go.
I have to do those every day. Those puzzles.
There we go. All right, let's move to the
No,
Suns.
he means
go ahead.
9 in a row, getting them all perfect.
Yeah, getting them all right.
Like just solving the puzzle.
Yeah, like solving the puzzle in the 4 tries you get.
Oh, okay.
Not just doing it.
Normally that happens for me.
I've done like 650 in a row.
So the connections puzzle that we've talked about.
Yeah.
They did a sports version that The Athletic puts out. Same kind of premise.
Now, let me ask you two guys this: what is the most amount of binge watching? How many shows in a row have you watched?
Man.
Over one binge fest.
Ooh. Like episodes?
Yeah.
Probably 8 or 9.
That's a good binge.
Yeah, I think
it's a good binge.
That is a good binge.
When Arrested Development came back on Netflix, me and my friend, I think, watched the entire, whatever it was, 10 episodes in a row.
Yeah, I think my record is on a hungover Sunday.
Yep.
Watching Bar Rescue.
Wow.
I was just too lazy to even change the
I
channel.
watched a lot of Beat Bobby Flay in a row. Similar.
One of the things that I have found in terms of like, I watch a lot of like YouTube shorts when I'm at the gym or like on the treadmill or something, and you see it's like there's so many great looking movies that look great in like 30-second clips.
That's why trailers are so good.
Right, and so I started binge watching shorts from Blacklist with James Spader. Do you know the show?
Yeah.
So I'm like, this show is unbelievable, and I started to watch it, and I'm like, no, it's not. It's repetitive. The plots are like the same, and the show itself was very, very disappointing. And I like looked online, and a lot of people felt exactly the same way. But you get those shorts, and it's like, wow, how did I never see that movie?
It's the shorts, the trailers, and the first episode. Like I just told you about a show that I think is one of the best first episodes of TV I've ever seen. Your Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV.
Ooh.
I'm only one episode into it. It might suck. I don't know. But the first episode was fantastic.
I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, that's next up on my list. All right, real quick with the Suns. So Brian Gregory, he earned some NBA Exec of the Year love a little bit yesterday.
2 second-place votes.
2 second-place votes. But A, just how difficult is it going to be for him this offseason? And B, what should his number one priority be?
Well, the number one priority, as we discussed yesterday, is you've got to get a better mix around Devin Booker if you're not going to consider trading him. And that is because very, very simply, you watch good defenses and how they approach the Suns. They let Jalen Green do whatever he wants. Teams know he's going to eventually make mistakes. They let Dylan Brooks do whatever he wants. They don't let Devin Booker do whatever he wants. Devin Booker gets all the smoke, all the double teams, all the strategy, all of that stuff. If you're keeping him and riding with him, you've got to address that. Yep. You can't go on like that.
Size and length. Those are my 2 words.
Okay, and on the way out, I did look up the 2021 Cardinals draft, and guys,
it was not an A draft.
It was far from an A draft. I will just say that. And a Dingers update: we drafted 5 guys at the beginning of this MLB season, and we're tallying up their home runs. Vinny. Nice lead, 25 home runs led by Kyle Schwarber. Jarrett Carlin, 22 in second. Aaron Judge is carrying your team. And Bick, me and you still have guys on our team that have yet to hit a home run.
But they're both Diamondbacks.
They're both Diamondbacks.
There's only 2 players that have been drafted that haven't homered yet. Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and Gabriel Moreno. And nobody picked Nolan Arenado.
I know.
And he's got 4.
Dang. And
but by the way, the details on that 21 draft, Zaven Collins, first round. Rondale Moore, rest in peace, second round. Marco Wilson, 4th round. Victor Dumukeji and Tay Gowan in the 6th round. James Wiggins and Michael Mennett in the 7th round. That was not an A draft.
Not an A draft.
But Zaven Collins
still in the team.
Still around.
On the team. So there you guys go. Maybe not rebooted today, but more informed on our binge watching shows. So there you go.
Thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, another burning question. People are asking about the Suns. Is Dylan really a villain? That and more straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson Beck at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do
to
make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, hats off to him. Like, it's impressive to like redefine yourself this late into a career. Like, very impressive. Like, usually you see young guys get, like, for myself, it was like my second year I got to redefine who I was as a basketball player. To do so this late is pretty impressive. But it just goes to show the work he puts in. He's a worker. He is always in the gym. Being around him, you know that. I'm sure you guys know that, being around the team. Like, guy's always in the gym, and the work pays off.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander Monday night after the Thunder disposed of the Phoenix Suns in a 4-game sweep, talking about his Canadian countryman, his teammate on Team Canada, Dillon Brooks, how he's redefined himself. He also went as far as to say this on Dillon Brooks' villain persona.
Yeah, it was just respect. Obviously, knowing Dillon, he's a great competitor, great guy. No matter what people say about him, he's a really good guy. You get to know him. So yeah, all that villain stuff doesn't faze me. I know exactly who Dillon is. He had a hell of a series. Yeah, he should keep getting better. I'm proud of him.
And yesterday on Instagram, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, to his 4.9 million followers, posted, "Everyone wants to be villainous until the brooms come out and the dust settles and you realize who the villain is." This was attached with a number of pictures, one of which was Dillon Brooks next to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander during the heat of battle, except it had been photoshopped. The back of Dillon Brooks' jersey, where the nameplate would say Brooks, it said, instead of Brooks 3, it said Cancun on 3.
I'm sorry. It's really funny. Listen, Suns fans shouldn't get that angry or bent about this. I believe this was done in good fun. They had a very nice exchange after Game 4. I believe that for all the smoke that Dillon gave Shai before the series, like, we played one-on-one a lot. You can go find out who got the better of that. Called him a little frail. Right?
Talking about flopping and flailing.
Yep.
Look, there's heat there.
Yep.
But is it tempered heat? And look, this might, things are probably very cool between them. This is just competitive barbs going back and forth. But to Suns fans, this does not endear Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well,
to
nothing
them.
would.
Nothing would. At this point.
Ever would endear Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to Suns fans.
That is true.
I do like this, though. I do think it's a good show of personality from Shai, because this is a player that is, and a team that is largely disregarded by the national media, as we have discussed many, many times. They refuse to tell the stories of some of the best teams and players in basketball. Because there's football to talk about, right? Lamar Jackson's holding out. There's issues that you got to talk about. Aaron Rodgers.
Is Aaron Rodgers going to sign? Are the Steelers going to continue to wait?
Exactly. There are things that demand attention.
The world is on the edge of its collective seat and holding its breath all at the same time.
That's exactly right. No, look, I understand the NBA has some issues, but I do think that this was mostly done in good fun. I mean, of course, there's some competitive trolling here.
Yeah, it's like, you're ribbing each other, two kind of friends. I don't know if they're close friends, but they obviously have a relationship beyond just playing each other.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
And that's kind of in good fun when you can sort of have a little rivalry.
I agree with that.
Good-natured or bad-natured, it's good to have a little rivalry between players and teams in this modern day and age.
Well, and it's good to have a guy like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander who, and the soundbite that you just played, give Dillon Brooks some props, because most of the time when competitors talk about Dillon Brooks, it's not in that light.
Yeah. But I think, to Jarrett's point, he said good-natured or, real. It's good to have rivalries. From a fan standpoint, a fan who roots for teams as opposed to players, you root for the real stuff. The good-natured stuff, I could do without it. You can be friends. I don't want to hear about it.
But see, friends, though, if you're friendly off the court, that sometimes drives more competitiveness on the court with each other, don't you think?
I do think that.
It does.
I do think that.
But going back and circling this back around to Devin Booker, one of the things that I do love about Book and how he handles himself as a competitor 11 years in is at the beginning of his career, there was a lot of stories about guys that he was close with. Tyler Ulis, one of his best friends, became a teammate. Karl Anthony Towns, D'Angelo Russell.
Yep.
You hear a lot less stories about friendship with Devin Booker. And it never came out as like, oh, are these guys really going at it? I mean, it looked like, unless you knew, you didn't know, Watching him compete against these players.
That's a good point.
There's no friends in between the lines. And I think Dillon Brooks operates that way. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander operates that way too. But That came outside the lines.
Well, but Shai Gilgeous-Alexander isn't wrong. He is seen as a villain. There's a lot of people who think he's a scourge on basketball. I am not one of them. I do not like the flopping from anybody. I think the NBA needs to really deal with this. But again, I love watching great basketball players. And so I get joy from watching Luka. I get joy from watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Do you think SGA is viewed as a superstar to the common? Yes. He's the MVP. But does he have the profile of other superstars?
No.
I don't think so either.
But again, he plays for Oklahoma City.
That could change in 2 months.
But they're the defending champions, Oklahoma City.
If you win 2 in a row, you're in rare territory. And if he's the ringleader, which of course he would be the ringleader of it, I think that happens. But the Oklahoma City thing is very hard to overcome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. LeBron James became the biggest star in the world playing for the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah, LeBron James,
but he was LeBron James.
LeBron James was a star before he got to the NBA.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah. They weren't putting Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on ESPN on Friday nights and plopping him on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
No, they were not.
Elsewhere in the NBA playoffs, the San Antonio Spurs got their first playoff victory in a series since 2017. They beat the Blazers in 4 games. Victor Wembanyama had quite the series. He broke his face. He was concussed. He missed a game. He came back, didn't miss a beat. He's blocked 13 shots in his last 2 games and drew some praise from one of the most harsh critics of other big men in the history of NBA basketball, Shaquille O'Neal. Listen to what Shaq said about Wemby.
I think Wemby is the first perfect big man that's ever created. Can shoot free throws, play defense, play offense. He's a great team player. I'm happy for the Spurs. I'm happy for Wendy. And for me, in a long time, he's a joy to watch. I don't usually, talk about...
Like any big man? Give any big man credit? I'm sorry, we were just taking out...
I don't usually, enjoy the big man, how they play now, but he plays it so perfectly. I actually accept the way he plays. So if he wants to shoot jumpers, I'm fine with him. But to me, he's like the perfect big man.
Is he the perfect big man? And if he's not, who was?
Probably Kareem.
I was thinking Olajuwon.
Olajuwon was fantastic too, but Kareem was great over a much longer period of time.
Thing is,
at least true. I think he was.
Wemby has that, he can block shots and rebound like that type of big man. And he can shoot threes and handle the ball like the 2026 style of big man. And he's taller than both of those guys.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the amazing thing about him.
Over all the other great big men, Shaq, Bill Russell, Kareem, Olajuwon, Ewing, Robinson, Wilt, Wemby can shoot the 3. When those players were coming up, if you were that big and you shot a 3, you would find yourself on the bench.
Yeah, it is true.
Right. And so even then you compare him to the modern Jokic, the best big man nowadays, who shoots threes, but he can't defend like Wemby can.
Not even close.
Not even close. So it's like the best of both eras. So in that sense, I understand what Shaq is saying.
But I also think even now, I'm not willing to anoint him the perfect big man.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jokic is light years ahead of Wemby offensively.
It's interesting because somebody made the point that if the Nuggets don't get out of this round of the playoffs, will the shine be coming off Nikola Jokic? Has he lost kind of some of his luster? Can one series do that to a basketball player?
Losing game 4 Saturday night
when
Ant was out and they lost
DiVincenzo went down.
That was a terrible loss.
Yeah, that's a bad
look.
But
it also shows the importance of Aaron Gordon to Denver.
Yeah, that's
true.
true.
Tried to give it a go. He couldn't really do it.
It also shows in the NBA, if you only win one championship with a great team as a great player.
Yeah.
Look at Giannis. Look at Jokic. It doesn't hit the same way. If a few years later you're just any other playoff team, people start having opinions.
No, it's true. It's like from a team aspect, like you always say about the Chicago Bears. Greatest team ever. Could they really be if they only won one championship?
Yeah, it's
single season, maybe.
Best single season team, yeah.
But overall, no. Coming up next, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Vic's got your blast.
Fire!
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, your tax, and your estate planning together on the same team under one roof with a firm that sees the entire field. They understand there's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. At Trajan Wealth, they build strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets, and it all begins with relationships where they take the time to get a comprehensive picture of you and your financial situation. They'll give you personalized, comprehensive strategies and a second opinion on your current portfolio, and their advice is built around you, your goals, your risk comfort, your future. That is the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. Trajan Wealth is also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 models. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to ariadentalimplantscenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly gave up 5 earned runs in Milwaukee, and the Snakes got crushed 13-2 to start their series with the Brewers. Drip Vargas did extend his hit streak to 24 games in the loss, and Eduardo Rodriguez will look for his 3rd win and to get the Snakes back on track today. First pitch from Milwaukee will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the NBA playoffs roll on without the Phoenix Suns, the Spurs took care of the Blazers in 5 games and head to round 2. The Knicks took a 3-2 series lead over the Hawks last night, and the Sixers stayed alive to force a Game 6 back in Philadelphia. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Summer Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort. Rates from just $129 and no resorts fee for locals. Book stays May 15th through September 13th at TalkingStickResort.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Devin Booker is a made man, a hometown hero so beloved that fair criticisms are often met with torches and pitchforks from an angry mob of stans. But we have all arrived at a very important moment in our relationship. We have arrived at the point of no return. As in, do you trade Booker now while you'll still have the chance before that massive contract extension might become a big obstacle for the Phoenix Suns? Already, some basketball observers are wondering if Booker is sliding out of his prime, if he's an old 29, a player with a lot of miles. Yesterday, Stephen A. Smith wondered if Book has become too comfortable in Phoenix and why he isn't outwardly yearning to win a championship, that he's grown soft in the desert because he has everything he needs, from the Supermax contract to his own shoe line to his legion of adoring fans. I am not here to make any of those value judgments, but Booker is not the player he once was, and yet he's being paid like a superstar. He's owed over $264 million over the next 4 years, and at age 33, he will be earning $75 million a year. You cannot help but wonder what that might look like and what that might sound like, which means, in my opinion, if the Pistons or some other team calls, you listen, because Booker is looking more like a Robin than a Batman, and it's fair to wonder if he's capable of being the guy, that guy, the biggest star on a title contending basketball team. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my all great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at ChapmanBMW.com.
I need to see that, not a player that seems content in balling out, being elite, but his team losing every year. He home in April, and it ain't no big deal. I need to see the dude where, yo, man, I want a damn championship. I need to see that draped all over his persona. And I don't see that right now. And that's why I think he's the one that needs to be looking to leave and find himself in a winning situation. And I said earlier, the Detroit Pistons, my God, could they use Devin Booker?
This, to me, is just another manufactured ESPN hot take, rage bait discussion. Because what were the Suns expected to do this year? Like, why is Stephen A. Smith so aggrieved that they lost in the first round when they probably shouldn't have been there in the first place? And I'll ask the question as well. And yeah, for the record, you could figure it out. On a scale of 0 to 100 on where I am on should the Suns trade Devin Booker, right now I'm at a 0. But when has Devin Booker, quote unquote, met the Stephen A. Smith requirements of showing how much he wants to win a championship? We've talked about it a million times. We talked about it this week. He is the most even-keeled star in the NBA. Even when he was at peak frustration with the officials and acknowledging, I'm going to get fined by saying this.
Yeah, listen, I agree that gauging his personality from press conferences is a dangerous thing, if not a stupid thing to do. I agree with you. But let me ask you this. Do you think Devin Booker can be the centerpiece of a championship team? Do you think he's still that good of a player?
I would think he would need another...
Kind of another playmaker, kind of another equal. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay,
but
so
everybody's looking at Detroit. All right, Detroit's on the verge of being ousted in the first round. I wonder what Stephen A. Smith's going to say about Cade Cunningham if the 60-win Pistons fall to the Magic in the first round. But let's just play the hypothetical game. What are you getting? If you trade Devin Booker and the Suns if the Suns woke up one day and Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory said, you know what? We've been thinking about it. It's time. We know what Matt Ishbia's philosophy is. He would trade for what? Another superstar. He wouldn't trade.
No.
To me, there's two ways to go.
Right.
You want to trade for draft picks and replenish what you've got? That's a different conversation altogether.
Right. Okay. So listen. So I do think, and again, this is a conversation that I heard on the afternoon show yesterday, and I think Bernsey and Gambo both agreed. I know Bernsey did that. You at least listen if they call, and he admitted that I have never been at this point ever before. As a huge Suns fan, he had emotionally has never been at the point where he says, "Listen to see what you can get for him." And I think it speaks to this idea that if you rearrange all the furniture that you've got. Okay, let me back up. I said earlier, if you are riding and dying with Devin Booker, you need to do something about this big three that you've got now, even though you hate the term. You've got to do something because when you watch the Suns against good defensive teams, they're perfectly fine playing Jalen Green one-on-one basketball. Perfectly fine with Dylan Brooks one-on-one. They throw everything at Devin Booker. So that means you've got to change out one of those pieces, right? Can you trade Jalen Green? Can you get something back for Jalen Green? Do you have the opportunity to put that guy next to Devin Booker? And if you don't, what are we doing?
Well, I think part of the problem, too, is you mentioned, quote-unquote, again, dirty term in Phoenix, big three. Jalen Green, 6'4". Devin Booker, 6'5". Dylan Brooks, 6'6". The skill sets are incredibly different. We can agree there.
Yep.
But the physical makeup of those players is very similar. They need size.
They do.
And look, I'm willing to see what Brian Gregory can do this offseason. It'd be foolish not to acknowledge the clock is ticking. There's different ways you can look at Devin Booker, from an age and mileage standpoint. He's got 11 years in the league. For an 11-year veteran, he is incredibly young because he was the youngest player in his draft class.
That's a great point.
As a 29-year-old, he's going to turn 30 in October. Can you consider the mileage? They haven't made a ton of deep playoff runs. I don't think the mileage is necessarily an issue. I think what I believe right now is what we saw from Devin Booker was more a reality and a product of what was around Devin Booker this season.
Okay.
And at times it worked. At times it didn't. It certainly didn't work in the playoffs. But I think, if Devin Booker went nuts against Oklahoma City, we're talking at best at about a 5-game series.
And
am I wrong here?
No.
And that's the other thing. You could talk about the big three guys, but you have to think Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming. Are these guys good enough young pieces that we think they're going to develop over the next few years to become a good team? Because if not, the Devin Booker trade thing to get a bunch of assets might be the way that you have to build the team going forward.
Yeah, and I agree with that, but I just don't think this is the summer.
Right.
Next summer, I would listen.
Well,
and I'm not against that, but I'm just saying the clock is ticking because what if next summer he ticks down again? And I agree with you. This might be a product of the team he had around him, but the playoff struggles from Devin Booker, this is not just a brand new thing. This is dated, and you might say that the previous years might have been a function of the team around him as well. So I agree with you. I think the smart thing to do is to see if you can find the right mix of people around him.
On the this is not the summer part of it, though, because some fans will say, like, well, this has to be the summer because this is the summer. You could trade him for Giannis. Well, why would Giannis want to come here if Devin Booker wasn't here?
Of course he wouldn't. Of course he wouldn't. And,
the
you could
Bucks
also
might
make an
think about
argument that Giannis is not the guy he once was.
But he does give you the size you're missing to put with the rest of the team.
He does. So I think this is very, very tricky, but I think that fans can get into trouble saying we're going to ride and die with this guy to the end of his career. That it doesn't matter what it means to our future, and it doesn't matter if we realistically have a chance to win now because we love this one guy so much.
The Suns probably waited a year too long to trade Steve Nash.
That's very accurate.
Probably did.
That's very accurate. But the thought of trading him the year before was heresy.
Yeah, but I also look at it too, and this goes back to the original comments by Stephen A. Smith, like what was he expecting? You'd have to go back a ways. The last time a Devin Booker Phoenix Suns team lost to a team in the playoffs that they were better than was the Dallas series. I mean, when they lost to Denver, Denver was the better team. They just were. It sucked because it was 2-2, but it was two guys going at them. It was Booker and Durant. They were playing 5-on-2. The Minnesota team was way better than that Suns team. This Oklahoma City team was way better than that Suns team. That's why I'm pointing at what's around Devin Booker. And he's had about 2.5 years where he's had the requisite pieces around him, I think, to be at his best out of 11 years in the league. That's a problem. Just the way I feel. And, I'm biased. I'll admit I'm biased because I'm a huge Devin Booker fan. And I think
I am too.
A ton to this organization.
Yeah, I get you. I am too. But also I think there's some cold, hard reality we need to look in the face here. That's all I'm saying.
I would agree. What does Mike LaFleur, the new head coach of the Cardinals, think about his team's draft and what the new players will look like moving forward? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A Dbacks decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I was out of town, and my wife had a business meeting she had to go to, so we hired the next-door neighbor to be the babysitter. She had them out by the pool, and my daughter got hungry, so she took my daughter inside to get a sandwich and left Rex out by the pool by himself. And when she came back out, Rex was face down in the pool. She started screaming, the babysitter, and my next-door neighbor on the other side heard the screaming, came over, got Rex out of the pool. By the time 911 came, they tried to resuscitate him. He never did regain consciousness. These drowning incidents, they happen very quickly and they're silent. Keep constant eye-to-eye contact with the children around the pool. Many people think it can't happen to me, and it does. It can happen to anybody. It happened to me.
Fulton Homes remembers Rex and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
If you are carrying private student loan debt and you're waiting for somebody to swoop in and make it disappear, got to be honest with you, that's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There are no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, the next best thing for people in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got there. What they do is meet you where you are and work with you to build a program that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your life moving forward. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does its best work. Y-Refi was built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loan debts don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take it back with Y-Refi. Give them a call, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his 3rd start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
I think we all see the talent. He's been very productive at Notre Dame for many years. What's unique about this guy is he is a man. He walks in the room and he has this really good mix of confidence but humility, and he is who he is. And I thought he had a great press conference on Friday, just kind of showing the Arizona Cardinal world, who he is. Obviously, he's had eyes on him for a long time, but I really appreciate the person even more than the player, and the player's pretty special.
It's Mike LaFleur, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, on the Rich Eisen show yesterday, talking about his new running back, his new weapon, Jeremiah Love. We will get a lot more about Jeremiah Love later on in the show. We're scheduled to be joined by Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman at 9:45 today. So we'll get the head coach's viewpoint about what he had in college. But the Jeremiah Love thing obviously is huge. Number 3 overall. Really the most exciting running back the Cardinals have had going into a season ever. I mean, there was
I don't know. Emmitt Smith there was a lot of excitement about him because he was such a star.
But he was at the end of his career, and it was acknowledged.
I know. Edgerrin James.
Also, tail end of his career.
Beanie Wells, maybe.
Beanie Wells, Garrison Hurst going way back. I mean, Garrison Hurst was also drafted number 3 overall.
Maybe
so
David
it's been
Johnson.
A long time. I mean,
in the middle of it.
Yeah, but I was excited about the David Johnson pick.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to know David Johnson. And I don't know.
Great guy, man. Great guy.
Oh, my God. What
Great guy.
What a guy.
The season that he had in 2015, he was great. 2016, he was off the charts great. But I'm talking about just like anticipation, having a weapon of this ilk. We know Jeremiah Love, in terms of salary cap hit, is the most expensive running back in the league right now already.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he signed his contract yet. He has the possibility of being a top 2, top 3 running back next year.
Yeah. So listen. So if he becomes that guy, who cares about the money? Again, I don't know why people are trying to pick apart this draft pick. I understand that's generally a number you do not give a running back if you're looking for a guy. But if you're talking about a guy that might be Christian McCaffrey or Saquon Barkley, that's perfectly commensurate to the value he's going to give your football team. Uh-huh. And especially if Mike LaFleur is the guru that we hope he is. Because then it becomes a schematics deal. Yeah. You can put him here, put him there, put him everywhere.
That came up in his discussion with Rich Eisen as well on how he plans to use Jeremiah Love.
We might have all 3 on there at once. We might have 0 out there, but no, I mean, it's right now we're such in the early stages of this, I mean, we're only a few weeks in, just started phase 2 basically this week. We had the 2 weeks of phase 1. We had the voluntary mini camp. So, I mean, the guys are here in the offense for just the 4th week right now. Obviously, with the guy that we have coming in, there might be a wrinkle or 2, but I truly think right now you just give them the foundations of what's going on. You give them the foundations through August. You try to get good at something. You try to get good at your foundational aspects of running, blocking, catching, throwing, all those kind of things. And then organically, once the season starts, the best offenses I've been a part of, like We had no intention of being a 13 personnel team last year in LA, and it just organically happened for a lot of different reasons, but we didn't force that. It just kind of went and it was working. So we kept rolling with it. So we'll see where this Arizona Cardinals offense goes. But again, right now, just in the early stages.
Yeah, so we'll see about that, too.
I admire that, by the way. Doing that in real time in the midst of a season is not an easy thing to do.
No.
Ripping up everything you've installed and saying, we're doing something different.
Yeah, what we had drawn up is not working.
Right.
We got to do this now.
But I got a lot of respect for that.
Yeah. And Love is obviously very much talked about around football, but so is the Cardinals' third-round pick, quarterback Carson Beck, out of Miami. I spent some time. I didn't get all the way through the full hour video of Carson Beck's John Gruden quarterback camp session.
Right.
But I watched a good portion of it. It's very heavy X's and O's.
Mm-hmm.
It's very heavy on the Gruden. And, man, all I could think of every time he talked was how perfectly Frank Caliendo does the Gruden impression. Mm-hmm. He is a character. But you come off impressed with Carson Beck about some of the stuff, the recall, the quickness with which he can identify things, taking notes during the conversation with John Gruden. It's an interesting show. Carson Beck was also a subject of discussion with Mike LaFleur and Rich Eisen yesterday on what he likes about his new quarterback.
I could get into the physical traits. And I think we all kind of see that, just the size and the natural throwing ability. I think he's tough in the pocket. But there's two things that really stuck out to all of us in this building. It's the experience that he's played, and not just the amount of games of 43s, 37-6 as a starter. But he did it in the SEC, and then he did it down at Miami. And you think about the run that they made at Miami. I mean, it was are they going to get in or are they not? And they have to go on the road to Texas A&M and then win a few more games to have the opportunity to play Indiana in the national championship. And he helped lead that team get there. So he's won a lot of games at a high level. And like I said, kind of Thursday night, it hasn't been smooth sailing for him. There's some armor, throughout his career. And I love that, because it's not like it was all easy and the number one pick and, or whatever it is. He's already been through some stuff. And so when he gets to the league, it's only going to get harder, no doubt. And the storms are only going to get more, but he's been through some.
Yeah. And part of the conversation that I thought was really interesting with Gruden was after Beck's first year as a starter, when he finally got his chance after Stetson Bennett left, and that was after 2 national championships. He got his chance to be the starter, had a really good year. And there was some talk about, hey, why didn't you go out? Why didn't you, why didn't you declare? You obviously would have been a high prospect. And Gruden was very impressed with Beck's answer, and that was, I wanted to be the quarterback of a national championship team. I had already won 2 as a backup. I wanted to win one on my own. And they got close. He got close on a couple of occasions. I got injured late in the SEC championship game and got real close last year against Indiana with Miami. But so you respect that. But he's going to be 25 years old in November.
No, listen, the experience thing is very, very real. And I've kind of speculated, is that actually a bad thing? And that was more tongue in cheek than anything. That would. A guy that's been in college 6 years, at some point in time, you think the NFL would come calling if he was all that.
Or you think he'd have the letters DR in front of his name.
That's it. That too. I believe me, more than anybody, I hope he's that guy. I just very skeptical.
I am too.
And look, and I understand what people say about Jeremiah Love too. There's somebody who equated it to dating a stripper. Said it's probably a lot of fun, but probably a dumb thing to do.
You could equate that,
well, one
to
is
a lot of things.
One of them is not really.
I want to know who equated those two things.
One of them is not actually love.
This is true,
right,
Jared.
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's what you think, but there was a vibe between us, Jarrett. It was undeniable. She told me her real name.
I was such a loser. I didn't even think the strippers liked me.
That's a good joke.
Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, and Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson live tomorrow from 6 to 7 at Flanker Kitchen at State Farm Stadium for the Big Red Rage. You can meet A-Dub, get his take on this year's draft class, win some prizes as well, and, of course, catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader. Coming up next, Diamondbacks off to a bad start in Milwaukee after getting smushed by the Brewers yesterday. We'll talk Dbacks baseball with one of their television broadcasters. Jody Jackson joins us in the next segment here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game one starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but
I don't
not,
think you,
not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, like, even with basketball players with Malawach and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55+ plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Kara Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying 2 mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime anytime, right to your bank account or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 13-2 blowout is not how the Diamondbacks wanted to start their series with the Brewers yesterday, and Merrill Kelly has yet to be sharp since his return, giving up 5 earned runs, and Andrew Hoffman had a nightmare outing as well, giving up 8 runs in the 6th inning, and the Snakes will send Eduardo Rodriguez to the mound today, looking to bounce back. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns season is over. What questions are we now asking as the Suns head into the offseason? Find out at arizonasports.com today, and find out what Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman has to say about new Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love right here on Bickley and Murata at 9:45 this morning, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. Which late-round Cardinals draft pick could end up being a steal? We'll be talking Cardinals at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
And we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Diamondbacks continuing with their road trip. Game 2 of 3 in Milwaukee today. Game 1 did not go all that well. Here to talk Diamondbacks baseball with us from their television broadcast team, the one and only Jody Jackson joins us via video this morning here on Arizona Sports. Jody, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, Jared asked, am I in Arizona or Milwaukee? No, I'm just in little old Arizona here in my basement. No, it's not a basement. with my bobbleheads behind me. But yeah, that was a real stinker last night, unfortunately, and another concerning start for Merrill Kelly, who has lost his command here early in the season.
Yeah, it was pretty evident from early on that Merrill didn't have it yesterday, never really found it either, Jody. And I'm wondering, look, we know how Torey Lovullo will present things and how he talks about his players, but do you sense that there is some sort of growing concern with Merrill Kelly early on this season? Or is it too early for that? I mean,
it's a definite concern with his command. Just when you guys have watched Merrill like I have since 2019, and many times, to see him go 1-0, 2-0 with, he's not getting ahead of batters. Then he's forced to, it's not just the changeup, but yeah, that changeup. I know Steve and Tom Candiotti talked a lot about it on the broadcast last night when he doesn't have that pitch. And a lot of times I feel like, there were a lot of lefties in the lineup. And that changeup, it's either going to get some weak contact or it's going to get a little swing and miss. And he was throwing it to the arm side, which is, of course, away from the lefties. And some of those were they looked a little non-competitive, just out of the zone. And then he's coming back in with four-seamer sinker. And sometimes it was working, sometimes it wasn't. And I think actually just watching that game unfold, there were parts where I thought, he actually got out of it with more damage that could have been done. James McCann erased a batter. There were some great defensive plays. Mm-hmm. He himself made some really good defensive plays out there. But, yeah, I think when I see 5 walks, and I know one was intentional, and I see even that first outing in Baltimore when I was sitting there watching him, seeing 3 walks, I thought, is this just shaking off some rust? But now we're 3 games in, so I don't know if it's mechanical, but I know they're going to be working on that because I think I saw enough good stretches from him in that game last night to not be too concerned about the stuff that he's throwing. It's just more of like, can you eliminate the walks to give yourself a chance?
Yeah, and with the bullpen blowing up the way it did last night, trying to get more from Andrew Hoffman than you did, what's the move that they're going to have to make now to bring in some guy up? Do you have any insight on that, Jody?
Well, just the insight that I saw from who did not pitch in Reno last night, and it is intriguing because he is the guy that came over in the Blaze Alexander trade, is a guy named Cade Stroud, who did not have a good spring training, but has been very good in Reno. And I think it was only Stroud and another pitcher that didn't pitch last night, and they used a ton of pitchers in their game last night. It was a 7-4 loss, but had to run through a lot of pitching. So, when I looked at the names, I thought, maybe we'll be seeing him. I don't really have any intel beyond that on who might be coming up. But Torey Lovullo did say, they're not going to be fine with who they have in Milwaukee. They're going to have to bring someone in.
Yep, Jody Jackson, our guest. Of course, Jody, part of the Diamondbacks broadcast team. She's joining us via video this morning. Through all of it, Jody, 15-13, still a start I think the Diamondbacks can be proud of and satisfied with when you consider all of the injuries. Who at the top of your list of credit, who are you giving the most credit to? Like, where would this team be without fill in the blank?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, because I think there's two guys you look at and you just didn't expect. Like, who thought coming into the season, if Ildemaro Vargas and Jose Fernandez can really carry this team, we're going to be just fine.
Right.
Nobody, right? Nobody had that on the bingo card. So those two guys, one being 34, one being really young in her, we wouldn't have seen Fernandez here if we didn't have all the injuries over at first base. So, I think it's a credit to those guys. I think it's a credit. Those two guys credit their coaches constantly. And I continue to say that this group of hitting coaches has done a remarkable job. When you see these comebacks, when you see this offense that's continually, last night, they were not in the game, and Vargas getting the hit, that was just a blessing, because it gives us something to look forward to, right? And at least a highlight from the game, because there really weren't any. The other thing with Vargas too is I feel like he's always getting that hit in that first at bat. So last night felt a little weird. Like, there was drama, there was tension. I was thinking, oh man, this is going to be a real bummer if he doesn't get it. So yeah, he ended up making it happen regardless of the score and how it looked. So I think also it's a really bad day to come on and say this, but overall the pitching staff, I've seen a lot of strike throwing, and in talking to Jeremy Bleich, I got a sense that, everybody says throw strikes, but, he's got some philosophies, there's more room in the strike zone to work with than throwing strikes is non-negotiable. There's a lot of things that are coming from, and then reinforced by Brian Kaplan. So I think that's showed itself in the bullpen. I can't really say that with Merrill. At times, Zach, isn't strike throwing as much as we'd like to see. But I think, overall the offense, to think that Corbin Carroll and Perdomo and these guys who we have always come out and said, what an amazing, and Corbin has been good pretty much all season until this last couple of games. To see these unsung heroes is kind of, I think it's given everybody a little bit of a lift, and especially with Perdomo out of the lineup right now, which I don't know if he'll be in there today or not. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, so where are you at with Jarrett Carlin's brainchild of Drip as Ildemaro Vargas' nickname?
Drip. When I think of drip, I get it, the IV thing. It's okay. I'm warming to it.
Okay.
I didn't I was a little disappointed Wolf just shoved it off. Like, Wolf
So were we.
Yeah, what a hump.
I know.
What a hump.
Especially for Wolf, who loves everything. He's like, I hate that.
I'm good with it. The fact that Derek Hall bought in and put it on the scoreboard.
Yes.
That's big. That's big.
That's
Jared.
big time. It is big time.
Food and you got a scoreboard moment there.
All right, so a 24-game hitting streak. We're starting to get into serious country right here with this. How far do you think this kid can push this?
I think what he's done already has been really cool to see, because whether it's homers or it's slugs, sometimes it's a bunt. So I mean, let's just keep it rolling. Gonzo's is at 30, right?
Yes.
So I think let's gun for that. But I mean, you gotta. And then he's broken through the superstitions thing, all that stuff. And it's like, he's just rolling with it.
Jody Jackson of the Diamondbacks broadcast team, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We talked about Merrill Kelly, the concern there. Zach Gallen, it sounded like good news on Zach after getting hit with that line drive in Mexico over the weekend. Is that what you're hearing as well, that he won't miss any time?
Yeah, and I think when you watched it, I thought it was great that he could finish that inning. And the fact that it kind of tightened up and he came out after that, I wasn't that surprised with it. So yeah, that was what, Todd had mentioned, not only on the air, but I was talking to him, via text, that Zach was going to be okay, which is good news, because it's like, everyone is kind of wondering like, hey, you have one day you have a log jam at pitching in the starting rotation. The next day you're thinking like, if they need someone else, who's it going to be? So, these are the things that happen within the season. So luckily I think Zach's going to be just fine.
All right, so when you take a look at what's going on right now, in terms of offensively, what do you think this team has got going in terms of the small ball that they're kind of tapping into? It's kind of at their best. It's reminiscent of 2023, and I think they're tapping into something that's pretty powerful.
It is, and it's when you say small ball, it does show you that when you bunt, I mean, no one really talks about that as a offensive strategy, but it's becoming more and more popular around the league. Tori and I were talking about that a couple of weeks ago. I've seen teams doing it more and more, and this team's doing it. So look, you do have, we all know coming in, if you don't have Suarez and Naylor like they did last year, just the contrast from last year to this year, you have less slug, but you're still seeing it show up from unexpected places. I think that when you do see Marte getting hot and Carroll getting back to that, and Perdomo, not that he's necessarily going to bring big slug, and Gurriel now back in the lineup. That hit on Sunday from Gurriel, I think, was really encouraging. Just a hard hit ball down the line.
Yeah.
If he is a guy that you do expect to add thump to the lineup. So I love it. I mean, and you saw what the Brewers can do. The Brewers have very little slug because they're missing a bunch of players right now, Churio, Yelich, and they're just doing the small ball thing. So it can work, and it is pretty sustainable.
Yeah, back-to-back bunt singles, part of that eighth inning. That's what made that inning even more painful.
It was a painful one. I felt for Andrew Hoffman because, yes, some of that was self-inflicted, but then a lot of it was just, getting singled to death and broken bat and all of that. It was just unfortunate. Yep. And then we saw James McCann. Does James McCann not throw that thing slower and higher every single time, like when he has to come in? And that is the weird thing about this season. I think they've had a good start to the season, but the blowouts are a little, you're just like, this is a strange quirk of the early, we're still in the first month technically.
The fact that he's had 3 appearances on the mound by April 29th, that is a little bit weird, Jody. Thanks so much for joining us. Always good to talk to you.
Thank you, Jody.
All right, guys. I just want to weigh in on Carson Beck because Jared and I were having a heated convo.
That's right. You are a hurricane. Go ahead. Have at it.
I'm thankful, Carson, that he got in the end zone in the Fiesta Bowl, found a way. I think he's a gamer. I really didn't see them taking him, but now that he's here, I'm encouraged by it. And I heard that cut from Mike LaFleur, and he not only has some armor from the football field, but he went at the public breakup with the Cavender twin, Lamborghini stolen in Miami. You built some cred. You built some street cred in Miami, guys. You don't get through life easy. It's no smooth sailing.
He's overcome real adversity. You're right. I take it all back.
Thanks, Jody.
Thank you, Jody. Thanks for having me.
Jody Jackson, Diamondbacks television broadcaster, our guest here via video. I want to remind you that tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd in his Songs of Summer Tour 2026, along with Austin Williams and Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Coming up next, is there any way to actually fix the NBA's draft lottery? They're trying something different. We'll get into it. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Marotta.
We talked earlier in the show about change coming to basketball, both at the college ranks with the expansion of the NCAA tournament to 76 teams, which just means first 12 as opposed to first 4, really. But also the change that's being finalized in the NBA with the draft lottery format. It's going to be a 3-2-1 ping pong ball kind of situation. So it's not like thousands of combinations. The worst teams, the 3 worst teams, actually don't get the best odds. Those 3 worst teams will get 2 ping pong balls, while the teams directly above them, the bad but not terrible,
the 4, 5, 6 teams with the worst record
will get 3 ping pong balls, and then everybody else in the lottery will get 1. That's the way I understand it.
Yeah. I think this is a very sensible solution. Jared, you keep shaking your head. Give me something better. Give me something better, and do so after I make my point. It's a very sensible solution to not overly reward the worst teams in the NBA at a time when they've abused the privilege. The idea that we are going to help you as a team that sucks buttermilk, as a team that really stinks, we're going to reward you. We're going to make it easier on you. It's a really nice, quaint idea, right? It's very empathetic, but it's been abused. And now you've got all these teams tanking and not even hiding it. And they're doing it in the most egregious of ways. So what can you do to stop the race for the bottom? Give me a better idea than this.
And don't say keep it the way it is.
The whole point, if you want to stop tanking completely, you make it so that every team that doesn't make the playoffs has 1 ball in the lottery, and that's how you pick it out, right? Or you get rid of the draft completely. Those are the only 2 ways to completely get rid of tanking. But if you are going to have a lottery, you have to reward the worst teams. That is the point of the draft. The draft is to make the worst teams better. To give the bad teams good young players so that they can get better. If you never reward the bad teams that way.
But the idea of giving 1 ping pong ball to everybody is your way of not rewarding the really good teams. So you are putting a thumb on the scale for the teams that did not make the playoffs, which is fair. but you're just not over-rewarding the teams that are at the very bottom, which I think is sensible.
The question is, why is tanking so much worse now than it's ever been? Because the lottery has existed for 40 years, right?
85 was the first
Patrick
lottery.
Ewing, so 41 years.
I would venture to guess that the NBA draft has become much more of a crapshoot, and the teams at the bottom are having a hard time finding real difference makers. The guys like Victor Wembanyama don't come around that often. Guys like DeAndre Ayton don't come around. Wait.
Whoops.
Yeah, I would probably say that's part of the reason, but it's gotten out of control.
Yeah. And to the historical aspect of all of this, 85 was the start. Starting in 1985, how many franchise-changing players were actually drafted number 1 overall?
It's like one every 5 years
There's
or so.
not
would you
that
say?
many. Ewing, yes. David Robinson,
Yes.
Shaquille O'Neal,
Yes.
Allen Iverson to a degree.
Yes.
Tim Duncan.
Yes.
I mean, people wanted to include Yao Ming in that. He didn't change that franchise, really.
No.
LeBron, definitely. Dwight Howard, they got to the finals.
Finals, yeah. And Derrick Rose won an MVP.
But he didn't change the course of that franchise. Kyrie Irving, I would throw in there.
And see, that's the other argument, is that this year it felt especially terrible because it was, the top 5 this year are all really good prospects. It was a really good, deep draft year. You didn't see it tanking as bad for Zachary Rissalge, the previous, 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's a Cooper Flag or when it's a deeper top of the draft, you do see it. It doesn't mean it's going to be like this every year.
But the complication in all of this is, and Jared is right, the point of the draft is to allow the lesser teams in the league to improve in the spirit of parity, if you will. But the only way they can really quell it, in my opinion, moving forward, here's my news flash. This 3-2-1 ping pong ball thing, this ain't going to work either. There has to be real penalties for tanking. And yeah, some teams are not as good as others, but when you are not putting your best efforts forward to put your best players on the floor, especially at a certain point of the season, and it's very easy to diagnose, we can all see it, we talk about it every single year, there has to be real competitive penalties for that. And I know it's anti-American. Relegation needs to that's the Utah Jazz, you think Lauri Markkanen's going to get every game off?
It'd be fantastic.
If they're going to be playing in the G League next year? No.
Yeah. But the owners they're a cabal. There's no way they are going to let one of their own suffer that kind of indignity and be dropping and drop them out of the big show.
But the indignity of not competing is pretty severe to me.
That's why I think relegation is genius. It just will never work in America.
Would you do relegation as you would replace them with other teams, or you just make the league like a 24 team league?
It would be maybe a 1 or 2 year penalty. Like, I know you have to earn your one in European soccer. You're relegated. You have to earn your way back to the Premier League or the top league or promotion.
Right.
Well, what I mean is there's not the
depth. Take the Utah Jazz and throw them in the G League for a year where they're playing against G League teams. They're not going to get crowds in there. And that's how you pay your penalty.
It's a great idea, but again,
you get relegated, you forfeit your draft pick.
So
but again, you're never going to get the owners to vote on this.
Never going to
it's never going to happen because.
But you're asking for
no. I think it's genius. It's fantastic.
I know you said this proposal that's out there that's going to go into effect. It has merit. Do you think it works?
We're going to have to wait and see.
The other idea people say is like, all right, have a tournament for the teams that don't make the playoffs, and the winner gets the number 1 pick. But then again, you're rewarding the best of the worst teams with a number 1 pick.
All right, so let's use that as a proposal. So these teams, the Utahs, the Sacramentos,
the Washingtons,
they've shut all their good players down. Now it's time for the tournament.
Now they fire them back up.
Now you're going to fire those guys back up.
Uh-huh.
Somebody's going to blow out an Achilles tendon, probably wearing uniform number 0.
Somebody's going to shoot their eye out.
I say
it's
all
so
of these
true.
goofy things just because I don't think there's a way to put the toothpaste back in the tube. This is out there, and they let it go too long. And now it's just become ingrained as part of the NBA, just like flopping and load management and all of those things.
It's true. It's just an acceptable part of the NBA season now is that 10 of the 30 teams are just not going to try.
How about
It's
this?
just the way it is.
How about this? You make it complete free agency, as you've brought up before, where you come out of college, you can sign with anybody.
Like soccer.
But you have a weighted scale where the worst teams can offer more money for that player.
The draft salary cap, essentially.
So if you are the NBA champions, you can only pay your first round draft pick X amount of dollars.
$8 an hour. Whereas the Washington Wizards could pay you $200 million a year.
To go run with Trae Young and Anthony Davis.
Run with?
Yeah, right. Run. They don't run.
The best line I saw at the end of the season was there was a quote attributed to Anthony Davis, too, about, hey, I really want to see us upgrade our roster, too. And people were like, well, yeah, because you got a front row seat. You want to see better players actually play for the Wizards next year when you're in your street clothes again. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata letting you know that now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters just as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, which puts the power in your hands. Right now, 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, you can save up to $8,000 off MSRP or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card plus $1,000 in BFG cash. It's going on all month long. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for details. These offers end April 30th, 2026. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. No bull for 75 years and going. They are at I-10 and Ray Road or shop online at earnhardtford.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Moving season is quickly approaching, and I didn't even know there was a moving season. How would you advise people?
Actually, the month of May is National Moving Month. That's right, we have a National Moving Month. Yes, we will be busy this summer, so we always recommend calling us as soon as possible. Let us come out, do an on-site estimate. Let us meet you.
If you've got a move coming up, go to movingteam6.com for more information.
Your move is our mission.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly gave up 5 earned runs in Milwaukee, and the Snakes got crushed 13-2 to start their series with the Brewers. Drip Vargas did extend his hit streak to 24 games in the loss, and today Eduardo Rodriguez will look for his 3rd win and to get the Snakes back on track. First pitch will be at 4:40, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And as the NBA playoffs roll on without the Phoenix Suns, the Spurs took care of the Blazers in 5 games and head to round 2. The Knicks took a 3-2 series lead over the Hawks last night, and the Sixers stayed alive to force a Game 6 back in Philadelphia. In some college basketball news, Mo Krivos and Ivan Karchenkov will return to the Arizona Wildcats for next year. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Diamondbacks home game versus the New York Mets, plus food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
The 9 o'clock hour, that means it is time for some social studies. You can find us on social media. We are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And you can tune in and watch us every single morning at Arizona Sports on YouTube. All right, the first question today, social studies. We've talked yesterday and today about what's next for the Phoenix Suns since their season is over. So we asked, what combo do you think makes the team best next season if they return? The combo of Devin Booker, Dillon Brooks, Jalen Green. The combo of just Devin Booker and Dillon Brooks. The combo of just Devin Booker and Jalen Green, or just Devin Booker. What combo of those 3?
Yeah, as a Dillon Brooks fan, I'm going to go the Dillon Brooks and Devin Booker route, and hopefully you can use Jalen Green and maybe some other pieces to get the size and the length you need.
That's where I would go as well. But if we branch out past the parameters of this question, success for the Suns goes past any of the possible combos that you just presented. It's about the side dishes of the combo. Are you getting sweet tots, or are you getting, but for the purposes of this question, I agree with Bick. Brooks and Booker.
Okay, yeah, that combo, 53% of the vote. The combo of all 3, Booker, Brooks, and Green, 34%. Booker and Green, 7%, and just Devin Booker, 4%. A lot of comments in the comment section. Scott Murray said, if I understood Kellen Olson correctly, keeping all 3 doesn't work. If that's the case, as much as I really like Jalen, they did win quite a few games with just Booker and Brooks. However, there's also a discussion about who has more trade value if you want to move off of Brooks or Green. I think that's a good response. Let's see. Jonesy said they will never trade Devin Booker, ever. Not saying they shouldn't consider it. They just won't. Green stayed, quote, healthy down the stretch and will be used as maybe a centerpiece in a trade this offseason. And Tom, an advocate for all three, saying you need to run it back and figure out a way for this trio to work. All three can score 30 on any given night. Let's see what a second season under Jordan Knott can produce. A different outlook there. Okay, all right. So the Arizona Cardinals draft is come and gone. Which player will have a bigger impact next season and why? The three options: Jeremiah Love, Chase Bizantes, or Carson Beck.
You can even start, sit, cut them if you want.
Yeah. Impact next
Go ahead,
season.
you can go first.
Yeah, I'm voting Jeremiah Love. If you want to do the start, sit, cut thing, I would go Jeremiah Love, Chase Bizantes, cutting Carson Beck.
Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
Because you know the first two guys are going to be starters day one.
Right. This response from PCA was interesting. In terms of stats and playing time, it's Jeremiah Love. But in reality, the Cardinals have put themselves in a position where the entire point of 2026 will be to determine whether Carson Beck is your franchise quarterback and whether you need to draft one in 2027. So an interesting way of looking at that. Eddie V said, it darn well better be Jeremiah Love. If he doesn't have a good season next year, Cardinal fans are going to lose their freaking minds, babe. And Daylight Film says, I'm interested in seeing how Monty's previous picks on the defensive line work out. Hint, hint, Walter Nolan. Again, not this year's draft, but last year's. And our last question today. This was brought up on the discussion that we had about the Topgolf. A drunk driver, let's say, drove into the hitting grounds, the range of Topgolf.
Right.
And so we had that discussion, but also a discussion of, do you like Topgolf? So it brought up, what is the greatest arcade/sports bar game ever?
Ooh.
And why?
There's two. There's two clear winners for me.
Okay.
Golden Tee is one, and NBA Jam O'Neal.
Boom shakalaka!
Boom shakalaka!
He's heating up.
He's on fire.
But we're talking about, it has to be within the sports bar. Like, again, I played NBA Jam more at home than I did in the bars or the arcades.
It could be kind of, similar, like that type of game.
I'm not nearly the golf guy that Bick is. We know this. Golden Tee is a really heck of a lot of fun.
It is. It's elite.
Yeah.
It's elite.
Let's go to some of the answers. I can't think of one.
Golden Tee in college, Jarrett knows, at Dbacks, they have a Golden Tee. And I would play it quite frequently. It's fantastic. So Dave
Have you been
Burns,
to the Dbacks here, by the way?
It's a conversation for another time.
Why,
I was
Sammy?
wondering if they captured the
I'm curious
the
what that's
feel.
all about.
First of all,
does Dirtbags work outside the dirty tee?
It does not and will not and never will. Secondly,
wow.
I can't show my face in there, so I was asking you.
That spot where the Dirtbags is, it is nearly impossible for a spot to stay in business on that corner.
That is true.
It is so hard. So I feel for them in that regard, but it's not the same. To the response of this question, Dave Burns said, so age dependent, but in the early 80s at the Chuck E. Cheese in Tempe, the line was always longest for Tron.
Ooh, I remember that game.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is a great one from Yetski. The USA versus USSR.
Yes.
Oh, the bubble hockey?
Bubble hockey one.
That's a good one.
Let's see. Sun Devil Doug had a good one, and this is becoming more prevalent at bars now. Hard to not go against the punching machine with the punching bag, because watching I've seen dudes legitimately break their wrists punching the punching machine. It's a people watcher's paradise. And it is a great people watch.
Asteroids, Galaga, Pac-Man.
NBA Jam, a hot commodity.
Street Fighter 2, Mortal Kombat.
And I like Daniels. It's very simple. I still can get lost in a pinball machine for hours.
Oh, see, I like that too.
Yep.
See,
I like that
I came
too.
up with my answer while everybody else was coming up with theirs.
Okay.
For me, the most time I've spent in that environment doing anything. You guys remember NTN trivia?
No.
Where you had the little keypad, and you'd play trivia on the TV, and you'd play against people all across the country.
Oh wow.
I would do that when I was really young, every single night.
Wow. I want to finish.
So much fun.
A buddy of mine, when I was growing up, had a pinball machine in his basement, which I thought was so luxurious.
So nice.
He also had a slot machine that his dad had stocked with silver dollars, and one day I was at his house. He's like, check this out. So we went, unscrewed the back of it, and we kind of held it until we got all sevens. About 100 silver dollars that we just kind of went off and bought pixie sticks with. You know what I mean?
Outlaws.
Right.
Pixie sticks. $100 worth of pixie sticks, please.
Right.
I want to finish Daniel's response. So he mentioned the pinball machine, but he said years ago in Daytona, he and his buddies found a bar that had a full-size free throw basketball setup. We had to force ourselves to leave 5 hours later. That's pretty dang good.
Look, if Dave and Buster's is the place, I'm going to the full-size hoops.
Yep.
Papa Shot is fun. The full-size hoops are funner.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
I totally love that.
So a fun question there on social studies. We're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports.
All right, thank you, Sammy. Coming up next, the big Devin Booker question. Is it even a question? We'll get into it more next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Carson Beck. Why not run this kid out there week one? I mean, it's not like Jacoby Brissett is your franchise quarterback going forward. This is a situation where Jacoby has been a backup his entire career for the most part. And, hey, by the way, we've got this kid who checks all the boxes. What do you say we throw this 6-year senior who's 23 years old? What do you say we throw him out on the field week one and let him show us what he's got, Mike LaFleur?
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Life Changer loan does exactly what it says it does. It changes lives. It allows people to pay off their homes in years, not decades, saves clients hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest. But there's another element to the Life Changer loan that comes in really handy, and that's because when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because Life Changer loan clients get to keep 24/7 access to their equity, and there's no monthly minimum payment. So in times of unrest, in times of financial uncertainty, Life Changer loan clients can navigate their way. In fact, they had a client go 5 years without putting a single dollar into their loan after the market crashed in 2008. Yeah, that balance went up every month on interest due, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. That's the kind of power you get with Life Changer loan. You get the freedom, the flexibility, and more importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. When times are good, you can pay down and pay off quickly, and should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier because you can always borrow back from yourself because you've got that 24/7 access to your equity. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more, see if you're a good fit. If you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with Dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks.tv. Visit Dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most, after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, buying a new vehicle is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And right now, you can get supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 models. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by April 30th, 2026.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Hey, it's Luke. Which Suns players have to make the biggest jump next season if the Suns are going to make a jump next season? We'll be talking Suns at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I mean, it's really been the test of, most of my career. I talked about stability, and, I think the only time I've had a coach in 2 or 3 years was Monty. And, we built the chemistry quick and ended up having some big success. So, just roll with the punches, continue to be a leader, and, still blessed to be, in this position. And I don't take it for granted. So, I approach every day with a new chance mindset, and, we did some good things this year.
Devin Booker on Monday night after the Suns got swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder asked the question, hey, what'd you learn about yourself this season? We've had this discussion in a couple of different forms. It came up again during social studies where somebody said, the Suns will never do it.
Yeah.
It seems that way.
It does.
It also, if you had to gauge what would be more possible in the future, the Suns coming to the realization we're going to trade Devin Booker, or Devin Booker approaching the Suns and saying, I'd like to be traded out of town. What would be more possible?
The latter, I think.
I think so too, but it's not by much.
Yeah. Unless there is credence to Stephen A. Smith's criticism that he's very comfortable here. That he's got enough now to feel complete even without the championship. I don't know. And again,
does he strike you that way?
No, he does not. But again, I also think I was very, very puzzled by his demeanor during the Kevin Durant era, which I blame mostly on KD for kind of like bringing that way too chill vibe to him. So I don't know. I do think I do know for a fact that after the playoff loss to the Mavericks and Luka, I didn't like his reaction. I don't even think he talked after Game 7. Or maybe it was the following year, the sweep that he didn't.
It was one of those.
It was one of those years
where he didn't talk after the game, and then also dipped out early on exit interview day.
Right, but I also agree with you. It's very easy to mistake Devin Booker's his ongoing sense of cool that publicly when he's speaking, he's not going to show any weakness or any emotion at all. It's easy to conflate that with a player who no longer cares. You see him on the court when he burns hot. At the end of the game, at the end of Game 4, when he put that forearm right in the nose of Chet Holmgren, that was Devin Booker getting to that edge of anger. So, and I'm actually glad to see that. I just think the reason why I think it's a fair conversation, it's that if Devin Booker is in some state of decline, and it's fair to ask that question, if he's in some state of decline, you still can trade him now. But maybe next year when the money is, if it continues, no one's going to trade for that contract. That's all I'm saying. That's why I think that if you're a team, you've got to at least listen. And I don't want that to be considered sacrilege. I don't want the devotion to be to a player and not the team.
I I agree. Oh, so many different ways to go. Don't you think? I mean, the Suns. There's so much comes up about Devin Booker's salary, and I'm not saying it's not a factor. He's in the upper echelon of the highest paid players in the NBA because that's the way the system works. If you reach certain benchmarks as a player, and a team shows loyalty and you show loyalty to the team, this is the way it's designed. That's just how it goes. So the Suns knew that. Don't you think the Suns would have gotten ahead of it before it reached this point?
I wonder.
And look, there's a lot of questions about, is Devin Booker the same player? If you look at his stats over the course of the regular season, it was a very Devin Booker season. 26.1 points, 6 assists. He shot 33% from three-point range, which was the same number he shot last year. He played in 64 of 82 games. This is kind of, it looked like a Devin Booker stat line. Now, people will point at the 4 games of the playoffs where he averaged 21 a game, and normally his scoring average goes up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It went down this year. It was a rough series for him.
I felt like this season in its entirety was a tick down for Devin Booker. And I'm not talking about numbers. I'm just talking about watching him play, watching the player. He didn't look to be as dynamic. He didn't look to be as aggressive or quick. The deferring thing, the facilitating thing. Now, again, this could be perfectly explained by the team that's around him and the fact that there's nobody else on the team that creates the gravity that he does.
Let me bring up another possibility. One of the things that people loved, and we talked about on this show extensively over the years, and we've been doing this show the entirety of Devin Booker's career. For about the first decade of his career, we always said it. He continues to improve every single year. Maybe he just reached the point where he is.
This is it.
This
is the finished product. Right.
And because he didn't show improvement, it's viewed as a tick down.
I was going to make that exact point, that I would say until 2 years ago, every year he had gotten better in some way, whether it was his ball handling, his passing, his shooting, his three-point shooting, his aggressiveness. Every year, when we commented on it, every year he's better at this, better at this, to the point, like I mentioned earlier, that he was in the top 10, and he was looking like he was going to get higher and higher as best players in the NBA, as a true superstar. It feels like the last 2 or 3 years he has not gotten better, and maybe it is that plateau that makes it feel like he's getting worse. It's also the lack of team success following the high team success.
And as a lot of people have pointed out, and fairly I might add, just the way he performed in that last playoff series. Yeah, you're facing a great defense. Yeah, you're facing double teams. But the Devin Booker of old, I think, finds a way to get the shot load up to where it was.
And also, he didn't have a good game versus Portland or Golden State either.
No.
So it wasn't just Oklahoma City.
So again,
you almost wanted to hear that he was injured or something.
Yeah, and again, I do agree with the very premise that, and I think a lot of it has to do with Matt Ishbia learned a very hard lesson when he came in here and traded for Kevin Durant. In his brain, he thought it was a no-brainer. He thought everybody in Phoenix would assume it was a no-brainer. He didn't realize how deep Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson went here, and he ain't making that mistake again. Plus, he really likes Devin Booker, and we all do. I think Devin Booker's been a phenomenal Phoenix Sun.
He has, in every single way.
Every single way.
But it goes past the popularity thing.
Yeah. But how are we going to rebuild this team to where it gets to a championship contending level? That's the question. And if you say, I don't care, I want Devin Booker, then you're siding with the player over the team.
This is where I get conflicted because you know me, I've always been team over player. And we've talked about that phenomenon too. There's so many basketball consumers who are player over team, which doesn't resonate with a lot of people. Devin Booker's different to me. He's the greatest player in Suns history. And I've been saying it for 4 or 5 years. I wasn't one saying it, after he broke Walter Davis's scoring record. I think he's the most important figure in this franchise's history from a playing standpoint. So, yes, you take the popularity of it. You take the fact that he does love it here, that this place means something to him. But then on the flip side, I'm like, you want the Suns to win a championship. Yeah. I would love it if both of those things came together and they were really close to making it come together. A championship with Devin Booker on the roster, but it just seems like those two paths are veering further apart right now.
Yeah. Okay. So my hope is that if they're obviously not even going to consider this, then they owe it to Devin Booker. And you might say, well, they don't owe him anything else. Yeah, they owe him a realistic shot at this. He has not next year will be the second time in his career where he's had the same coach for a second consecutive year. That's insane. That's insane. Monty Williams is the only guy.
And he went to a championship.
And he went to a championship with him. Now, the continuity with a head coach isn't going to get you to a championship. But having a playmaker next to you that's going to prevent defenses from doubling you every time you get the ball, that's the answer. And Devin Booker said as much after the game. He didn't name names, but he said, we need bigs around the rim to get the traffic away from the perimeter.
Yes. He's absolutely right.
It's easier said than done.
Of course it is. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the big problem facing things right now with the way things are currently situated.
I wish Jalen Green, because Jalen Green put 2 great games back-to-back in the play-in tournament. It wasn't the case so much during the series against the Thunder, because that would have amped up his trade value. Finally, I heard one great analogy that you're going to love on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, because there's a lot of people who can't see his greatness because of the way he hunts fouls on the basketball floor. Somebody said it's like Sherlock Holmes resorting to placing evidence on the people he's investigating.
I do. You were right. I did like that.
I knew you'd like that.
Hungry for a win? Text Smasher to 620 for your shot at $25 Sonic gift cards and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. One grand prize winner is going to take home a $500 gift card to Sonic. Coming up to end the show, we're going to talk to Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman. But we got this week's edition of Mock My World next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson Beck at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting very quickly, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that is why YRefi exists. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and YRefi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially, and they put together a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. It's not a temporary patch. It is a real long-term solution moving forward. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been a default for years, and even if every other lender has turned you away. They do it as well with no judgment, no shame. They're not going to grill you with endless questions about why you're in this situation. They've seen it all, and they want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what is possible. Make that call. Give YRefi a call today at 888-YRefi-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick, because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A 13-2 blowout is not how the Diamondbacks wanted to start their series with the Brewers yesterday, and Merrill Kelly has yet to be sharp since his return, giving up 5 earned runs, and Andrew Hoffman had a nightmare outing as well, giving up 8 runs in the 6th inning, and the Snakes will send Eduardo Rodriguez to the mound today, looking to bounce back, and first pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Suns season is over, and now what questions are we asking as the Suns head into the offseason? Find out at arizonasports.com today, and find out what Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman has to say about new Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love right here on Bickley and Murata at 9:45 this morning, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford is, which Suns player impressed you most in 2025 and 2026? Is it Dylan Brooks, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, Devin Booker, or other?
Go ahead and vote, Vinny.
I will vote. I mean, I consider the growth curve, so I'm going to say Colin Gillespie.
Okay. Dylan Brooks got 48% of the vote. Colin Gillespie, 30%. Jordan Goodwin, 18%. Other, 3%. And Devin Booker, 2%.
Interesting voting. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Mock My World is back last week. I don't know how. We did all things love. Or it could have been a movie, a song, a person, whatever. And both on X and Instagram, I had like between 58.8 and 60% of the vote. I don't know why.
I don't either.
I thought everybody's teams were all pretty even. But I would...
you got 60% of the vote on Instagram.
I know, yeah. And 58.8 on X, which is irretrievably broken at this point.
I think it's coming back. I think the poll questions are returning to form.
Oh, good. That engineer finally got back from his lunch break.
Yeah.
Way to go.
Wow.
So I got first place. Second place went to Jarrett. Sammy, a distant third. Bick in fourth. This week, this came up, and it apparently the earworm nature of it stuck in our ears because this week we're going down the road of most hateable songs of all time. Those songs that make you change the channel, that make you pull your hair out.
Yeah.
That make you say, this song sucks. In reverse order of last week's results. Bick, you will have the first vote.
Oh, okay.
First pick, Sammy. Second, Jarrett. Third, and I will go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft.
With the first pick in the draft, Dan Bickley selects We Built This City from Jefferson Starship.
It's on my list.
Now, do you guys, that is almost always ranked the number one worst song of all time.
It's horrible.
And you would never believe it's the same, it's a version of the same band that did like White Rabbit.
Or like Jane. Jane is a phenomenal song from Jefferson Starship.
Yeah. And then they dropped the Jefferson and just became Starship.
Yep.
And
First they dropped the airplane and became Starship.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. I think the worst song of all time, Friday.
By Rebecca Black.
Yes. Terrible.
You know she's still making music.
Yes, she
I
is.
saw she was on like Hollywood Squares or something.
Was she really?
The new Hollywood
It's the
Squares.
worst song ever.
I give that one a break because it was kind of a novelty internet thing, and I think it took off. And I actually
She was young.
somewhat
Wasn't she
felt
like a
bad.
teenager?
She got so much abuse. Yeah, she was like 12, I think, when that song came out.
Yeah.
Like, why is a 12-year-old
Way to
looking
go,
forward to
Sammy.
Friday?
Still a terrible song.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. All right, I'm going to go with the absolute embodiment of the ding dang do. Achy Breaky Heart.
Oh, it was on my
By
list.
Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yeah, same.
Very, very talented daughter. But
I agree.
What a hump that guy is.
I'm going to go with my first pick, Who Let the Dogs Out by Baha Men.
It's terrible.
I can't think of Baha Men without thinking about the Super Bowl story. When we were covering the Super Bowl in Tampa between the Giants and the Ravens, and the PR people were like, hey, Baha Men just got here. Do you guys want an interview? No.
That's right.
We don't.
We're good.
Then I'm going to go with, it's a song that's been played in some part today. No, I'm not picking it yet.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing, I'm picking Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Oh, come
Oh.
on.
They do, though.
They do.
Yeah.
And Cyndi Lauper has some bangers. Money Changes Everything. True Colors. Awesome. Girls Just Want to Have Fun sucks.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm with Vinny on this one.
I'm going with, for my money, the single most overplayed song ever in movies, in commercials, on the radio. Hey now, you're an all-star. All-star.
Right.
To the point, I think I might have even liked it when it first came out, but now I can't even listen to like a few notes of it without cringing.
See, doing this exercise with songs, and all my songs are relatively recent, and they're just annoying and terrible. So I'm going to take, What Does a Fox Say?
I had that on my list.
Absolutely
I like that. It was-
terrible. No, Jarrett.
It was silly in a silly way.
No.
So
Not even a little
I'm
bit.
with Sammy on this one.
Hotty, hotty,
No,
hotty, ho.
see, Jarrett would like this song.
Bick, you got two picks.
Barbie Girl.
Excellent one.
I've heard a great version of that song.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
And man, I cannot stand this next person, Megan Trainor, all about that bass.
No, I thought I was going to.
You know she got so skinny?
She did.
She's all treble now.
Oh my gosh. All right, I got one here. Man, I'm gonna take it started as a phenomenon, it's turned into a hateable song, Baby Shark.
Going hot.
It's
You're
very
going
catchy.
hard into the novelty song.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's where my brain's at.
Baby Shark is off the board, Jarrett. Where are you going to go?
I find this.
We picked the most hateable songs of all time.
I find this song annoying in every possible way. It was a humongous hit. I found the band annoying. I found the lyrics annoying. I found the way they're singing annoying. Bop by Hanson.
I don't know if I've ever heard that song.
Bop. Doop-a-doop-a-doo-wop.
That is, I will say this, that is one catchy song.
A lot of these are catchy. That's what makes them annoying and hateable.
No, catchy in a good way. Catchy in a bad way. Two different things.
Wow. I thought I'd get more support on
I'm going to go with another song by what I think is a great band. This is not one of their great songs. Mr. Roboto by Styx.
You've never done an epic karaoke session like I have.
Nor would I. In 6th grade, I loved it. I thought it was the coolest
Domo
thing ever.
arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo.
I'm Kilroy.
Domo.
Vinny, I think you have one more.
All members of Styx just grew to hate Dennis DeYoung at a certain point,
I think
right?
so.
Yeah.
I think that's accurate.
My last pick, there's so much left to pick from.
We could pick G League teams.
We could have a G League team.
I'm going to go with something more, I mean, it's not totally current, but it's a song that gets played a lot pregame at Suns games. Not so much anymore. But has anybody heard the song Otis by Kanye and Jay-Z?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God, it drives me up a wall.
Fair. I like it, but I don't have to hear it all the time. All right, Sir Jarrett.
The sample of the actual... Oh, it's so bad.
My last pick?
Yes.
This is a double one. It's because the song sucks. The triple one. The song sucks, the lyric sucks, and it introduced the world to Kid Rock. Ba with the ba.
Ba with the ba. Wow.
That's actually the one Kid Rock song I like. I do. I do.
All right, my last song.
Miss Kid.
The song sucks. It's I'm Gonna Be the 500 Miles. I
I love that song.
Oh, dude.
Proclaimers?
It sucks. Yes, Proclaimers. Terrible.
Young Sammy.
My team's crazy.
Look, a lot of people hate that. Pick, your last pick?
All right, I could say anything by Maroon 5. I could say anything by Weird Al Yankovic. I could say anything on Sammy Sabulka's playlist.
Yeah.
Hey, now.
I'm going to take My Humps by the Black Eyed Peas.
I have that on my...
They say the word hump 55 times in the song, Jarrett.
And they
Probably
also,
your favorite. What a hump!
And I'll tell you that actual women don't like it when you refer to them as lovely lady lumps. If you could believe it.
Oh, so many we missed. We got to move along, though. We'll get this up on X and Instagram for you to vote most hateable songs. And, hey, let us know what we missed and what you hate. I can't believe Ants Marching by Dave Matthews Band didn't get picked because I didn't pick it. Coming up next, we will talk with Notre Dame head football coach Marcus Freeman. To end today's show, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that was vintage Devin Booker against Oklahoma City. In this series against Oklahoma City, and I think to be fair, we got to count the play-in too, he didn't look like an elite scorer by any means.
He looked like he was thinking about playing the game as opposed to just playing the game. I think the responsibility that he feels for not just being the player he is, but to involve others is detrimental to his aggressiveness. I think he's trying to be something basically based on means that he really isn't. They need a point guard.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
My friends at Waltz are a Valley institution. They've been serving the Valley since 1957, which is 11 years before the Suns got here. But have you seen them lately? If not, go and take a look. Now, I've been to Waltz showroom in Tempe. These guys don't just sell televisions. They build home theaters. I'm talking full surround sound, screens calibrated perfectly for the dimensions of your room, smart controls so you can switch from the Suns games to your music with one button. If you've ever dreamed of having the ultimate sports cave, Waltz makes that happen. They'll deliver it, mount it, calibrate it, program your remote, set up your streaming apps, and walk you through everything before they leave, same day if you need it. That's the difference. Remember, when you buy from Waltz, you're buying from an authorized dealer. That means your Samsung, your LG, your Sony comes with full manufacturer warranties, no fine print, no sorry you bought it from an unauthorized dealer. Waltz has your back from day one. Finally, people assume Waltz is is more expensive because it's not a warehouse. Wrong. They're price competitive with the big box stores on the exact same models, but here's what you don't get at one of those big box stores. Somebody who answers your phone when something goes wrong. Someone who comes back to your house if there's an issue. At those big box stores, you don't get that kind of treatment. At Waltz, you're paying the same price and getting 10 times the service. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports. It is our pleasure to welcome to the show via video to give us a closer look on one of the newest Arizona Cardinals, Jeremiah Love. His head coach of Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, our guest. Coach Freeman, Thanks for joining us. We had you on before you were at the Fiesta Bowl, right after you got the job, and we appreciate you coming back on today.
That's quite a while. That's quite a while in between visits, but
yes, it is.
I'm glad to be back.
Obviously, there's a ton of excitement about Jeremiah Love. From your perspective, just give us your thumbnail on what kind of player, young man, leader, all of that the Arizona Cardinals are getting.
You know, I think his play speaks for himself. He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his ability his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn. But he's a great human being. He's a great person that understands that this platform isn't just about you. It's about something bigger than yourself. And he's matured in his preparation. He's matured in the way he takes care of his body. And he's just, I'm excited to see him at the next level.
It was amazing at his debut press conference for the Arizona Cardinals. It was absolutely dazzling, Marcus. And he didn't come off at all like some young kids do. Had just a great sense of conviction, a great presence about him. Could you speak to that, to what's inside this young man?
Well, I think it's a huge reflection of the way he was raised. two great parents, mother and father, are great human beings that have done an exceptional job raising him. And he's been put in that situation multiple times here at Notre Dame where you have to speak on behalf of the football team about yourself. And I think it's a reflection of a community from the way he was raised to here, really pouring into who he is. And he's going to continue to do those great things and be a great representation of the Arizona Cardinals.
Marcus Freeman, the head coach of the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Now, you were blessed, obviously, with two great running backs in your offense over the past couple seasons, not only with Jeremiah, but Jadarian Price, who also went in the first round late to the Seattle Seahawks. And people will look at stats on a running back and say, well, he didn't get as many touches. You got a chance to use both backs. What would Jeremiah Love's stat line look like if you didn't have Jadarian Price to use in that offense?
We could have gave him the ball every play. And seriously, and we could have threw him the ball. We could have handed the ball off to him. And what you would have saw was the stats would have been double or triple what they were. But that wasn't what was best for him or for our program. And it's a reflection of his unselfishness. He was Jadarian's biggest supporter. He wanted Jadarian to carry the ball, to score as much as he did. And that to me tells you what type of person he is. He's not a selfish person. He's a competitive person, but he is an unbelievable teammate that knows the success of the team will ultimately give him those individual accolades that he desires. And so he is an amazing human being.
His coach raised some eyebrows after his introductory press conference. He told some reporters that his son turned down 7-figure NIL offers to earn his place in Notre Dame history. Is that the kind of standing for something bigger that you spoke of earlier? Stuff like that?
Yeah, I think both Jeremiah and Jadarian, you look at both of those guys, and I'm sure teams were offering them more money. I know they told me, but it shows that it isn't about instant gratification. They see the long-term vision of what playing at Notre Dame and getting your degree from Notre Dame can do for you. And Jadarian's a guy that had many opportunities to go and be running back one at other schools. And he said, no, I want to get my degree at Notre Dame and stay here and I will make the most of my opportunities. And you got Jeremiah, who I'm sure got bigger offers and understood like there's value in this place more than just the almighty dollar. There will always be somebody that tries to pay you a little bit more, but that isn't what life's about. And I think both of those guys are seeing the reward of those decisions right now as we talk about them.
Marcus Freeman, our guest here on Arizona Sports. The NFL draft is fascinating because you get statements like running back is not a premium position. So the Cardinals got a lot of heat for taking a running back in their current state. They're coming off a 3-win season. Should they beef up the line? Should they go with a playmaker? They go with a playmaker. I'd love to get your perspective on that because my thought, Coach, is that you're going to give a guy the ball potentially 25 times a game, and he's that explosive and that able to make big plays for your team, that becomes a premium position. What is your take on all of that?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be GMs that have their opinion, and here's my opinion. It all starts with a quarterback.
Yes.
If you have a quarterback, great. If you don't, you probably need to get a quarterback. But then I look at guys that can change the game. And Jeremiah Love is as good as anyone I've ever been around that can impact and change a game. And you're going to give that guy the ball more than you probably expected to because, when the ball's in his hands, he's going to impact the game. He can do things without the ball in his hands that will impact the game. And he is as valuable as a football player as anybody in that draft. And I think the Cardinals made a great selection.
All right, so you're Fighting Irish, obviously a national brand, but also a huge deal in the state of Indiana, and the Hoosiers are now the national champions. Now, you beat them in the first round of the playoffs 2 years ago. What is the effect of Indiana winning a national championship done for the sport, in your opinion?
I think it has created an excitement that any team each year can win the national championship. Nobody would have thought Indiana would have won a national championship. Yes, they did. And it's a credit to Coach Ignetti and what they've done and how their formula for success, right? And everybody has a formula for success, and they did an incredible job. And so I think it's exciting for college football. I don't know it's exciting for me as the head coach at Notre Dame to have Indiana win a national championship, but I have a lot of respect for what they accomplished. And we better make sure that we're in a position to truly reach our full potential, because if you don't, you know what, you're going to get beat. And there's going to be a team that is playing the way Indiana played last year that's going to have a chance to win it all. And so we have to make sure we focus on elevating the ceiling of our ceiling height based on recruiting, and then really developing our team, coaches and players.
Well, one thing that is irrefutable, Coach, is you still have the claim. You're the last team to beat Indiana. You beat them in the playoffs 2 years ago. You still got that going for you.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much for making time for us today, Marcus. You're doing a great job, obviously.
I appreciate it, man. It's been good to be on here, and hopefully we don't have to wait another 5 years.
Yeah, let's do it sooner. Thanks, Coach. We appreciate your time. Marcus Freeman, the head coach of Notre Dame football, our guest to close out today's edition. Some glowing things to say about the newest Arizona Cardinal, Jeremiah Love. That is going to do it for us today. Thank you to Coach Freeman for joining us. Thanks to Jody Jackson as well. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. bright and early. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Diamondbacks pitching is in a funk, but Ildemaro Vargas keeps his hit streak alive in a loss to the Brewers. Cancun on 3. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander pokes fun at Dylan Brooks after the Thunder's sweep of the Suns. And former Cardinals defensive lineman Josh Morrow dead at 35. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Message and data rates may apply. Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Merrill Kelly gave up 5 runs in Milwaukee, and the Snakes got crushed 13-2 to start the series with the Brewers. Drip Vargas did extend his hit streak to 24 games in the loss, and today Eduardo Rodriguez will look to get his 3rd win of the season and get the Snakes back on track. First pitch will be at 4:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the NBA playoffs roll on without the Phoenix Suns, the Spurs took care of the Blazers in 5 games and head to round 2. The Knicks took a 3-2 series lead over the Hawks last night, and the Sixers stayed alive to force a Game 6 back in Philly. And in some college basketball news, Mo Krivas and Ivan Karchenkov will return to the Arizona Wildcats for another season, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're live in Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Is this thing on?
Is it?
I think so. Okay. Can you hear me right now, Basinonians? Yes.
I'm sitting right next to you, though, so I don't know.
Hey, what's up, man? Are you kidding me? Hump Day! You gotta love that. See, I can see that right there. Sammy the Bull, fist in the air, was all fired up about that.
Because he's already through.
The one guy that drops around, you know, the guy who always walks around and he just throws stuff out there like happy day before Friday on a Thursday, you know what I mean?
That guy.
I mean, just please, bud, just knock it off. If you're that guy, just please, don't say anything, okay? Little tip from
What about the person in the office that calls Friday Friday? How do you feel about that? That doesn't seem like a big wolf person.
I do not believe you. Somebody's walking around saying
absolutely.
Friday?
The number of people that are listening right now, they're like, yeah, I know who that is in my office.
Yeah. Okay, please.
No thanks?
Are you kidding me? I like doing my job, Basinonians. I like working hard. Yes.
What if I told you
kidding me?
There was like a Diamondbacks game that
Friday!
cut our show short tomorrow and you didn't have to come in?
Yes.
Would you be okay
happy,
with it?
No. Happy day before Friday. Oh, stop it, please.
That's how about somebody's got a case of the Mondays? Big fan of that one. Max Stark's going to join us to talk football in a couple hours. Amiel Sadeh is going to join us to talk D-backs. Probably going to ask him about starting rotation, at least several times. Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, will join us in about 10 minutes.
Bobby.
To talk about what is next for the Phoenix Suns, and we'll see what else happens throughout the show today, too, because you never really know. But maybe we should, but you never do. Let's start with the D-backs, though, Wolf. The first time in a while we've got to start the show with the D-backs because Suns have been in the playoffs, or the Cardinals are getting ready to do the draft. Diamondbacks had center stage last night, and it did not go well. A 13-2 loss to the Brewers. They have lost 5 of 7. It's hard to talk about them without talking about the rotation lately. Last couple times through the rotation have not been great for 3 of the starters, at least. But they take the loss. They're now 2 games above 500, and they are down 0-1 in this series to the Brewers.
Yeah, for me too, Basinonians, it's not just the starting rotation, of course. It never is, correct? There's all sorts of things that are going on with the Diamondbacks right now, and I would also say, what, I'm very, very disappointed in regard to their defense overall. Listen, Actually, they've lost 5 of their last 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
Lost 5 of their last 7, but I don't like counting the last 7th game of that. It's really their last 6 games that I think you need to focus on, because that 7th game includes the game against the Blue Jays, where they actually won that series. That's to me,
fair. Okay.
Yeah, that to me is, well, you know what? They weren't able to sweep the Blue Jays. Okay. Having said that, over their last 6 games, they're 2-4, and that to me is a better number, a better way to approach it. Their starting pitching hasn't been good, as Luke has said. Their defense, they've allowed actually, 6 games and 5 errors in 6 games.
Yeah.
Where their opponents only allowed 1 in that same 6-game span.
Yeah.
So it's a situation
errors.
where they're not playing well in the field. That's always an indicator that a team is kind of drifting a little bit. And that happens, I think, in the game of baseball.
Well, that happened to them at the start of last year, and it did not make their general manager
It
real
happens
happy.
in the game of football as well. A team can collectively drift a little bit.
Yeah, but this is not a team that can do it. Now, I understand 162 games, every team's going to do it a little bit. I mean, look at the Dodgers. All of a sudden, they can't score runs, but they'll still win the division. The Diamondbacks cannot have stretches like this where they are committing errors, because you then see, and look, you can commit some. Nobody's expecting you to go 162 games without committing an error. But would you just say 5 in the last 6 games?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the starting pitching doesn't look as good? Well, I wonder if those things might be connected.
Yes.
And when you're a team that is trying and is built to win games with pitching and defense, and I don't know if being aggressive on the base paths is necessarily part of their identity anymore like it was a few years ago. I mean, they can be. But they're not.
I really
that.
don't think so. I don't think so.
Their aggression on the base paths is more if Corbin Carroll hits one in the gap, his aggression out of home plate.
Right.
But it's not from first to second. But you're built to win games with pitching and defense. If your pitching and defense let you down, you're not going to win a whole lot of games.
You're not. And not only that, too, it's not just the pitching and the defense. They've been bettered by their opponents in terms of hits and runs in the same period. Now, I know that the last game, okay, it skews the numbers an awful lot, but they have been outscored, even if you eliminate the Brewer game. Even eliminate that. They have been outscored by their opponents. So once again, it's a situation, their starting pitching has not been good at all. Their defense hasn't been Diamondback defense. And you know what? They're in a lull at the plate right now.
Well, most of them are, not this guy.
Here's the 0-2. Swung on, line drive, right center field. That's down for a base hit. Incredible. Vargas finds a way in this blowout to come up with something positive. It's a leadoff single, and the hitting streak is up to 24.
Okay, so maybe that hit didn't have an impact on the game, but most of his have in this hitting streak, and his hitting streak is up to 24 games. It was the only highlight of the game yesterday for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah.
There really wasn't much to enjoy from that game. That's the sort of game you just say, hey, guess what? There's 162 of these. Let's forget about this as quickly as possible. But you can't talk it out of existence. You have to go out there and play well today and get a win.
You know what's amazing? It's Steve Breston. Do you remember Steve Breston? Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
They had a pretty good receiving core back then.
Steve Breston and Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald. Look, everybody, it's the big three. It's the greatest show on turf, part 2.
That was pretty good.
With Kurt Warner as their quarterback once again. Steve Breston was a guy that came out of nowhere, kind of like Ildemaro Vargas, I would say. A little bit different, the circumstances surrounding their career, but Steve Breston had an unbelievable offseason. And for me, I never believed that it would translate into actually going into pads. He had this great offseason where he was doing really, really well in OTAs, of course, and the mini camps, and he was having an excellent offseason, really producing, and yet there's no way that was going to carry over into the regular season, and it did. Ildemaro Vargas, the circumstances surrounding him, totally different. Yet at the same time, a name that, again, has come out of nowhere, I think, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and yet it's one of the best stories they got going.
I don't even know if saying he came out of nowhere does it justice. It's like you thought you knew what he was
6 times in the last 11 years, and all of a sudden now he's amazing.
Yes. So with 5 of those times being, he's a guy that's going to be near the end of the roster, of course.
He'll be a minor leaguer. He'll bounce up and down. Okay, we're going to let him go, or we're going to bring him back. Jose Fernandez is a guy that feels like he came out of relatively nowhere. Ildemaro Vargas, I feel like we knew what he was in 2017.
Yeah.
It's 2026, and he's leading
that
baseball.
Makes it even more of a shock.
That's what I'm
to
saying.
Me. That's my point.
There's not even a way to phrase it.
Yeah. Steve Breston really, it just, wow. You really? He's your number 3 receiver? He's going to light the lamp? And that's exactly what he did. Well, Ildemaro Vargas, the same thing. It's just incredible to see it. It's just one of the best stories. And I love it, too, because he's been through an awful lot. I love it because he is 34 years old. Typically, you're not going to say that, but it feels like he's a 34-year-old rookie. And I know that is disrespectful to say that, but that's how I feel about Ildemaro.
No, but it does sort of have it's been a month. But if this continues all season, it has like a Disney movie vibe, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
Like if Jose Fernandez, great story, but he is a prospect. He may not have been rated highly outside of the organization, but internally, and we're going to talk to Amiel today, but Amiel's a guy who told us a month ago they had very high expectations for him when they first got him. That stuff does happen. Stuff like this is like a movie where you've bounced around major leaguer, minor leaguer, hitting 168. Okay, now you're back in the majors. Okay, now you're on this team for 11 years. And all of a sudden, you're one of the best hitters in baseball.
Drip too hard. People cannot. What was that?
Drip too hard.
Oh, drip too hard. Okay. Yeah, drip.
Drip too hard. We have to stretch it out, though, a little bit so we can hear it.
Yeah.
All
drip.
Right. What changes do the Suns need to make this summer? We're going to talk to ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game 1 starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, even with basketball players with Malowich and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Listen, let's talk about your smile. Are you happy with your smile right now? Are you happy with your smile? No, you're not? Well, you need to go see my good friend, Dr. Joe, at Aria Dental Implant Center. He's helped over 2,500 full-mouth patients and placed 20,000-plus implants, man. 20,000-plus. And when it comes to the All-on-4 full-mouth implant, experience is everything. I've had the All-on-4. I've told you about this now for years, literally. Maybe you want to bite into a steak, crunch into an apple, smile for a picture once again, a family picture, smile real nice. Well, Aria Dental Implant Center can actually help you do that. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
All right, we've had a couple days for the dust to settle on the end of the Phoenix Suns' unexpected season, certainly, Wolf. So now I think we got just the exact right guy to talk to joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks is joining us. Bobby, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
I'm good, guys. How we doing?
Doing well, man.
I'm good. Let's start here. You know, based on your experience in and around the league, when your season ends, and the Suns had an unexpectedly good season, but obviously it ended pretty unceremoniously playing Oklahoma City. Like, how much time do you separate from the end of the season before you start trying to make decisions?
Well, I mean, I think there's a process here. They've probably already have done exit interviews with their own players. I mean, we've got the combine is less than 2 weeks away. You know, I think you probably want to get away a little bit and just kind of digest as far as kind of what you've been through. It's been a long year, I think, for everyone here. And I think the combine is probably your next phase as far as regrouping as a staff to figure out kind of where you go with this roster and the direction here. You've got certainly some free agents you've got to figure out with Gillespie and Williams and Goodwin, the ability to bring those three guys back. And then I think the most important thing is too, is like, how does this team get better? Can it get better as is? Like that's probably, and that's always the hardest thing. Like a team that kind of overachieves, and now it's like, you know, it's kind of like Portland's going to have to go through it. Some of these teams that maybe weren't projected to win as many games. I think Phoenix fits in that criteria there. With, you know, how do you get better without overreacting and doing something reckless? Because I've seen that happen a lot too here. But I do think you do want to get away from it a little bit here, but I do think the combine probably gives you the next hour because it comes fast. You know, it's like it's a little bit different than a year ago when the season ends. You know, it's been 2 weeks since 10 other teams have been sitting at home, or maybe even 3 weeks here. So it does come fast. And as I said, like we'll look up at the calendar and we'll be getting ready to go to Chicago for the combine.
You know what's amazing, Bobby? The fact that they were 30-19 and then they trailed off. They were 30-19 and just kind of trailed off at the end, right down to losing the play-in game to Portland. Why do you think they weren't as good?
Well, I mean, I think there's a couple things. I think the ability to kind of close out games hurt. That was down the stretch, at least in March and April here. I think they were 2-5 in their last 7 games in clutch games which certainly had a role, an impact. I think the Brooks injury probably played a little bit of a role of him, of him being out. I think when you are a roster that kind of overachieves, your margin for error is so small. I mean that's the thing. I think it's kind of like look like I guess we're seeing a little bit with Detroit, who probably doesn't have the best, I guess we can say like, the top heavy with all these, superstars and everything like that. And they've got to compete at a high level every night. And if you kind of trail off a little bit, you're going to be down 3-1 here. So I think those combinations, I think when you look at it from Phoenix perspective, I think the competition was probably better than maybe what it was in the first 50 games here too. And that's kind of where you are. I mean, I think it shows you the importance of whether it be not being in the play-in, being in the top 6, avoiding, certainly avoiding Oklahoma City. I mean, you would have made if it was Portland who was playing the Thunder, they would have probably got swept also here. So I think it does show you, and seeding matters when you get into play, especially in the Western Conference. I mean, these two teams are going to be here for a long time. I mean, if they get to a conference final, San Antonio and Oklahoma City, from my perspective, after watching the first week, that's the equivalent of the NBA Finals.
Mm-hmm.
They're the two best teams easily right now that are left playing.
And they will be for a while. We're talking to Bobby Marks right now. Bobby, I want to go back to a couple things you said in there. You said after losing like this, when maybe you overachieved all season, you don't want to do anything reckless. But you also talked about how does this team get better. Personally, I would say the talk of trading Devin Booker would fall into the reckless category to me. But where do you come out on what pieces do they have if they are trying to get better that would have trade value on this team?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got to feel, Dylan's extension eligible. He'll be going into the last year of his contract here, so you got to make a decision on him, whether to extend or how does he fit with this group moving forward. Jalen's got 2 more years left. There's a player option in year 2 of that deal. The Booker number is high. I mean, it's a big, even if you wanted to go down that road, it's a monster number, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like that thing is, and the extension part hasn't even kicked in yet. So that's that's the hard thing there. And then you've got some other pieces with O'Neal and Grayson and guys like that. You'll have a couple picks to trade in the future. 20, I think the 27, it's the least favorable first, and then in 1 and 33 you can move off of. So those are kind of your pieces. The big thing, besides the trades and free agency, the big thing that you need this summer is your 2 picks to really develop.
Yeah.
That is like the crux of it all. With Fleming, who you saw some good moments, and Malawach, I mean, you pick them at 10. They've got to step into a consistent role with this group. That's how things take another level. Like I always joke and I say, like, we don't have cameras in these practice facilities, so we don't really see these guys. And then we get to October and like, my God, this guy took a huge jump, right? Like that is 2 big things that really have to happen, is those 2 picks from last year to take a big step. And then the other 2 with Oso and Ryan, who you drafted I guess 2 years ago here, like that. When you don't have that many picks to rely on, the 4 of them have to develop into, more, consistent minutes with the group.
Bobby, we were talking about the fact the Phoenix Suns through 49 games, once again, 30 and 19, and then they seem to trail off. Jalen Green obviously missed 52 of those games, and yet there is some type of correlation where you could look at it and really ask a question. Were the Phoenix Suns a better team with Jalen Green or not? I think it's a legitimate question you could actually ask. I'm not talking about from a talent perspective. I'm talking about from a performance perspective.
Yeah, I mean, there's I always say, like, that's why people get in trouble when you kind of give grades in the offseason here, because what looks good on paper is sometimes the fit, right? It's like, he's got the ball in his hands more. Devin's playing off the ball more here. There was the point in that Oklahoma City series where I'm waiting for like Devin to get going, right? I'm probably all like he's deferring a little bit more than you probably would you have hoped for. And I think that's the thing when you that's part of the evaluation period that you're going to look at in the next couple months, or probably leading up to the draft, as far as the fit between those two players. Because as you said, like the what you saw in the court was a little bit different when Green didn't play compared to when he came back.
Talking to Bobby Marks. Bobby, just going back to the two guys they drafted this year, Rasheer Fleming and Kaman Malwatch. When you look at those guys, and they did both show flashes this season, and obviously took Malwatch with a top 10 pick, what do you see as their ceiling in this league?
I mean, they're different. I mean, Fleming had more of a body of work in college. Coming out, he's probably a little bit more established, certainly with Malwatch, the year at Duke, probably a little more of a development. I think his ceiling, Malwatch's ceiling, is, I think, through the roof. I think as from a shot blocker, rim protector, rim runner, lob threat, I think you can kind of combine all that paint presence. I think that's the big thing that you don't have. Mark gave the group a good lift, and they're defensively, it changed the identity a little bit here, and certainly with Dylan. I think the one thing that you lack is a guy that can protect the rim. I mean, that's the big thing. And I think that if you can slide him in there, that gives you a big lift. I think Fleming, we always say that we all want big wings. And I think he's a guy that can guard multiple positions. He can certainly guard 4s and 3s, and then maybe at sometimes small ball 5 and everything like that. So I think both guys have a chance to be good rotation players and potentially starters next year. But as I said, the summer is going to be really critical for both.
I tell you, any Suns fan trying to keep up with all this, check out Bobby Marks on X. You have a chart up on the Suns that just explains everything basically in one chart, and you're doing this for every team, which is crazy.
I know. I always say the offseason articles ages me.
I don't know how you do it, honestly,
especially
for every
the playoff teams.
Especially with the NBA, the way their contracts are set up. Bobby, thank you so much. We appreciate this.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, take care. That's Bobby Marks joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, if you go to his X page, he's done it for all the teams that are out, but you just click on this one chart. It has everything on the Suns, all the free agents, how much money. It's all right there. He couldn't make it much more simple for everybody, which is saying something in the NBA, because the NBA doesn't make it simple to keep up with all this stuff like the other sports do. All right, when we come back, let's get into football. How does Kurt Warner feel about Carson Beck as the potential future franchise quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It is home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make during home selling season is obviously selling your home and settling for less money. You don't want to do that, and that never happens with Orchard. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Low-ball offers could wear you down. They could make you settle for thousands less. You don't want to do that again, but you don't have to, because when you sell with an Orchard agent, you're in a much better position. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market, and they do it for top dollar, and here's how. Orchard will give you cash first up front to buy and move into your new home. You get that part done. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're settled into your new home, you're a lot more comfortable. That hassle, that part of the stress is gone. Then your Orchard agent will help you sell your old home on market for top dollar. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Is your closet overflowing? Your garage packed, but unusable? That's where Space Solutions comes in. We design custom closets, garages, and storage systems that turn wasted space into organized, functional living. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years in a row. Family-owned, Arizona-built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home design consultations. Spring appointments are filling fast, so book yours today at SpaceSolutionsAZ.com. That's SpaceSolutionsAZ.com.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. So was Matt LaFleur the one who wanted Jeremiah Love the most in the Cardinals draft room? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, 98.7 FM. All right, let's get back into football. Thanks to Bobby Marks for joining us. Last segment, ESPN NBA front office insider. Quick outline of some of the things facing the Suns this summer. They got to make a real strong, real quick, definitive decision. I don't have to do it super quick, but within the next couple of weeks of like, how are you attacking this? Are you trying to fix some things around the edges? Do you feel like you need to get crazy and try to go after a star, like a superstar player? I mean, you'd have to basically blow up your team to do that. Is it worth doing that right now with Oklahoma City and San Antonio locked in for the next, I don't even know how many years? Let's get over to the Cardinals, Wolf, and the Carson Beck pick is certainly
one of the most polarizing in the draft, I would say.
I was going to say, we're going from the Suns, of course, and what they need to do in the offseason. And now, all of a sudden, let's talk about the Arizona Cardinals and Carson Beck.
It's a lot of book to Beck. That's what this show is this week.
There we
Book and
go.
Beck.
Nice.
Here's Kurt Warner. This is one of those guys that you maybe you listen a little bit more when Kurt Warner says something about a quarterback, and he did his QB Insider earlier this month, looked at Carson Beck, and this is what he likes about Beck.
Now, I really like Carson Beck in terms of how fluid he is as a thrower. Not a guy with a huge arm, but a guy with a lot of experience, whether it was at Georgia or at Miami. He's played a lot of football, and it may be one of the most intriguing quarterback prospects coming out.
All right. Intriguing.
Okay, intriguing. You've got me, Kurt. Intriguing. A fluid thrower. That is a good thing. I'm going to put that in the positive category. And one of the reasons why I'm going to put that in the positive category is because being fluid, of course, means you're also fluid mentally. You're seeing it clearly, and you're in rhythm. Being in rhythm is knowing what to do, and then knowing when you're thrown the curveball, so to speak, what to do after that. It's part of being fluid. Part of being fluid, of course, as a thrower, to me, is all about decision-making.
Well, here's more from Kurt Warner.
I think Beck is one of the most natural throwers of the football. And I know a lot of people don't really understand what that means, but it's the ability to understand technique so the ball comes out easy. The ability to use your body to control throws instead of driving everything with your arm and being mechanical. Carson Beck is really, really good at that. He throws a really nice deep ball. Good touch on it. Plenty of arm to get it there, but it's not flat. It's not hard. Get the ball up. Let your guy be able to chase it down and make the big plays.
So let me say two things here.
Yeah.
Because one, we're going to be talking about Carson Beck for a while because he's the best. He's the closest thing the Cardinals have to a potential franchise quarterback.
Isn't it going to be fun?
It is going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
But
we're going to see.
I want to throw out the disclaimer now because I don't want to have to say this every time we talk about Carson Beck. All right. I hope he ends up being good.
Yeah.
I want them to take a quarterback in the first round of the 2027 draft.
Okay.
Now, if Carson Beck is amazing this year and you found your guy, then that's even better. Then you can take Jeremiah Smith in the first round of the draft next year, whatever you want to do. But I don't want to have to say that every time. But the second we don't say it, people are going to be like, oh, you think Beck's the guy?
Right.
And that's
right.
But I want to try and look at some of the good here with Carson Beck. I didn't love the pick when they made it. I think it was a little early, but at the same time, they didn't pick again until 104. If that's your guy, take him, I guess. I want to look at some of the good. He is tall, and Kurt Warner's saying some good stuff about him.
Yeah, he is saying some good stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's good. You know what we've got to come up with? I'm just sorry to derail the entire beautiful part of the program, but we've got to come up with a system.
Okay.
Where going into next season,
all right,
and Carson Beck, let's just say they're going to start Carson Beck, hypothetically. I don't think they're going to do it from week one, ladies and gentlemen. I would. I would literally say, you're our guy. We're going to see what you're made of. We're going to throw you out there from week one, and we're going to give you every opportunity, every game. We're going to give you every opportunity to show us that you are indeed our guy going forward. We're going to have to come up with a system as to, did he look like your franchise quarterback or did he not look like your franchise quarterback? Okay, and it sounds really easy to say that, Basinonians, from game to game. Did he look like your franchise quarterback or did he not? But at the same time, you have to determine whether or not this young guy is actually developing. Did he show you anything? Is there a spark that is actually there? Is he getting better? Does it look like he's getting more comfortable? And you're going to have to do that from a game-to-game basis. And you're going to have to put it within the realm of this kid is a rookie.
Yeah.
He's a rookie. And even though he's had a lot of time, oh my goodness, 23 years old and a 6-year senior. Okay, he's had a lot of time at the college level, playing at a high level. He's had a lot of experience. You're still going to have to factor in the fact that he's a rookie. Okay, having said that, now I've got that out.
You're right, because you're going to have to basically anticipate the next 5 years of his career We're gonna have a game. It's gonna be called Back to the Future.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
we
it's gonna
got
be
1
right
year.
there.
We got
That's what I'm
one
saying.
year.
And you got to figure out what he's going to be for the next 5 years in that 1 year.
That's what we got to do. You got to be able to project that. So what Kurt Warner says about this guy really does matter to me. It matters to me as to what my expectation might be when they do run him out there and how early that is.
Hopefully it's early. I'll play one more good, and then there's some stuff he needs to work on.
I love seeing guys that can think, process, and get the ball out quickly. Talk about some of the other guys in this class that don't necessarily have great anticipation. They can make up for it a little bit more with their physical ability and the ability to drive the football. Again, that's not how Carson Beck plays.
Okay. Well, he was in college he's basically Van Wilder. He was in college for 6 years, right? So that's basically what he is.
Van Wilder, oh my goodness.
You haven't seen Van Wilder?
No. That is.
I already know Rick and Jamal haven't seen it, but
great.
people driving around have seen Van Wilder. All right.
I have no idea what Luke Lipinski is
Ryan
talking
Reynolds?
about right now, based on it. Seriously.
I
no
know
idea.
the reference.
Yeah.
I've not seen it, but I know the reference.
Not the sequels. Don't watch the sequels. Just watch the original Van Wilder.
Also seen Animal House. Like I know pop culture, Luke.
Okay.
I'm taking offense to this.
He's the purveyor of all things
Van
pop
Wilder's
culture. That is amazing.
Slightly more obscure than Animal House. That's why I was true.
Okay, can you just do this for me right now? Because what Kurt said at the beginning of that last cut, play it again, Luke.
The last cut?
Listen to this, yes.
Okay.
Listen to this, Basin.
This is going to be great live radio. You point to me the second you want me to stop.
Okay,
This is going to be really intense.
Yes.
Here we go.
I love seeing guys that can think, process, and get the ball out quickly. Talk about some of the other guys in this class that don't necessarily have great anticipation. They can make up for it a little bit more with their physical ability.
Yeah,
That was the
with
whole
their
cut.
physical ability.
There's like
right
2
there.
seconds left.
Their anticipation. He's talking about, once again, being a thrower of the football, Basinonians. And never forget that football is played from the inside out. It is, especially at the quarterback position. Are you kidding me? It starts with your senses and what it is that you're seeing. It starts with the knowledge of what the pre-snap was and what the post-snap is. And then you've got to put that all together quickly and make decisions. Your eyes cannot lie to you. And this is one of the reasons why the anticipation is so important. And it's good to hear that he thinks Carson Beck has really good anticipation.
Well, let me give you some more context to this before we hit the break. I'm not going to be able to play the rest of the audio, but he did.
Good. We have all show to do it.
He did point out that Beck's not the most mobile guy, needs to handle pressure better, needs to stay calm to be a starter in this league. But the context I want to give you is this is not something that Kurt Warner recorded after the Cardinals drafted Carson Beck. This is actually from 3 weeks ago. It's from before the draft. It's not like, oh, he did this because Kurt has ties to the Cardinals, and so he's looking for good things about the Cardinals' new quarterback. Nobody knew Carson Beck was going to be a Cardinal when he recorded this.
Okay, that's big.
Look at that. Look at that context.
I
Got you
like
some
that,
context.
man. That's good,
We can
Luke.
all watch 5 minutes of Van Wilder during the break.
You cleared that up for me.
The warm weather is here in Arizona Sports, and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off your kids around water. To learn about the 5 layers of protection, text SWIM to 620-620. All right, when we come back, how are the Suns players feeling following their quick exit from the playoffs? We're going to react to what some of these guys had to say yesterday in their exit interviews. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. If you've got some neck or you've got some back pain, Basinonians, you got to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them, of course, that's going to vary, Basinonians, on need. But they have award-winning doctors, man, and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping, of course, for you, and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for you and your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. All you got to do is text SPINE to 620-620 for disc.
This is the way. It's Star Wars Night at Chase Field on Saturday, May 9th, featuring the Gabby Moreno Mandalorian Bobble, courtesy of Cox. Visit Dbacks.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Drivers who switch their home and auto with Progressive could save money and time. Other things try to do this, but they really don't. Like the touchscreen at fast food places. It's not like you save time because it takes you longer to use a touchscreen than, I don't know, someone who works there. And another thing, you'd think it would save money because they're not paying a cashier, right? But no, same price. Also, why is there an option to tip? Who am I tipping? Exactly. Anyway, even if you can't save money and time with some things, you could with a Progressive home and auto bundle. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his third start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
All right, well, I just went out in the newsroom. They're all making fun of you guys for never having seen Van Wilder. But then they shame me for having never seen Tommy Boy.
Okay,
So, you guys have seen Tommy Boy?
Man.
Okay, so Jamal's seen Tommy Boy. I should have seen Tommy Boy.
Yeah, I've seen Tommy Boy. Okay,
Yeah.
don't.
Okay.
Hit it! That's right, Basinonians. We do not talk over the post here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Isn't that right, boys?
So Wolf didn't hear any of the movies I was talking about. And Rick, I'm surprised you haven't seen either of them because you're a movie guy.
Yeah, I'm more of a movie in the theaters guy.
Okay.
Like, once it's out of the theaters, there's a good chance I'm not seeing it.
Rick's like, this is done.
I love the experience, I think, more than even the movies themselves.
All right, that's fine.
Popcorn.
Trying to,
in the
trying to
seat, the sound, the surround sound. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm really not a movie guy unless maybe the kids are going to sit down and watch a movie. Then all of a sudden it's kind of cool.
At home. You're not
Crunk!
a theater guy. Okay. Crunk the musical. All right, let's hear from Colin Gillespie, and Oso spoke yesterday, Grayson Allen as well. We played a lot of the Dylan Brooks stuff at the end of the show yesterday, and we will get back into some of what Dylan Brooks said later on as well. But just to get some of the other perspectives on this team, here's Colin Gillespie, who, had his breakout year this year. It coincided with the Suns' remarkable season, and yes, it ended with a thud. You played Oklahoma City and you never won a game, and it was a minor victory to lose the last one by single digits. But still, overall, certainly good for the franchise. Great for Colin Gillespie. This is what he said.
Yeah, I still got
to reflect on it probably this week. Still a little fresh, coming off of last night, but obviously just extremely grateful. Have a lot of gratitude for teammates, coaches, front office. Just having an opportunity to go out there and compete every night with those guys was a pretty special feeling. And but yeah, it was an extremely fun year, fun group to be around every day. But just looking to continue to grow and continue to develop and just get a lot better in the offseason.
Oh, that is so great to hear him say that. Continue to grow, continue to develop. He is spot on, Colin Gillespie. This is exactly what he needs to do. Continue to grow, continue to develop. He must have gained so much confidence from this season, no doubt about it, especially the first half of the season. We all know what happened in the second half, but I'm not so sure it was just Colin Gillespie. I think it was a lot of other factors that were coming into play as well. Having said that, grow and develop. That's what Colin Gillespie needs to do. Grow and develop next year. And I love the fact that he recognizes that himself, that he is a work in progress. And hopefully that's going to help him with his confidence as well.
You look at, just his career numbers prior to this year. He had started 9 games in the NBA. He started 58 this year. He had played in 57 career games. He played in 80 just this year. His career high in points per game was 5.9. It was 12.7 this year. He had hit, 54 career three-pointers. He hit 232 this year. I mean, you talk about a guy who took off, but at the same time, as you move forward now, as you're the Suns, and this is going to be a challenge for Brian Gregory, certainly, but, as they evaluate everything and they look back at this whole season, I want Colin Gillespie in a role that maximizes what Colin Gillespie is. You know what I mean? But I don't want to ask him to be something he isn't. That's not a knock on Colin Gillespie, but it's like if you have a really good number 3 starter in your rotation, I don't want to ask him to be my ace. I want to ask him to be a really good number 3 starter. Like Colin Gillespie was a revelation to the point where everybody was shaking their head like he was on the team last year. Why didn't they play him last year? They weren't going anywhere last year. Why wouldn't you see what you had? But Jordan Ott came in, recognized we have a good player here, and Colin Gillespie took off, and I think he'll be better next year. Just his mentality.
Man, I love it. I love it for Colin Gillespie, and I love what you're saying as well, because to me, what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, he can't be your point guard.
I don't.
He can't be that guy. Is that what you're saying? No.
Yes, basically. I mean, I don't want to say can't like he can't do it. It's just like, do you want to make a deep playoff run, or do you want to play guys out of? It's not out of position. It's not above what they are, but it's just like Colin Gillespie as a 6th man off the bench is amazing.
Yes, I agree.
If you're asking Colin Gillespie to be your starting point guard, can you get by? Yeah, it's like asking Devin Booker to play point guard for you. Can you get by? Sure. Like you can play in NBA games, but you're not going to win anything of significance.
Yes, again, it's not to be a basketball player when you're out on the floor. Okay? I mean, if you see you can actually create something for somebody else and get them open, do that, please. That's great. But I think if you're relying on Colin Gillespie to do that, I think you're in trouble.
I think a better way to put it, too, is probably what Kellen Olson was saying when he was on with us yesterday, and Jordan Ott has alluded to this a lot, too. The Suns early in the season had a really good second unit. When you have to start playing those guys as your starters, everybody looks and says, well, okay, your starters are a little overmatched. It also messes up your second unit, though, because you had a really good second unit. It's more important than, but similar to a baseball team that calls up a bunch of minor leaguers. Like, all of a sudden your AAA team isn't good anymore because you called them up to the majors.
Right.
Like, that doesn't matter as much. But in basketball, and we saw it this year, the Suns suddenly seemed like they had a whole lot less depth because some of their main guys on the second unit were being forced into more prominent, starting roles.
I think the one thing, once again, and I could be dead wrong on this, basically, and so Brian Gregory could hear this and just be laughing his head off.
At least you'll be entertaining Brian Gregory.
Yeah, at the same time, for me, I think Colin Gillespie is going to be a great rotational player next year.
Huge piece.
He's going to be that, but he's not going to be your starting point guard.
Well, and obviously it's free agents. So you got to make sure you keep him around. He did address that briefly yesterday.
Yeah, it hasn't changed. I still want to be here and front office knows that. Everybody knows that in the building. So I'm sure we'll figure it out when that time comes.
See, I would also say this. He is part of your identity. Like, he's a huge part of it. And not like, oh, everybody on the team's part of it.
Right.
No, like, he's an integral part of your identity. There's a reason he became Villain Jr.
I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. He was just one of the faces of that attitude they had this year.
Do you have any other sound from any other players that are out there that actually said something?
Well, yeah, I got a lot here. Now I gotta go.
That's good.
Here, how about Oso? How he felt about this season?
Yes.
Yeah, it feels pretty good. Obviously, disappointing the way it ended, but overall, thought we made good strides as a team and a good foundation to build on. So excited.
He was asked how valuable the playoff experience was for him.
Yeah, definitely. No better way to do it against the best team in the league right now, and just an experience that we can definitely look back on and compare and just know that that's the level we have to be ready to play at, and that's the team that we have to be ready to beat in the playoffs. So a good benchmark to learn from for sure.
And you know what, Oso, he grew, did he not? I mean, you could see it from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. He really grew. He grew the way I thought Ryan Dunn was actually going to grow for the Phoenix Suns. I thought Ryan Dunn was more likely to show an awful lot of growth this season. It was really Oso that grew the most.
So, Oso, Ryan Dunn, Rasheer Fleming, Kamon Malwatch. Those guys are so important to where this is all going now.
Yes.
And, Bobby Marks, we just had him on. He alluded to that as well. But those are four names that, like, when you have people on TV that barely watch the Suns, that are national people that are screaming, okay, the best thing about the Suns is they can trade Devin Booker to the Lakers for us. And they don't follow half the teams. They don't even follow Oklahoma City because they're too busy talking about the Lakers. They're not thinking about Kamon Malwatch, Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro, and Rasheer Fleming. But when you look at the position the Suns are in, and again, Bobby Marks looks at this stuff. That's why it was great to have him on. They pick 47th this year, and that's it. Their pick in 2027 is pick swapped into oblivion. So those four guys you've taken in the last two drafts, man, at least three of them have to become like consistent major rotation pieces going forward, don't you think?
Yes.
Probably one of them has to be a starter at least.
Yes, no, I think a couple of them.
Yeah.
I seriously right now, I'm looking at Rasheer Fleming and Kamon Malwatch as starters at some point.
Because you're not going to get any other guys with that upside anytime soon.
At what point do you run them out there and say, let's go?
Game 1 next year.
Okay.
All right, when we come back, what's up with Merrill Kelly? What's up with the rotation? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on in the world of sports right now, that's because everything is going on in the world of sports right now. We just had the draft, but you've got basketball playoffs every night, multiple games. You got hockey playoffs every night, multiple games. And we're getting close to that range where you're starting to get game 6, game 7 in these series. You've got baseball every day. If you need somewhere to watch all this, and I think that you do, Twin Peaks is the answer. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. That way you're good to go. You can watch all the games on their wall-to-wall TVs with massive screens and perfect sight lines. You won't miss 1 second of the action. And then while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection because they've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers stacked high, made to order, smoked in-house wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the Italian or the backyard barbecue brisket. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations now. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions Course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic. The tournament is holding its annual Cocktail and Craft Brew Fest, offering all ticket holders free beer samples from 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, May 2nd. Come enjoy samples from your favorite craft brewery while taking in world-class golf. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150 because look closely, you see hard work,
Great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, home, the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the...
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. Dbacks Brewers this afternoon, and then Dbacks Brewers Game 3 tomorrow morning. Erod on the mound today for the Diamondbacks. Wolf, rotation's been struggling lately. Rotation that is built to be the strength of this team has at least, the last 2 times through, it's been pretty rough.
No doubt. No doubt. It's been really, really difficult, and it continued yesterday, did it not? With Merrill Kelly going out and, once again, not really looking like Merrill Kelly. Unfortunately.
No, so how much do you read into he's made 3 starts this season? The first one was good. The next 2 have not been good. And especially with Merrill Kelly, he's not somebody who typically has bad starts. He certainly doesn't typically stack back-to-back bad starts. But in his last 2 starts, he's given up 13 earned runs over 9 1/3. So that qualifies as 2 bad starts in a row.
You know, what's really a little disconcerting here for Merrill Kelly is the fact that he's having a hard time hitting the strike zone, ladies and gentlemen. 38% of the time, his pitches are a strike compared to his career average of 49%. So he's having a hard time locating, and he has a lack of command right now with pretty much all of his pitches, and that's what's a little disconcerting to me right now.
Yeah. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for another
Right.
start or two. Like, let's see. He's still very early in his season. You can look at the Diamondbacks and say, okay, they're earlier in their season. Well, Merrill's even earlier in his season. But, let's be real here. The last two starts have been pretty bad. His ERA is over 9 right now.
Yes, thank you. Luke Lipinski reporting. It's been over 9, and it's not good. I get that. Yet
The worst
at
thing is he
same
actually
time,
lowered it yesterday.
I know. He's, you have to wonder, is there any lingering back issue whatsoever? Is that nerve, and we were talking about this before the show, the nerve, when you think of the nerve, it's like, hey, I'm a little nervous.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous watching
this.
Merrill. He's got the nerve issue. He may have been over this nerve issue, but now all of a sudden you're nervous when we're watching Merrill actually go out and pitch. Do I think he's going to get it right? Yes, I do, Basinonians. But I will say this. The question is when.
Yeah. I mean, now we're getting into the season here, and if everything else was kind of going the way it had been with the rotation, then if Merrill's a little bit off, okay, you have some time. But here's everybody's last 2 turns through the rotation, okay? Gallen's been good. He gave up 2 earned runs against Toronto. He didn't give up any against San Diego, and they got hurt and had to leave that game after just 3 innings. But Zach Gallen over his last 2 starts, 2 earned runs over 8 2/3. And 3 of those innings were in Mexico City, which is ridiculous altitude. So you're good with what Zach Gallen has done recently, okay? The last 2 times through the rotation. Michael Soroka, 12 innings, 3 earned runs over the last 2 starts.
Yeah, my only concern with Zach Gallen is that shoulder.
Well, yeah.
Getting hit.
Yeah.
And what kind of setback that might be.
Well, that's not good if you have concerns there, because those are the 2 good parts of the rotation.
Exactly.
Now, here's the other 3 guys, their last 2 times through the rotation. Erod has given up 8 earned runs over 10 innings, all right?
That's not WBC, Erod.
It is not. Merrill has given up 13 earned runs over 9 1/3 innings.
Yeah.
And Ryan Nelson has given up 13 earned runs over 5 1/3 innings.
Run!
So
everybody run.
Those 3 guys. Now, again, to be fair, Erod this season has been pretty good, but his last 2 outings have been, Merrill Kelly's last 2 outings, that makes up 2/3 of his starts this year, haven't been great. And Ryan Nelson's have been bad. So that's 60% of your rotation is struggling right now.
Yes.
And you are not the Yankees or the Dodgers who are built to win with your bats anyway. You're built to win with your starting pitching.
Yes, I would agree with that. And once again, the rotation has buckled, I would say, the last couple of times through. And not in every case, as Luke is pointing out, but there's no doubt about it. It hasn't been as effective as you thought that it would be. I think Merrill Kelly is kind of the tip of the spear, Basinonians. I do. I think that's not going to shock anybody. A guy that was going to be the Diamondbacks opening day starter, and then we all know the back injury, the nerve issue that he had. He just hasn't looked like himself coming back from that yet. And yet I haven't heard anything. Guys, have you heard anything? Command and control behind the glass. Have you heard anything about Merrill having any type of setback whatsoever with the back? I haven't heard anything like that. Luke, you haven't as well. So, it's a situation right now where I think he is pretty much the tip of the spear. Now, Ryan Nelson, I would put as a close second as well, wondering what is going on with Ryan.
Their ERA, this is math on the air, Wolf, but I did it while you were saying that. The combined ERA of Merrill Kelly, Ryan Nelson, and Erod over their last 2 starts is 12.77.
Wow.
You're not going to win games that way. It doesn't even matter how good your bullpen is. You need like 4 Ildemaro Vargases to win games that way. So it's not like alarm bells everywhere. There's still a couple games above 500. There's still, if you're into looking at the wild card race in late April, they're still right there, obviously. It's not like the bottom, but this is more of a concern to me than if a few guys aren't hitting, because, again, you need to be able to play to your strengths, and the Diamondbacks were built to win with starting pitching, just pitching in general, pitching and defense. You brought up the defense earlier. The defense hasn't been great the last 6 games either.
Right, exactly. Andrew Hoffman came into the game, of course. Gave
up 9 hits that were all just rolling past the shortstop and the third baseman.
Wow.
I almost feel bad for a pitcher in that
I
moment.
mean, he went full on Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt for the most part.
Yeah.
A third of an inning pitched, 8 hits, 8 earned runs. My goodness.
But a lot of them were
These
grounders
meltdowns.
that were just fine. Yeah, no, the Diamondbacks have
We've seen some meltdowns that you just don't forget when you watch them.
when they give up a couple runs in an inning and the game's getting out of hand, they're just like, we're going to give up 8 this inning and see what happens.
In a third of an inning.
Yeah, not
Man.
not great, and that's why they kind of need a bounce back here. By the way, how many times has James McCann pitched this? He is. You got Shohei. Shohei's the I guess the headliner as far as being a hitter and a pitcher, and then James McCann has to be second.
Yes,
because he's pitched now how many times at least twice this season. Although he got right through the inning last night.
I think that was his third time
This is his
pitching
third
yesterday.
appearance?
Yeah, he had a 5-pitch 8th inning.
He was masterful yesterday.
Yeah, can I just say this too, Basinonians? I love listening to the broadcast, of course, especially on television. I just love these guys. The broadcast bacon. It's real. The Dbacks got down 1-0 in this game, but that wasn't the worst thing that could happen to them, Basinonians, because they are 11-6 when they give up the first run in a game. They were 11-5 actually going into that game yesterday, 11-5 when giving up the first run. That's broadcast bacon right there, Rick. Okay?
I just want bacon.
Now they're 11-6. By the way, 12 comeback wins for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 12 comeback. Did you know that was number 1 in baseball? That's broadcast bacon for you right there, Bacon. Great job by Steve Berthume.
You're just bringing all these stats
Just
in
saying that, and boom.
I'm still caught up on
Makes me feel
James
good.
McCann pitching every other game.
Yeah, it makes me feel good. Right now, the Diamondbacks are in a little bit of a funk, I would say. And again, looking at the last 6 games specifically, 2-4 in the last 6. And they have had a couple of nice games in there. I would say the second game against the Padres was really, really nice. But, once again, it hasn't gone the way that we all kind of expected after watching it. And you know what the series was that got them sideways?
The White Sox.
The White Sox.
Rick, why weren't you on that? Why didn't you ever mention that they shouldn't lose that series to the White Sox?
Rick said they needed to sweep the White Sox.
Yeah, and I think that...
And they lost the series against the White Sox.
Yeah, and I think that it has kind of started to spiral a bit since then. You can't do things like lose series to the White Sox.
Nobody was saying you could lose to the White Sox. I was just saying that if
You were saying
not sweeping them wouldn't end their season.
I think I was a little bit I think I discounted the White Sox a little bit. They're not as terrible as they've been in the past few years, but you needed to win that series.
Well, I will say this. Milwaukee right now, the Cubs coming up, even the Pirates after that. These are teams, I guarantee you, if you're making a run at a wild card spot, one of those 3 teams is going to be in the mix at the end of the year. And it's going to be like, well, wait, what did they do against the Brewers? But you can't be losing these series coming up right now. I know there's 162 games. You don't freak out over losing in April. But at the same time, I think we all have a little we're all still holding on to that from a couple years ago where the Diamondbacks won, 95, 90, whatever, how many games it was. And then they didn't, 89. It was 89 games. They didn't make the playoffs because of the tiebreaker against the Mets and the Braves.
Or last year when they gave up, where they scored 10 runs in an inning and lost to Chicago.
Yeah.
The other Chicago.
Yes.
Yes.
Got to beat these teams
15
right
and 13, the Diamondbacks and the Brewers. Do you read into that, Basinonians? 15 and 13 after 28 games.
I'll tell you what I read into is the Jeremiah Love pick and how the Cardinals could potentially use him beyond just a traditional running back. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Men over 40, I'll be honest, most hair growth stuff feels like a lot of hype. So when M-Drive told me they were launching a hair growth complex, I paid attention because they don't do hype. Here's the difference. This isn't a throw everything in and hope formula. They built it with 2 clinically tested ingredients, one shown to help improve hair density, the other supports your hair's natural growth cycle. That matters, because as we get older, it's not just hair loss, it's that your hair stops growing back the same. That's biology. M-Drive's whole approach is built around that, supporting how your body actually changes, not fighting it with extremes. If you noticed your hair thinning or not coming back like it used to, this is worth a look. You can find M-Drive Hair Growth Complex at Sprouts or at mdrivehair.com. Use my code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com and get 20% off your first purchase. That's promo code GAMBO at mdrivehair.com. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, quick poll question amongst everybody in the studio in the control room, okay?
Yeah.
Just to kind of reset for everybody. Where everybody was on Jeremiah Love before the draft.
Okay, yes.
Jamal, you wanted him.
I did.
Rick, you wanted him.
I did.
I wanted him. Wolf, you wanted Maui and Noah, but
yes.
you weren't going to be upset if they
I
specifically took
was not going
Love.
to cry if they picked Jeremiah Love.
Okay. So now that they've done it, and we've seen the whole draft, and we're a few days into this, do you feel the same about the pick? Better? Worse? Has anything changed for you in the last? Because honestly, I like the pick even more now.
You do.
The more we're just the more we're getting away from the actual draft itself, and in the moment, I think the four of us all liked it, but at the same time, it was understandable if Cardinals fans didn't like it because they were like, dude, we've got other needs that are much more important to fill right now. That's a very, very legit, very valid argument against the pick. But they go out there and they get Basantis early in the second round. And honestly, like that kind of sets it aside for me for a second. Like, okay, you are addressing the offensive line.
Yes.
But you know what I keep coming back to, Wolf? A guy like Jeremiah Love, who's that dynamic and should be that much of a difference maker, should be on a team like the Cardinals. I think a lot of people nationally are upset that he didn't land on some team where it's like, oh, we can plug him right in on, the Commanders already have Jaden Daniels and all these pieces. And the Cardinals were bad. They should get the guy who might be the best player in the draft.
Yeah. What's amazing about Jeremiah Love, Basin Earnings, is the fact that he truly is an every down back. This is a guy that could be that guy, whether you're in rundown situation, whether you're in sub package, you're in a third and obvious pass situation. It really doesn't matter. This guy can hold up in any circumstance, anywhere on the field. And that's what I love about Jeremiah Love. Now, again, no pun intended right there, but when you talk about a guy that can blitz pickup, something that he takes an awful lot of pride in. I think it was really important. If we could rip that cut from Jeremiah Love when he was talking about blocking and how he enjoys the blitz pickup and getting to hit other defenders because he's always getting hit. I love the fact that he did that and turned that around, and he can do it and loves doing it because Basin Earnings, play action is going to be huge. When you have Jeremiah Love and you put him in the queue behind a quarterback, and suddenly here it comes, the downhill stretch play, and you're running, the quarterback's running to the mesh point right there, and there it is. And then boom, does he have the ball or does he not? The second level linebackers and everyone on the defense, they have to wait. They're frozen for a second to find out, does he have the ball or does he not? And that second so much of the time is what really impacts a defense when it's play action and you throw the ball. You also need a running back who can hold up in protection against play action because here it comes so much of the time. And that's the reason why I really love this. It's going to be really interesting to see what Mike LaFleur does with Jeremiah Love, the personnel groups that he uses, when he uses them, in what situations, and what plays he's going to call. I love it.
Yeah, if he can't hold up in pass protection, then the defense isn't going to buy your play action because they're going to say, well, if he's out there and they're faking a hand, they have to hand off to him because if they're faking it, he can't block. So the fact that he can do all these things, is he a finished product? He's going to step in and be the best running back in the league next year? No, but it wasn't like the Cardinals went out on a limb and said, hey, we think this guy's good, and everybody missed on him. Pretty unanimously, everybody had him as the best or second best player in this draft. Just all-around player. The early offensive rookie of the year odds are out there. He's the favorite, even over Mendoza. Jeremiah Love is the favorite. That's how highly, and those aren't scouts. I get that. Those are just Vegas odds makers or whatever. But still, normally that's a quarterback. Normally it's the first overall pick like Mendoza. The fact that he has this much upside, and I was telling you this before the show, you always say, well, there's this push for more scoring in the NFL because of the fantasy football community and how I was just going to see scoring and score. I honestly think some of the backlash nationally of the Cardinals drafting Love is that idea of we want this guy collectively
really
on an offense. I'm not saying it's just fantasy football, but just that idea of like, no, he needs to fit on a team that's already got an established offense. We just put him on the Cardinals. Well, why would we care about that? If I'm the Cardinals, I want the best player, and there's a pretty good chance he's the best player.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the big questions that I have for this offense going forward in Mike LaFleur is to what degree are they going to use the zone scheme, especially the stretch play that has taken over all of football, of course, and become a staple for every team basically in the league. How much are they going to use that? How much are they going to use power schemes as opposed to the zone schemes? How much are they going to possibly blend the two schemes? Because that's the other thing about Jeremiah Love. I think Jeremiah Love can do both. I know he can do both, but I love him in his own scheme, especially because if you watch him, his vision is what separates him. He's so good at everything else. By the way, he's got really good speed, ladies and gentlemen, running a 4.36. take it to the house speed. Great athleticism as well and anticipation. One of the reasons why you see him jumping over so many tacklers, would-be tacklers that are out there.
Him and Trey McBride are just going to be hurdling
everybody. That's going to be awesome to see that.
Michael Fleur's going to hate that at a certain point.
But it's his vision as well, man. Once again, that really kind of separates him, and that's what you need. If you want a running back to be great in a zone scheme, it's all about his eyes.
So Michael Fleur was on the Rich Eisen show yesterday talking about how he plans to use Jeremiah Love because Michael LaFleur was all over this pick. Not that you let your new coach come in and make the pick, but he's excited about it because you just got a guy that can do basically anything you could ever ask a running back to do.
I might have all three on there at once. We might have zero out there, but no, I mean, it's right now we're such in the early stages of this, I mean, we're only a few weeks in, just started phase 2 basically this week. We had the 2 weeks of phase 1. We had the voluntary mini camp. So, I mean, the guys are here in the offense for the, just the 4th week right now. Obviously, with the guy that we have coming in, there might be a wrinkle or two, but I truly think right now you just give them the foundations of what's going on. You give them the foundations through August. You try to get good at something. You try to get good at your foundational aspects of running, blocking, catching, throwing, all those kind of things. And then organically, once the season starts, the best offenses I've been a part of, we had no intention of being a 13 personnel team last year in LA, and it just organically happened for a lot of different reasons, but we didn't force that. It just kind of went and it was working. So we kept rolling with it. So we'll see where this Arizona Cardinals offense goes. But again, right now, just in the early stages.
Boy, that is so Sean McVay right there, isn't it? Just listening to Mike LaFleur, it's not a surprise. It's so Sean McVay in regard to saying, you know what, we really didn't go in with a mindset that we were going to go into 13 personnel. That's what we were going to do. We just went out there and tried it, and all of a sudden it started working. So the players that were executing 13 personnel, they were all doing their job, and because of that, the play worked. And then they went to 2 plays, and it worked. And they went to 4 plays. You get my point. So much of Sean McVay is about calling an offense based on the personnel that you have.
I have 2 things. I really hope Mike LaFleur is the right guy. Obviously, because that sets them back so much if he is. And I really, you could see a path where this guy could really open up the offense for the Cardinals. I'm not saying just in week 1. I mean, big picture with the Cardinals. There's a real possibility that he is that guy. And I really think there's a possibility that Jeremiah Love has the ability to be one of the best running backs in the NFL within 2 or 3 years. I almost don't even want to talk about Jeremiah Love again until the season starts, because I remember how much we talked about Marv. And then it was no matter what he does, it's going to be a disappointment, because Marv's rookie year wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. You know what I mean? And then last year was just not great. But I just want Jeremiah Love to go out there and do what, honestly, he should do, because it's going to make this offense a lot better and a lot more explosive and a lot more fun than it's been the last few years, for sure, where it was just kind of hey, we scored our 12 points this week. That's it. When we come back, how much do the Phoenix Suns need to change this offseason? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Maybe you want some more peace of mind about your investments, right? Well, start with a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Their fiduciary advisors make it simple to see if your plan could be working harder for you. Schedule your complimentary meeting at TrajanWealth.com. Listen, your goals, your time frame, your comfort level, that's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. Learn more at TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for the game is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his third start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6, on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
Into the darkness.
Diamondbacks Senior Vice President, Assistant GM Amiel Sadeh is going to join us in about 15 minutes.
Amiel.
Ahead of Game 2 against the Milwaukee Brewers later on today. Let's talk some Suns here, Wolf. We got to talk to Bobby Marks, ESPN NBA front office insider, earlier in the show, get his perspective on what exactly the Suns do or don't need to do this offseason. He at one point talked about how you don't want to be the team that overreacts. Right. And either you look at this and you're like, hey, we made the playoffs, we're winning the title next year, or we lost to Oklahoma City, we got to blow it up. Right. I mean, you want to kind of take this year and find a way to make it into a legitimate stepping stone and not just get crazy off that.
I honestly think, Luke, I agree with what you're saying, but I honestly think it's even more important because you have to keep the continuity. You have to keep what you built this season. And you have to hope that guys like Kaman Malawach and Rasheer Fleming, those two guys specifically, are really going to improve. And that's how you're going to be a little bit different next year.
Your free agents that you have to address, just for people that aren't like looking at a cap table for the Phoenix Suns: Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and then Mark Williams is restricted, although that's always weird in the NBA.
Yes.
Amir Coffey, Jamari Bouye, Kobe Brea, Isaiah Livert. I mean, not that those guys are totally inconsequential, but like the main guys, the main pieces of the rotation are Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, and then Mark Williams. You can bring Gillespie and Goodwin back. You have to, don't you?
Oh, my goodness, yes, absolutely.
Those are two guys that have more value to you than anybody else.
Yes, those two guys, they were your identity. That's part of your culture, of course. Your identity is your culture for the most part, and both of those guys fit into what it is the Phoenix Suns were last season and what they want to be going forward. Once again, their culture is not going to change. Their culture is here to stay. This is who they're going to be. So why would you change? You wouldn't. So what you have to do is develop. You have to take these young guys and you got to develop. You know what? I'm going to say this. Colin Gillespie may not be done developing. You think about it. He's still a young guy. Would you say, and you were talking about this earlier, how many more games he played last year as opposed to the year before that?
His whole career before
His whole career. Think about it. So Colin Gillespie, is he a finished product? I don't think so.
I don't think he is either. I don't think he's going to turn into an all-star every
Correct.
year. But I think that he's a huge part of your team. He's a huge part of your identity. And if you told me he was either going to get better or worse next year, I would say better. Just how early he is relatively in his career, how early he is experience-wise, but then also just his work ethic to get better. And I'll play a couple cuts here from Stephen A. Smith. And I think this is what he was saying when we were talking yesterday, and I could just see him on the TV, and I could just see how they had fonted across the bottom of the screen, Stephen A. talking about how the Suns need to move on from Booker or whatever. We couldn't hear the audio, so I'm going to play the audio right now, Wolf, and we can react to this.
To Matt Ishbia, who obviously I've been critical of in the past, that is no longer the case. I think Phoenix did a hell of a job this year. I think he did a hell of a job as the owner, hiring the coach that he hired, getting the personnel that he got, and upgrading. I love Dylan Brooks on this team. I love Dylan Brooks, period. I wish he was on the Knicks, me personally. I love the instigator that he is. He does his job. Jalen Green, upside. We know he's got talent, just sporadic. But I love what Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns are doing, and I applaud them. And I don't blame them one bit for wanting to hold on to a staple like Devin Booker. But it's time that we look at Devin Booker differently.
All right, here's more.
My brother, when are you going to start winning? I mean, it's like Devin Booker, and I'm not throwing any shade. I'm just saying that his gifts, his greatness as a player, Perk, at some point in time, like you just said, we demand so much of everybody else. What about him? He gets no shade thrown in his direction. We all hear what a great guy he is. We all know what a great talent he is. And we certainly have heard about his golf game. We've heard a lot about his golf game and some of his business ventures. And he is very, very, very comfortable in Phoenix, Arizona. He is beloved out there. I don't blame him. I don't blame them. But at some point in time, I want to see a Devin Booker that's literally clamoring and starving to win.
All right, there's more, but let's just react to that first.
Okay, your thoughts on that, Luke?
Well, okay. You have to give the disclaimer, as you always say. Devin Booker wasn't great in this playoff. Wasn't great in the play-in.
Yeah.
He has to wear some of, and we consistently have said on this show, he has to wear some of what happened last year too. Like I think that was mostly on the coach, but everybody wants to blame Durant. That's fine, but Booker has to take blame for last year too. So I'll give you all that as a disclaimer. But I don't see any way where trading him makes your team better. I just don't.
I agree.
I just really don't see a way. Like I get.
Yeah.
They lost.
You don't know what the trade would be.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's hypothetical.
That's if you're somebody who's like they have to trade Booker. You better give me a realistic name they can get back.
Yes.
Otherwise, it just sounds like you're mad they lost, and so you want to do something extreme to show how mad you are.
Right.
That's great. And then the team sucks next year. So, what was the point of doing that? What am I getting back for Devin Booker? I'm not holding on to Devin Booker for sentimental reasons. I think he makes your team better.
Yeah, and once again, I also think he is a guy that is an excellent leader. He is developing into that guy, and I think that was part of the issue, ladies and gentlemen. I believe it was part of the issue this year. The fact that being a leader, I'm also going to be a guy that gets everyone else involved. And, I think that may have been a little myopic, no doubt about it, yet at the same time, I thought the paradigm changed for Devin Booker. And not just from a leadership perspective, Basinonians, but suddenly about a guy that was going to go out there and facilitate as well, when Devin Booker, for the most part, is a stone-cold killer in terms of scoring the basketball.
Yeah.
And that's what his role, I think, really needs to be with his team, to lead and be the stone-cold killer scoring the basketball.
Yeah,
not trying to distribute.
I want to see what it looks like in year 2 with Jordan Ott. I think if you were going to have these conversations about, well, they got to trade Devin Booker to get better, the time for that was a year ago. If you really believe that, I didn't believe it a year ago either, but the time for that was a year ago, because it's easy to look at this season and be like, man, the Suns, they really overachieved. It must have all been Dillon Brooks. Like, Book doesn't. In years past, Devin Booker's probably gotten too much credit for some of the stuff the Suns have done. He doesn't get any credit for them winning 45 games this year.
Yeah.
He's just viewed suddenly as the guy holding them back.
And I would say Dillon Brooks actually gets a lot more credit.
He gets a ton more credit
than Devin Booker does in terms of winning 45 games.
Yeah, he gets, I would say, almost all the credit from a lot of people. The part I take issue with is I need to see Devin Booker look like he wants to win. Okay? So, couple things. We all saw Devin Booker almost win the title in 2021 and how just like broken he looked at the end of that series walking around the court. Don't try to
didn't hear from him for months after that too, by the way.
Don't try to tell me he doesn't want to win or he doesn't look like. But if you're going to do the whole like, well, I really got to see how frustrated he is when they lose. Everybody complains about him arguing for calls so much during a game. Is that not somebody who's frustrated he's not winning?
Yeah. Right.
Like, if you want to be upset that he complains too much during a game, that's totally fine. But then don't also turn around and say he doesn't look like he wants to win. Those things, they can't both be true.
Yeah. Listen, I am to your point, your earlier point right now. How do you get better trading Devin Booker? How do you get better?
I need to
as
hear
the
a
Phoenix
name.
Suns?
Two middle of the pack first round picks that I trade for Mark Williams aren't going to make me better.
No, it's not going to happen, man. It really isn't. Once again, I think Jalen Green is much more likely to be traded than Devin Booker.
Yeah, and that's still out there. I mean, there's still a real conversation to have there of if those two are too similar for you to win and go deep in the post. That's fine. I'm not saying the Suns just need to run it back exactly the way they did this year. I think there are real questions as to like how they break through what they hit this year and not just be a team that wins 40 to 45 games every year. But the idea that just trading Devin Booker magically makes you better, what am I getting back? Am I getting SGA back? I don't think I am.
Right, no.
Am I getting the 17th pick in the draft?
Yeah.
Awesome. That's nothing.
Yeah,
I don't
nothing.
care. Like,
I'm with you on that. I really am. I don't know how you consider trading Devin Booker and think you're going to get better, especially when he's just starting to develop, just starting to be encouraged to develop as a leader.
I understand he's making a ton of money. I understand this was disappointing. He's got to be better or they're not going anywhere. I get all that. But I'm just trying to deal in the reality of it's not like you snap your fingers and you get Giannis back and Giannis is guaranteed to be healthy for Devin Booker. It's not that easy. All right, when we come back, what has led to the Diamondbacks kind of hitting a little bit of a rough patch lately? We're gonna talk to their assistant general manager, senior vice president Amiel Sadeh. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson back at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to
make
make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Maybe you got a move that is coming up right now. Well, you need Moving Team 6. They have a very deep knowledge of Phoenix and Arizona, of course. Now, why is that important? Well, smoother routes for you, faster moves for you, and a whole lot less stress. And that is one of the things that Moving Team 6, they want to remove from the equation from your plate, and that is stress. They have a brand new Mesa facility now open, proudly serving the East Valley. That's right, Basinonians. Secure climate-controlled storage in Phoenix and in Mesa as well. Maybe you've got to store some stuff between a move, right? Well, Moving Team 6, they got you covered. Local and long-distance moves, residential and commercial moves, professional packing services. They'll come in, they'll pack up your closet, man. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Spend Mother's Day at Chase Field when the Dbacks take on the New York Mets. The first 15,000 moms get a Mother's Day jersey courtesy of Dignity Health. Visit Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, one of the biggest fears people have is whether their retirement income, whether it'll actually last.
Running out of money in retirement is everyone's biggest fear. Market swings, inflation, taxes, they all eat up your savings.
And that's why an income plan is so important.
Exactly. We help clients build a customized income strategy that coordinates Social Security, pensions, investments, taxes, and it shows exactly where your income will come from and how long it will last.
And that kind of clarity takes the stress out of retirement.
Exactly. And you know when your income works, you make better decisions and enjoy retirement more.
And listeners can get that same guidance.
Call 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary consultation.
If you want confidence in your income plan, now is the time.
Again, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Still stuck in a bank CD earning next to nothing? There's a smarter way to grow your money. CanvasAnnuity.com offers market-leading fixed annuity rates with guaranteed terms of 3, 5, and 7 years. Lock in a strong rate while they're available and watch your savings grow. And remember, unlike CDs, your earnings grow tax-deferred, which means you don't pay taxes until you take your money out. Visit CanvasAnnuity.com to see today's rates and start earning more on your retirement savings.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
Dbacks Brewers later on today, game 2 of that 3-game series from Milwaukee. Dbacks Senior Vice President, Assistant GM Amiel Sadeh joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Amiel?
Not a whole lot. Just recovering from last night's game.
Yeah, that was. I guess we can start there. I mean, it's only been 3 starts for Merrill, but 2 of them haven't looked like Merrill. Is there any concern there, or is he just working his way back?
I think he's working his way back. I mean, I think Merrill is. I think we've gotten to know Merrill as the guy that really can command the ball, work the edges. Obviously throw secondary, spin the ball pretty well. And his stuff looks like it's fine. I mean, he's up to 94. It's not like there's I think it's more command related. And sometimes the beginning of the year, I think we saw that last year when he went to Yankee Stadium too. When he doesn't have his command, it can get him. And I think he's going to work his way through it. It'll probably, there's probably some things that, not having a full spring training makes you, play a little bit of catch up. And, yeah, I anticipate Merrill is going to be fine this year.
You know me, Amiel, I like to go big picture for the most part. So let's go ahead and parachute in from 30,000 feet. 15-13 right now after 28 games on the season, but 2-4 in your last 6. What has been your general takeaway from this year's version of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and specifically what has happened as of late?
Yeah, I mean, I think we went on that East Coast trip and played really good baseball, came back, and I took 2 or 3 from Toronto, and then just hit a little bit of a road bump. I think the offensive consistency, obviously, we Nelson and Merrill had starts that they probably want to forget back-to-back, Sunday and Tuesday of last week, and I think they put us a little bit behind the 8 ball, and just we've Marte, Carroll, Perdomo, those guys have been they're typically they're the guys that we count on, and they're going to, at the end of the year, we're going to look up and their numbers are going to be great. But I think just of late, it hasn't been, they've hit a little bit of a rough patch, and not something overly concerning for us, because I think we know that stuff turns over a season. But, we've seen that, in the last 7 to 10 days. And we've been fortunate. We've had guys like Vargas and Fernandez step up and help us win some games, and some other unsung heroes. But, I think this team is built on just a 1 through 9. Everybody performs and kind of hands the bat to the next person. And, the Brewers played baseball like last night, like we normally do. And we need to get back to that.
Talking to Amiel Sade, Nolan Arenado's been one of the more productive hitters in all of baseball over the last couple of weeks, hitting .441 over his last 10 games, couple home runs in there. Just curious, when you guys brought him in, I know so much is made of his defense because he's been great defensively his whole career, but how much do you need production-wise from him offensively as well?
Yeah, I think just keep doing what he's doing. I mean, I think that, he came in, probably put a little bit of pressure on himself to be the guy early in the season, and he's settled in. He's found his stroke. He's come up with some big hits for us. I think we've started to see the Nolan Arenado that we used to see in Colorado, where he would just kind of fight a pitch off and hit a single to right center field, and it was so hard to strike out and so hard to get out. And and then also the guy that can turn on a ball and hit it 400 feet to the pull side. So I think we need him to be himself, and I think this is the version of Nolan that we expected. Really good defense. Obviously the play on Sunday that is just vintage Arenado, where he dove and caught the ball to end the game. And he's been an awesome leader for us, and somebody who some of the young guys and even Perdomo and guys like that can turn to, and just has kept a really positive, optimistic view even when he was struggling.
Amiel, it looks like the light has gone on in the shed for Ildemaro Vargas. It just looks that way. How do you process this, Amiel? What are you seeing, in your opinion?
Well, look, we've brought Ildemaro back for many reasons every year. He's one of those guys that he's such a joy to be around. He's a great guy in the clubhouse. He knows his role, and obviously in this year his role has expanded. But he's a guy that we've seen the power. We've always known the power from the right side is a lot bigger than the power from the left side. He's a bat to ball guy. He makes a lot of contact. He really doesn't swing and miss a lot. And then I think this year he's definitely shrunk the zone a little bit. He's making pitchers throw pitchers in the zone, and you'll see some times where he chases balls up or away, but then he'll hit himself. He'll bang the bat on his helmet and then be like, I shouldn't do that. And so I think he's recognized that making pitchers throw pitches in the zone. He makes a lot of contact. He's obviously very strong. He's got bat speed. I think we're seeing Ildemaro as like just kind of growing up and maturing as a player. As weird as that sounds, as a 35-year-old, he's kind of gotten into this state where he knows that he can hit any pitch, and especially the pitches in the zone, and he's going to do more damage when they come after him.
Amiel, Alek Thomas didn't get a hit yesterday, but that ended a 7-game hitting streak for him, and he was hitting .387 in that stretch. Just what have you seen from him differently at the plate, if anything, over the last couple weeks?
Yeah, I think it's been it's been a focus of his to just be a little bit more patient. This is another one where make the pitchers come in the zone and really back the ball up. I think Torrey talks about that a lot. Like Alek has a really just unique way of he can go to left center pretty easy, and the ball jumps off his bat. He has easy strength and backspin. And I think when he's looking in that part of the field, good things happen for him. And I think we've seen that. He can turn on pitches easily, but if you're just looking to pull the ball, you can get exposed a lot on the outer half. And I think he's taking those pitches. We've seen a lot of those pitchers that are middle away that he's driving to left center. And he's, like I said, I think just having a good approach is getting himself in better counts. And getting himself in better counts is forcing pitchers to throw, especially throw fastballs. He can hit anybody's heater in the league. He's got immense bat speed. And I don't think he's scared of any heater, and if he gets that ball in the zone, he's going to punish it.
Amiel, what are you seeing from Ryan Nelson? What is the difference? Here's a guy that had a 3.39 ERA last year, of course, and one of the best pitchers in the rotation, just rock solid, and now all of a sudden just getting blowed up. What has been the difference in your opinion?
Well, I think if you take out it's obviously not fair to say this, but if you take out the game against the Blue Jays, he's been more of himself, not the pitcher that we probably anticipated just taking a real step forward. And I think we do think he's going to continue to take a step forward. I think he's gotten into, we've gotten into, I think not just him, but collectively him and the catcher has become a little bit too predictable, maybe falling a little bit, his fastball is an elite pitch, but falling in love with it and throwing it a little too often. And, he's got to insulate that fastball with some of his other pitches. And I think he did that very well last year and, might have fallen victim to trying to throw too many of them early on. I think we saw a better mix on Sunday in Mexico City. And look, he gave up 6 runs. One of those we benefited from it too, but one of those balls hit off of Machado's bat. Just kind of 95 off the bat, up in the air in the altitude, and went out. And I think at Chase Field, that's a fly out. He might walk off the mound with 3 earned runs. But his stuff's still there. He's just got to mix pitches a little bit better.
Yeah, I did want to ask you about just the experience of playing those games in Mexico City. Coming back, winning the game on Sunday. Obviously, Zach Gallen gets hit, but he was pitching great in the 3 innings that he pitched. Just how different is that environment, especially that altitude for a pitcher?
Yeah, it's obviously very different. We have to be very cognizant of, how many pitches they're throwing. I think Gallen, you saw there was a little bit more zip on his fastball, and the slider was, his slider plays really well there, and his slider was actually looked really good there. I think, there's certain pitchers that probably benefit less from altitude. It's kind of the Colorado thing. That place is higher elevation than Colorado, and I think there are certain pitchers that you probably want to maybe stay away from, and certain pitchers that are, that can get away with pitching in altitude. It's not a fun thing. I'm sure the pitchers don't love going there and watching a ball come off the bat at 95 miles an hour in the air and then just all of a sudden carry. But it is what it is. It was a fun trip for, because we came back on Sunday, and playing 2 games there is it's like playing 10 games in Colorado. It was really stressful.
I bet.
Amiel, thank you so much.
Amiel, thank you, buddy.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right.
That's Amiel Sade joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Again, Dbacks Brewers later on today. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Dbacks. He needs a bounce back game,
He
too.
does.
Not maybe quite as much as Ryan Nelson, but he still needs one here over the last couple starts.
WBC.
When we come back, we're going to take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Devin Booker, he sounded very, very happy with what year 1 under Jordan Ott looked and felt like. So Devin Booker's not going to go ask for a trade. He sees this as kind of, okay, I'm finally going to have some continuity here. So how do you make this work around Devin Booker? How does this basketball team maximize the player that Devin Booker actually is?
Simple. We've seen it. Just acquire 12 Hall of Famers.
I didn't know that.
And
That's
let
where you were
Devin
going.
Booker be Olympic book.
Yes.
They're untouchable.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, gather around the transistor and press here. If you've got some back issues, you've got a neck issue, whatever it is, you need DISC, man. Desert Institute for Spine Care, they are the best in the business, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. I can tell you right now, the good doctors have helped me over at DISC. It's one of the reasons why I love to tell you about DISC. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery as well. The DISC founder pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, and now they're surgeons, Basinonians. They train surgeons from all over the United States and really worldwide. They all come right here. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Homeowners, did your home expire on the market unsold? It happened to more than 30,000 sellers last year. Now, spring is here when homes can sell for more money, but you need the right agent. Call Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Carol has thousands of buyers in waiting and proven systems to create demand for your home. That's why she can guarantee in writing to sell your home at your agreed-to price and time frame, or Carol will buy it. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree to price and possession.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
So we just added a new member to our family, our Ford family. Yep, a new Bronco Sport. Paul Calvisier went down to our Desert Ford dealers. We're like, you know what? The Bronco Sport has everything you need. Style, tech, an adventurous spirit. Like Ford says, the Bronco Sport is savagely civilized. One weekend, it's a ruddy trail. The next, a 2-track incline. With 4 models available, Ford lets us write our own story. And now, with new available packages, you can customize your favorite Bronco Sport SUV even more. And even better, right now, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. Again, get a $2,500 gas card or $2,500 cash back right now. Plus, Ford owners get an additional $500 cash back on a 2025 Bronco Sport. But it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40, with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon. It is Wednesday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and that is why Rick is here. Rick?
The Phoenix Suns season came to an end on Monday in Game 4 of their first-round series against the Oklahoma City Thunder. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, which Suns player most impressed you in 2025-26? Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, or other?
This kind of fits the conversation we were having earlier.
Man.
About who gets all the credit for this season. Okay, I mean, it's not exactly what we were talking about because it's worded which player impressed you the most.
Impressed you the most.
Okay. So it's
season.
It's not who do you give the most credit to. It's who
right.
Who impressed you the most.
Who impressed you the most, for me, it's Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks. And the other names, once again, Rick?
Devin Booker.
Yep.
Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin, or other.
Man, for the most part, Dylan Brooks, well...
I poke bears.
Yeah, you know what? He brought the culture. I would have to agree with Luke in regard to the fact that he scored over 20 points per game for the Phoenix Suns. That was a big ask, and he delivered in regard to that. And not only that, but brought all of that juice and the culture. He was the living embodiment of that for the most part. So, yeah, I'm going to go Dylan Brooks.
I agree with you guys. I mean, I bought his jersey for a reason, so I'm going to go Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks
you're not
leads.
going to do that, Rick. You're going to walk around with his jersey on?
I've worn it multiple times
my
to
goodness.
this.
Okay, wow.
To this show.
Wait, so
just saying.
I have to ask, if you're voting based on the fact you bought his jersey, if the options here were Dylan Brooks, Devin Booker, Colin Gillespie, and Adley Rutschman, who would you vote for right now? Because you are wearing an
Adley Rutschman has been
jersey.
like the best catcher in baseball this year, so I don't know if you then I would vote Adley Rutschman, but it's April 29th. He'll probably end up hitting 250.
We are the Wu Fang clan. We don't wear other dudes' jerseys. I'm just telling you. We don't walk around with other names of other men on the back of our shirt. It's like getting pinned going to prom or something.
I'm a fan, so that's...
Do you ever wear your own jersey around? That'd be awesome.
Never.
See, the thing is that Wolf played in the NFL, so it would be weird for him to wear a jersey. For me, it's not.
Oh, I'm not saying it. It's weird altogether, I think, for the most part. That's just me.
I don't know. Jerseys seem to sell pretty well.
I like jerseys.
They do. Yeah, there's no doubt
they
do.
I have definitely seen pro athletes wearing other guys' jerseys.
Just a little tip from your Uncle Ron, basically. Don't wear the name of some other dude on your back, okay?
Don't listen to Wolf. Do whatever you want. Anyway, Dylan Brooks.
That's what all the teams are saying. I'm telling you that much right now.
That's a message from every team.
That's right. They do not. Don't listen to that guy.
Fanatics just sent us a memo. Don't listen to Wolf.
Right.
Dylan Brooks, 46%. Colin Gillespie, 30%. Jordan Goodwin, 19%. Other, 3%. Devin Booker, 2%.
Well, we live in an era where Suns fans all hate Devin Booker now because they couldn't beat Oklahoma City. Although I do think the way that question was worded,
wow.
I don't know that Booker impressed anybody this year. He just kind of was Devin Booker for most of
the year.
You know what
I would love to know, just based on that, guys? I would love to know just how much leadership he really did assert inside that locker room. I do wonder about that because, once again, I think we credit Dillon Brooks with a culture, of course, but you need to lead as well. And I know that Dillon Brooks is a leader in terms of energy and bringing energy to the floor, but you need a true bona fide leader as well to represent all of that, to model all of that culture, both good and bad. And I wonder how much Devin Booker really did that this past year. Maybe he deserves a lot more credit than what we're giving him.
I don't think you win 45 games without Booker or Brooks. You had to have those two guys.
Anyway, over to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Merrill Kelly had another rough outing as the Dbacks were crushed 13-2 by the Brewers in Milwaukee last night. Kelly's ERA is now 9.21 after 3 starts this season. What do you guys think is up with Merrill right now?
Well, I do think, and we just talked to Amiel last segment. I mean, he said he probably still is just working his way back. Doesn't tend to walk this many guys. I mean, he's not really locating great yet. If he's still doing this in like 3 starts, I think you have a real issue. I still tend to believe he's going to bounce back and just sort of be steady. I mean, he's I don't know. He's not your ace. He wasn't expected to be your ace. He was in the run to the World Series a couple years ago during that playoff run. But generally over a full season, you expect him to be a really solid number 2 or a really good number 3. I mean, right now he's not even pitching like a number 5. But I'm gonna assume he gets back on track here.
Yeah, for me, Merrill Kelly, I believe he's going to be just fine. I think he is working his way through it, coming back from that nerve issue. Lack of command on all of his pitches right now. That's what I would say. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, but he's only hit the strike zone 38% of the time so far this season, where his career average base loadings is 49% throwing strikes.
How do you know
his
that?
career average? Well, I did some research.
You're a baseball savant?
Once again, so is he going to get better? Yes, I believe he's going to get better. More command on his pitches, I think, for the most part.
All right, the last one for you guys. The 2025-26 NBA season was marred by obvious tanking by multiple teams. This is a doozy to understand. It took me a while to write this, but according to ESPN's Shams Charania, what is being called the 3-2-1 lottery has support from most of the NBA's teams. This proposal could have a few changes by the time it is voted on by league owners on May 28th, but right now it would expand the lottery next season in 2027 from 14 to 16 teams. The teams that do not make the playoffs or play in, but do not have one of the worst 3 records, would each have 3 balls in the lottery. Teams that finished with one of the 3 worst records in the league would have just 2 balls, but they are not allowed to finish below the 12th pick in the lottery. And the teams that lose the 7-8 play-in games would have a single ball. Will this fix tanking?
So 7 and 8 get 1 lottery ball. 9 and 10 get 2. Every other team gets 3, except if you're one of the bottom 3 teams.
Right.
But they can't pick below 12.
They can't drop past 12, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know that there is a surefire way to fix this, but I like this. It's
a step in the right direction.
Honestly, I especially love the one where the bottom 3 teams get less.
That's right.
Because this garbage with the team, it's such a scam that teams run on their fans of like, hey, we're just going to be terrible for 3 years. Keep paying full ticket prices while we purposely try to lose. Then, we're going to finally get the 3rd pick. I mean, it's a lottery, first of all, too. So you're not even guaranteed the 1st pick. And that guy probably won't be good and we'll start it all over again.
Isn't it on the fans, though, a little bit for continuing to go to the games?
You're a fan. You want to be able to. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically yes, but you're a
Stop
fan.
buying tickets, fans.
Yeah, but you want to be a fan.
That
of your
would
team.
really actually change things if fans stopped buying
tickets.
tickets.
It would only change things if every fan stopped buying tickets, though. Like if you're a fan, let's say the Suns were in this position. If you're a Suns fan, do you really want to just not buy tickets for the next 5 years while your team tanks?
6,000 fans at every game for a team, the team would change their approach, in my opinion.
We've seen that, and they haven't.
Yeah, but once again, too, I mean, you have to have a system in place where the worst teams do get better, have the opportunity to get
They have
better.
an opportunity, but they're not. This doesn't incentivize tanking, at least.
No, I agree with that. I'm just saying you've got to have a way to reward the worst teams in your association. Can you imagine if you miss out? You are number 12, and you were the worst team in the association. You're trying to get better, but all of a sudden, your draft picks won't let you.
But the problem is, and I actually heard the morning show talking about this earlier, you have a few teams that have ruined this for everybody. You know, yes,
That's right.
There are teams down there that are just bad. They're trying and they're just bad. But then you have these other teams that are just like, we're going to pull all our starters in the second half of every game, Utah, and they're not the only ones. So, yeah, I'm sorry, it got ruined. I probably actually wouldn't give the play-in teams any lottery balls.
Yeah.
Or maybe one. I don't know. I don't think they need it, but I like the idea of all the teams missing the playoffs having roughly the same odds. And I really like a team that's at the very bottom having less of a chance.
Yes.
Because there's not much in sports I hate more than tanking.
I agree with that.
And it is such a scam that they run on their fans.
The last three. I like that.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, you look back at the season Dillon Brooks had, and now you kind of do have to actually ask this question, Wolf. Does he really need to be more disciplined? Because he only got suspended for one game all year. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I poke bears.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
What percentage chance do you think he could be the game one starter for the Arizona Cardinals?
5 to 10%.
Okay, but not zero.
Not zero.
Not zero, but not
You
high.
got an impasse right now with Jacoby. I think Jacoby Brissett's your starter. I always say this about, like, even with basketball players with Malowich and Fleming, he's played a lot of football games, Carson Beck, but 17 games is a long season. It's the NFL. You're going to take a beating out there. If you can take some of those games off his schedule, I think it helps.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the fire department. What is your emergency?
No, we got a fire in the pool. She's on the pool. She's not responsive.
Is she out of the water?
Yes, sir. I got her on the floor. I'm trying to get her CPR.
How old is she?
3, 4. A bunch of white stuff keeps coming out of her mouth.
Help is driving you as we speak, so keep doing that CPR, okay, until she wakes up.
Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, she's doing it. Come on, baby.
How long was she under the water?
I don't know. We don't know. I don't know.
While someone's doing compressions, someone else go open up the door and make sure it's open for them.
Let her live. No.
Okay, we gotta keep doing the compressions and keep breathing.
Dad, oh my God, please, God, don't let me die.
The paramedics are pulling up, but don't stop until they come and take over, okay?
This heartbreaking 911 call is only one of far too many. Fulton Homes reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management founder Matt Degas. And Matt, taxes change everything once you retire.
That's right, Paul. And when you retire, if you're taking income the wrong way, you could pay a lot more taxes than necessary.
And you help people avoid those mistakes.
Exactly. We analyze every account and create a specific tax strategy designed to save you money.
So get your review today.
Call us at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or online, brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his third start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, if I had told you, I don't know, 50 games into the season, even just like, let's take the halfway point, 41 games into the season, if I had told you Dylan Brooks was going to be suspended for under 1.5 games all year,
I would have taken the over.
Is there anybody on the planet who would have taken the under?
Bears. Yep.
I think Dylan Brooks would have probably taken the over on that.
Yeah, well, he had a lot of technicals rescinded as well, did he not?
He did, and look, he had a lot of technicals rescinded, and unfortunately, he also missed a chunk of the season with the injury too. But at the end of the season, he was suspended for 1 game.
Yes.
So, for all the talk and the hand wringing about how he has to tone it down, and he has to do this and that, and he has to get on the good side of the officials, and he has to stop arguing, and he has to, all the theatrics or whatever. He only cost his team 1 game where he was suspended. Now, he may have cost his team, moments in the games when the other team was getting the technical fouls, some of which, like you said, shouldn't have even been technicals and got rescinded, but they don't take the points back.
Right.
He spoke yesterday on what he learned about the technicals this year.
What have you learned in the last couple of this year, and maybe in particular?
In the last 3 years, well, my whole career. I guess I'm gonna get those technicals at the end of the year more than in the beginning, and not have them in a row. Yeah, because then you get up to 17, 18, and then I just watched the Netflix on the what was it, Jailbirds or Jailblazers? So I was like, damn, this looks very much like me. If there was no rules on 17, you get suspended, I probably would have had 42.
Imagine Dylan Brooks watching that being like, well, this looks very much like me.
You know what, honestly, though?
He's very self-aware.
He is, and I don't think it's an accident that he said 42, because Rasheed Wallace once had 41 in a season.
That's right. That's right. You know what I loved about this is he himself is looking at something different and saying, you know what, I need to be more disciplined. And when I say that, Basinoni, it's because he said he's got to get the technicals at the end of the year. Okay, not at the beginning of the year, at the end of the year, and not have them in a row. So if he's going to put any governor on himself at all, this is the discipline that I'm talking about. I want to see him become more disciplined. Because I think also, too, sometimes, remember this, when you poke bears, and he does poke bears, ladies and gentlemen.
Poke bears.
He pokes bears. When you do, sometimes it backfires on you. Because sometimes when you're poking a sleeping bear, maybe all of a sudden you wake that guy up and you wake his teammates up as well. It's not just about you inspiring your team, maybe. It's also what you do to the opponent. So I think you've got to be a little considerate in regard to who you're going to poke, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. You know, so much of what happened this season is because of Dillon Brooks. So much of the good that happened this season. You know that there's a trade-off, there's risk involved, right? I mean, he doesn't just come in and it's not like everything's great, 100%. Dillon Brooks just makes – if that were the case, the Suns probably wouldn't have been able to get him in a trade, right, where he wasn't even close to the headliner. The headliner was you're getting a first-round pick, you're getting Jalen Green, you're getting if there was no – If there was no double-edged sword there, Dillon Brooks, for all the good that he does, would be one of the most coveted players in the league by contending teams because you would love to have all the good that he brings. I do feel like he has gotten better, really probably over the last couple years at, you want to call it self-awareness or whatever, putting a governor on it, just kind of knowing when and when not to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that he's perfected it, but he's gotten better at it. It feels like it actually does matter to him to be better at it.
Yes. Brothers, there was one game where I was playing against the New York Giants, and the New York Giants had Lawrence Taylor, who was the greatest and still is the greatest edge rusher in the history of the NFL, in my opinion. Watching Lawrence Taylor, and I remember as a rookie, I came out there and Louis Sharp, the great Louis Sharp, Pro Bowl left tackle for the St. Louis Cardinals and the Arizona Cardinals, was blocking against LT. And I came off him and chip blocked him. And I hit him right in the face. Boom! Jacked Lawrence Taylor right in the face. That's a chip block. And boy, I came back and I said, how'd that fail, LT? And
feels like a mistake.
As I was yelling at him, Louis Sharp jumped in front of me and him, and he said, you shut your mouth, you rookie. You better shut up right now. And he was ripping me in front of LT. LT didn't have to say a thing. He was ripping me. And I asked him later after the game, why did you react that way? He said, will you just let him be? You don't need to get him focused and fired up. You don't need that. Just let him be. So, you know, sometimes I think Dillon also has to keep in mind, sometimes sleeping bears, you just let them lie.
Yeah, I don't know that he's wired that way. Because, I mean, he did go after SGA a lot in that series. Now,
I mean, he called LeBron old. This whole I poke bear things is from when he called LeBron old.
Yeah.
And of all the guys to probably not poke is LeBron, and he went off for 40 or something in the next game. So, yeah, he'll poke whoever.
Yeah, I'm just saying, too, I think you have to be considerate of what you're doing. There are some guys who play better when they're focused.
That's kind of the distinction I've kind of noticed this year, and you notice it more when he's on your team. I didn't notice this when he was in Memphis. Maybe he didn't have this when he was in Memphis. I think he's very aware of what he's doing. Now, I don't know if he can help himself in the moment.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to make of like him and SGA going back and forth because they seem to be on pretty good terms off the floor. I don't know if they're friends or what. I mean, they're playing on Team Canada or whatever. Did you see what SGA posted?
Yeah, I did.
He posted on Instagram for anybody that didn't see it. Everybody wants to be villainous until the brooms come out and the dust settles and you realize who the villain is. And the picture he posted was the one where he's kind of like smiling in Dillon Brooks' face after he hit that shot. But he changed the back of Dillon Brooks' jersey. Instead of saying Brooks 3, it says Cancun on 3. I mean, that seems unnecessary,
listen,
but it is pretty good.
I'm just going to say right now, I saw that as buddies. Guys
they're
ripping
definitely
each other. That's what I saw that as a guy that was a buddy ripping another
That's
buddy.
like when we rip each other on the show.
That's right, exactly. The love is still there. Cancun.
Like somebody saying that they should get rid of their Ron Wolfley shirt, asking if they should get rid of their Ron Wolfley shirt.
No, I'm just saying, why would you wear another man's name on the back of your jersey.
But what if it's a Ron
Why
Wolfley
would you
jersey?
do that?
What if somebody's wearing a Ron Wolfley
I would say
jersey?
the same thing.
I want it
would
noted
say
that Rick said break, and then Rick started. There's no, I can't break. I can't break now because you guys are talking.
And by the way, once again, get me out of here.
By the way, once again, get me out of here. That's the open to the show.
Teams are not happy with me.
No, they're not.
Yes.
But people will keep buying jerseys anyway, so it's okay. I think Rick has ordered 3 since you told him not to.
3 Ron Wolfley jerseys. A white one, a red one, and a black one.
Okay, great. Next.
We come back. How did Max Starks feel about what the Cardinals did in the draft? Oh, this is going to be good. This is the first time we've gotten to talk to him since the draft. So I want to hear what he has to say about taking Jeremiah Love over an offensive lineman, but I also want to hear what he has to say about Chase Basantis. The 2-time Super Bowl champion will join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the place you want to be right now with everything going on in the sports world. Basketball playoffs, hockey playoffs. Obviously, baseball is here now for a while as well. You got some big soccer coming up this summer. It's gonna be busy for a while, and you can catch everything at the same time. You can watch it all at Twin Peaks. They got wall-to-wall TVs, massive screens, perfect sight lines, so you'll be sure to catch every memorable moment right as it happens. It's why Twin Peaks really is the ultimate man cave sports lodge, but obviously you have to have really good food too, and they do. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs, smoked in-house wings and brisket, burgers stacked high and cooked to order. They got flatbreads, steaks, ribs, desserts as well, signature drinks, and nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close, every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. You can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks has you covered with the great atmosphere, scenery, and energy they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Not every dealership is built the same. Earnhardt Ford has spent 75 years proving that. What sets them apart is their legacy of doing right by Arizonans. No bull, no exception since 1951. They straight talk on every price. What you see is exactly what you pay. A tailored buying experience around you. Relaxed, honest, and no pressure. And you can shop your way online, browse, and buy when you are ready. Here's the kicker. The new 2026 Ford F-150 STX is ready to impress. Lock in 4.9% APR for 60 months or walk away saving up to $8,000 off MSRP. It's your call. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license at $699.3. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning is about saving you money, so when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you online at readyservices.com.
It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Pleased to be joined on the Arizona Sports Line by a guy we get to talk to for an hour each week during the football season. Okay, it's the offseason. He could be anywhere on the planet right now. I have no idea because it's Max Starks joining us on the Arizona Sports Line for a segment here. What's going on, Max?
I'm doing good, fellas. Doing good. How are we?
Doing great, man. Where do we find you this morning, Bo? Where are you?
I am in Arizona currently. I am in the Dale of Scots, running errands right now, and then but I will be this evening leaving for Salt Lake City for a volleyball tournament. So yeah.
Oh, nice.
Max, are you playing in this volleyball tournament or watching this volleyball?
No, absolutely not. Okay. Stop it, Luke. Stop it, Luke. Don't even try and speculate. No. Nothing gets me to volley unless we're talking sports. That's the only thing I volley at this age.
All right, that's fair. Well, let me ask you just, I guess in a vacuum, Max, the Cardinals take Jeremiah Love at number 3. How do you feel about the pick? They had other needs, but he's also very dynamic. Like, where do you land on that, separate from the rest of what they did in the draft?
Best on the board's best on the board, and I think that's one of the things, is about the two different schools of thought that kind of go into a draft. Every GM has their own philosophy. It really boils down to two. One is I'm going to address my needs and my needs only. And that's how I'm taking this draft, is the effect to plug the holes, right? To put the thumb in the wall on the dike, right, that's leaking. I'm just putting my hands in there to try and stop it. Or there's some that say, I know I have these needs, but sometimes if the best player on the board is going to address a need that might come up sooner rather than later, then we're going to play the best on the board game. And I think for most parts you fall between those schools, and then you kind of get in that gray area as you get later in the draft where you start to meld to one side or the other. Some teams that went best available then start addressing needs in day 3, and then the others start getting best player available once they've addressed their needs. So it's kind of like those two schools of thoughts going into this, and this one was he is the most dynamic player. When I talk about who the top guys in this draft, the blue.
Okay, Max. Are you still there?
Not great phone service in the Dale of Scots, or whatever he called it.
The Dale of Scots. Yeah. Okay.
Where in Scottsdale do you not get good phone service? Like
I have no idea. What kind of phone plan do you have, Max Starks?
The Shane Doan plan?
I was going to say.
That's right.
Scott's
got the same phone as Donor.
Maybe he's climbing Camelback Mountain right now. Maybe Max is climbing Camelback Mountain.
Yeah, or maybe not.
But either way, that's an offensive lineman. And the Cardinals need an offensive line, saying, okay, but in that spot, it's okay to take the best available player.
Yeah, I definitely, my next question, based on earnings, was going to be, and I'm going to ask him this as soon as we get Max Starks back, but Spencer Fano at number 9, actually going before. Max, are you there?
I am here.
Okay.
I am here. I don't know what happened there, but we're good now.
This was a great offense to me, of course. It was Spencer Fano going number 9 to Cleveland in front of Francis Maui Noah at number 10 to the New York Giants. How did you see this? Did that surprise you at all?
It did, because I thought but when you look at kind of where these teams fell, Spencer Fano offers 5-position flex, right? I mean, he was a guy that was personally asked to snap at the combine to see if he could snap at center. So that created more value for him as a 5-position flex. He's your right tackle, and that's it. It's set it and forget it for him. And so if you didn't have an exact right tackle need, then he was going to slide. And that's why I had him slotted to you guys for most of my mocks, because I knew there was a glaring need at right tackle. And he was the best one on the board. I mean, when you talk about the blue chip guys, he was the other blue chip at offensive tackle. And then, obviously Ioane, the guard from Penn State, was the blue chip guard. And then Jeremiah Love was the number one overall blue chip player on the offensive side of the ball. And then you get to the receivers, and there's a lot of good receivers. I couldn't say it was a blue chip receiver. But, yeah, that was one of the guys that fell. And so I was really surprised that he went at number 10.
Talking to Max Starks. Max, the Cardinals did address the offensive line with that early second-round pick with Chase Bizantis. What can you tell us about him, and how do you feel about that pick?
Great pick. Great pick for the interior. And Bizantis, he was one of my top 5 guards in this draft.
Okay.
So I obviously had Ioane, who I spoke about, was my blue chip at the guard level. And then number 2 was Keelan Rutledge from Georgia Tech. Wolf, you would absolutely love this dude. When you talk about facing the fan, forget a fan. He's in a lava pit. That's the type of mentality he has. Keelan Rutledge is that dude. Like, he gets pissed, when you tell him good job type of dude. So he was my number 2, and then Chase Bizantis was right after him. Him and Emmanuel Pregnon were my other 2 guards, and I had Logan Jones to round out my interior offensive line at center. So Bizantis is solid, technical, stout, heavy hands, good guy in the phone booth. So I think he's going to be a guy that's going to add tremendous value and be one of those day one starters for you guys.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they drafted Max Ihanachor. What are your thoughts on where they drafted him and when they drafted him? Wow. Max?
Maybe Max has no thoughts on Ihanachor.
Okay, yes.
Or maybe his phone.
Oh, my goodness. It just went out.
Did you see the look on Jamal's face? Jamal leaned over, picked up the phone like, do I really have to call Max yet again?
I know that Max is very meticulous when it comes to paying his bills as well, based on our needs.
Maybe we should call Max Ihanachor and get his thoughts on Max Starks. That might be easier. He's back, Wolf. He's back.
Okay.
It's only when you ask a question.
I know. Max, are you good?
I mean, I'm not good, but I am good to talk.
Okay. All right. That's good. Max Ihanachor.
Come in studio.
That's right.
Come in studio.
What are your thoughts on Max Ihanachor?
Love him. And, he has a high ceiling. I think, he has a medium level floor where he's coming in at, only playing 5 years of football. But the kid has super nice feet. Has to work on cleaning them up and not carrying beyond, but a lot of great raw tools to work in. I think you had to get him here because I don't think the Steelers would have been able to get him in the second round. And I think they tried to trade earlier and didn't work, trying to get up into the top 15. So I think this was like, we have to take him here because tackles were going. You have to remember, there were 9 offensive linemen taken in the first round. 7 of them were tackles and 2 guards. So you weren't going to get him late in the second round.
Well, Max, it's always good to talk to you. Thank you so much, man. We'll catch up again soon.
Thank you, Max.
All right, sounds good, guys. Take care.
Okay,
man. That's Max Starks joining us right there.
He sounded so defeated at the end right there.
There's no more empty feeling than when you're the one whose phone keeps cutting out. People, because it's not your fault, but everybody's like, oh, maybe you should buy a phone, man.
Or a phone plan.
Interesting, though, to get his thoughts on Bizantis in particular, because
was cool.
Max, I mean, look, offensive lineman in the NFL for how many years?
Yes.
Won a couple Super Bowls. He is so
locked into the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, he's so invested in how good, and he covers so much college football that he's really dialed in on the technique and the skill set and the build of all the offensive linemen in the draft. So that was good to hear, especially when he said that guy could be a starter from day one, because the Cardinals probably need that. All right, Paul Calvisi, Wolf. Hey, you're Wolf. And Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson are live Thursday from 6 to 7. Did you know this, Wolf? At Flanker Kitchen at State Farm Stadium for the Big Red Rage. Meet A-Dub, get his take on this year's draft class, and win some prizes. Catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader. When we come back, we're going to hear a little bit from Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman, who joined the morning show. his thoughts, because he's going to have some on Jeremiah Love. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. You know what? I'm going to Santan Ford. Yeah, that's right, Basinonians. I don't know if it's going to be this month or next month. I know at a very short time we are going to purchase another Ford F-150. Isn't that right, Warrior Queen? And when we do, it's going to be over at Tim Hovik Santan Ford. I can tell you right now, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned truck, you need to get on over to Santan Ford, man. Whether you're driving a Ram right now, a GMC, maybe a Chevy or Toyota, this is your moment right now to step up to America's best-selling truck, and that is the Ford F-150. That's right, Basinonians. I have a Ford F-150 right now, but I need a new one. It's a 2014. It's getting a little long in the tooth, and when I do buy that truck, it's going to be at Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers, only at Starbucks.
Hey, did you hear about that multi-billion-dollar Roundup settlement?
Yeah, it impacts people who are exposed to weed killers at work or at home, even if you just used it in your own yard. Lawsuits claim it causes non-Hodgkin lymphoma, a blood cancer.
But we're not sick, so that doesn't affect us.
But it does. This cancer can take 10 to 15 years to show up.
That's a long time after exposure.
It is, and that's why the settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you get sick, even years from now, you could get $6,000 to $165,000 or more as part of the settlement.
So what's the catch?
If you stay in, you give up the right to sue them later.
Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 1-888-403-8201. If you or a loved one has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, even if they've passed, you must register for benefits. That's weedkillerclass.com. 1-888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
The future stars of the LPGA return to TPC Scottsdale's Champions course the week of April 27th through May 3rd at the Carlisle, Arizona Women's Golf Classic, boasting the strongest field on the Epson Tour, with past LPGA Tour winners and major champions, along with NCAA All-Americans and Elite Amateur champions expected to compete. Don't miss the action. General admission and hospitality ticket packages are available now at CarlisleLPGA.com. Tickets starting as low as $12.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Diamondbacks step up and fill the void for the Phoenix Suns? We'll talk about our baseball teams. First game in Milwaukee. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
YouTube live chat, having a field day with Max and his phone.
How so?
Robert said Max has a car phone from 1982. Gray Mantle said he has dial-up. And they were trying to figure out where he is in Scottsdale, where he wouldn't have service. Scottsdale's pretty flat.
I mean, there is the part out in like North Scottsdale that is kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. I know there's a part like, this isn't Scottsdale, this is like south of the 202. There's one part of the freeway where your phone cuts out. Like it's right where the 101 and the 60 are. It just cuts out. It doesn't matter really who you are or what kind of phone you have. But it's for 1 second. It's not for 10 minutes.
Pretty bad, Max.
Marcus Freeman was he should have told us he was in like Bangladesh or something,
To
because
even
he always
be
travels the
likened
world.
to Shane Doan and his phone is, come on, that's a disgrace.
Wow, he's taking shots at
Donor,
man.
Donor, you know I love you, Donor.
I hope he gets you back for this.
It's my dog.
Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame football head coach, was on Bickley and Murata this morning. Now, obviously, usually, I guess I shouldn't say 100% of the time, a college coach is going to say good things about his college player that's about to go to the NFL.
I think so.
I guess Jim Mora didn't do Josh Rosen a ton of favors when he first got drafted. He definitely sent some mixed signals on Josh Rosen. I'm guessing Marcus Freeman isn't going to do that here, but I'll play the audio for you. They asked, what exactly can the Cardinals expect from their number 3 overall pick?
I think his play speaks for himself. He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his ability his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn. But he's a great human being. He's a great person that understands that this platform isn't just about you. It's about something bigger than yourself. And he's matured in his preparation. He's matured in the way he takes care of his body. And he's just, I'm excited to see him at the next level.
What are your thoughts on that, Lou?
Best football player he's been around is that's high praise. The thing that stands out, and it's not just from Marcus Freeman, but a few people have mentioned this, of he can play so many different positions. I just want to draw the distinction between, when the Cardinals drafted Isaiah Simmons, and it's like, hey, we're going to play this, he's going to be a linebacker, he's going to be a safety, he's going to be the outside. There's a difference between that and a running back you can use a bunch of different ways.
Yeah.
Now, I still feel like there's a lot of value, and Lorenzo Alexander said this when he was in here last week before they even drafted Jeremiah Love. He was talking about defense, but I'm on some level, I'm sure it applies to Love too. He's talking about a rookie, bring him in and give him a home base to start from, right? Okay, you're our running back first, right? But now he picks that up quickly at the NFL level, which I'm sure he will. Oh, okay, he's also a really good receiver too. Oh, he's good in pass pro. Hey, maybe you can use him as a receiver in some situations. You can use Jeremiah Love a bunch of different ways. That's different than drafting a defensive player that doesn't really have a position.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that one 100%. Again, I think Jeremiah Love is a generational talent. I do believe it. It's the reason why I was okay. And Basinonians, once again, remember how dead set I was about getting more physical on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball and wanting an offensive lineman drafted. Okay, Francis Mauigoa. Oh, he was taking 7 spots higher, Ron. Well, if he turns out to be a Pro Bowl player, who cares? And to me, that's what he was going to be, and that's what he is going to be at one point in time because of what lies within Francis Mauigoa. But for me, I had to admit, Jeremiah Love, if you're going to tell me the Cardinals are going to draft Jeremiah Love, I'm not going to cry. And why am I not going to cry? Because I do believe he is a generational guy who is an every down back. And when you have a guy that is an every down back, you're talking about somebody that you could leave in on sub-package, third and obvious pass situations, leave him in, and he could pick up blitzing linebackers. By the way, that's what I did. I did that. Go back and look at it. Years that I was here in 1988, 1987 and 1988, that's what I did for the Cardinals. I literally was the third down back. They had me in there to pick up blitzes.
And you loved it.
And I loved it, and I loved doing it. It wasn't going to be like the third down back. They were going to throw me the ball coming out of the backfield. I was like another offensive lineman and even made the calls for the offensive line in those situations. This guy can do the same thing. Yet he is running a 4.36 who can catch the ball, and he's hyper explosive when he gets the ball, especially in the open field. Yeah. He's got the knack. He's got the ability to take it to the house on a check down. Man, anytime you have that kind of talent, that guy is going to make your offense look so much better than what it really is.
Here's more from Marcus Freeman on how he could have used Jeremiah Love if he wanted to.
We could have gave him the ball every play. And seriously, and we could have threw him the ball. We could have handed the ball off to him. And what you would have saw was the stats would have been double or triple what they were. But that wasn't what was best for him or for our program. And it's a reflection of his unselfishness. He was Jadarian's biggest supporter. He wanted Jadarian to carry the ball, to score as much as he did. And that to me tells you what type of person he is. He's not a selfish person. He's a competitive person, but he is an unbelievable teammate that knows the success of the team will ultimately give him those individual accolades that he desires. And so he is an amazing human being.
Mr. Perfect. Apparently, that's Jeremiah Love, Mr. Perfect. My goodness.
You can't draft a player based on, generating excitement from the fan base. Can't do that, or your franchise is never going to go anywhere. But since they have drafted Jeremiah Love, I have to admit, my excitement for this upcoming season is a lot higher than it was before. Before it was like, okay, we're into this. Let's see how they're setting things up. 2026 could pretty well be a slog. You're trying to set things up for 2027. It may still be a slog. They may win 4 games, but they're going to be a lot more interesting with Jeremiah Love.
Yeah. Now that you say that, it makes me think of Carson Beck as well. And we were having this conversation.
Yeah.
Preseason. Would you say preseason is going to be interesting this year?
For Beck. You're saying for Beck.
I'm saying for Cardinal fans. Would you say that preseason is going to be really interesting? Look, everybody, it's Jeremiah Love. I mean, how many reps is Jeremiah Love going to get in preseason? I really don't know.
Probably not a ton.
Carson Beck, how many reps would Carson Beck actually get in a preseason game? And Luke, and I'm being serious about this, we'll do it live. It's live. It's totally different than practice. We'll do it live, even if you're going to have a scrimmage in practice. It's not the same as going out under the lights when the Silks are on and playing somebody you don't know. And
we'll do it live.
That's right, and competing against somebody you don't know. And suddenly, look, everybody, it's how many reps on the field will Carson Beck get with Jeremiah Love? There's your little indicator. There's your cheat code on the season. Just looking at the preseason games, how many reps does Carson Beck actually get with Jeremiah Love on the field?
If Carson Beck ends up not playing that much in the preseason, it's your starter?
No.
Because,
No, I think it's just the opposite of
okay.
that. Hey, listen, we're going to go with Carson Beck. We're going to run this kid out there week number 1. You want to get him some reps, right? You want to get him some reps in a preseason game. That, to me, is what I'm going to be looking for. Now, again, there's a lot that has to happen here. But, starting with Jacoby Brissett, how is that going to end?
Yeah. But all due respect to Jacoby and Gardner Minshew, who have both carved out pretty good NFL careers for themselves. And Jacoby, I think, did a lot of good things for the Cardinals last year and could still do a lot of good things for them this year, more so behind the scenes. I'm saying good things. I can already hear people being like, well, he didn't win any games. I get it. But he unlocked Michael Wilson and he unlocked Trey McBride in the red zone. And if that's something they take with them beyond when he's the quarterback, that is important. But with all due respect to those 2 quarterbacks, can they really show you anything this year that changes your opinion on the direction of the Cardinals quarterback position? Carson Beck can, for better or for worse. And worse might even be better, if that makes sense. If he's not your guy and it's obvious, I'm already seeing mock drafts where they're taking Arch Manning and Dante Moore. They're everywhere already. Okay, when we come back, let's get back into basketball. And here's a producer question for you, Wolf. If you could only keep Dylan Brooks or Jalen Green next season, Which one of them would you keep and why?
Dope.
We'll explain why that's even a question next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
If you had to diagnose it right now, league-wide, what quarterback as a rookie has the best chance to start week 1 for his respective team? It's Carson Beck for the Cardinals. Look, had this happened in the second round, I would be way more bothered by it. And I know you said third round still bothers you. It bothers me less. Fourth round would have been a lot more palatable. Yeah. But this is one of those situations. You kick the tires. If you find some lightning in a bottle, good on you. If not, it doesn't prevent you from getting a quarterback at the top of the draft next year.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? Go ahead and find your dream home. That's not easy, but go ahead and do it. And then once you've done it, just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. It's really the way to do it, and it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program is set up to let you do. If you find the new home that you want, that's a pretty big deal, so just buy it now. Sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard will give you cash so you can buy and move into that new home first. You can do it without doing any showings or waiting around on other people. Then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make upgrades to raise the price that you can ask for it. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired. They worked so hard. They built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement. retirement because he never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 4, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's the Truck Month Spring Sale going on now through April 30th. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet today. Together, let's drive.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday morning. Lots of work for the Phoenix Suns to do this offseason, which starts now. We'll get into it starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday.
What's up, man?
What's going on, Wolf? How you doing today?
That's right. Here we go.
We had Kellen Olson on yesterday, and he kind of threw into an answer. I forget exactly how he worded it. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he was talking about, changes the Suns could make this offseason, kind of the decisions facing them right now. He's got a good story up on ArizonaSports.com right now where you can look at it, but the decisions facing the Suns of, do you invest in this season where you exceeded expectations and say, okay, now's our time, let's go for it. But then also, what does that look like? Does that look like, okay, let's try to strategically add a piece or two, or are you condensing pieces you have for one more, bigger name or whatever? I mean, some of it they're limited in what they can do. But in the middle of all that, he mentioned, like, what if you could only bring back Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green? Like, what if you had to choose to move on from one of them? Yeah. So I'm guessing we'll probably all have the same answer here, but I still think it's worth having the conversation. So let's bring command and control in on this.
Okay, let's do it.
If I tell you right now, you can only have Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green back, who are you bringing back?
Dillon Brooks.
Okay. Jamal?
Dillon.
Yeah, me too. Wolf?
Dillon.
Okay. Second question along the same lines.
Man, I feel so bad, too, saying that. I mean, honestly, Jalen Green, this young, wild Mustang, this wild talent, dripping. What you want to talk about a dude who could have the nickname Drip? This guy, dripping.
Boy, that would be the
with
ultimate.
Talent.
If Wolf gave another Arizona athlete the nickname Drip just to attack the morning show.
No, it has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with the morning show. Are you kidding me? It just, you want to talk about drip. You want to talk, is at least the way that Vetter James describes it to me. Drip. This guy is all that in a bag of chips. You think of Jalen Green and some of the things he does athletically on a basketball court. We're talking about against some of the best athletes in the world. The NBA is the most athletic league on the face of the planet, bar none. That's where the greatest athletes are, a collection of them on the floor. Not every one of them is a great athlete, okay? And that's not what I'm saying. But you look at them, the unbelievable size and strength and explosiveness and quickness and dexterity, hand-eye coordination. Oh, my goodness, all of it comes together on an NBA floor. And, man, when you think of it, Jalen Green is all of that and then some. I mean, he can beat the best athletes on the floor himself. Yet at the same time, man, there's just something there that isn't jiving.
Well, I don't even know if it's about Jalen Green. It's just if the question is Jalen Green or Dillon Brooks, for me, what you are evolving into, what you turn into this season, I don't think it's all Dillon Brooks. I mean, I think it's a big chunk Dillon Brooks. I think it's a big chunk Jordan Ott. I think it's a big chunk Devin Booker. But Dillon Brooks, you can't move him now.
Yeah, let me ask you, though, and I'll ask you this, too, Command and Control. Were they a better team when Jalen Green came back?
No.
But Dillon Brooks was out, too.
Okay.
For some of it, when we saw them all play together, it was a lot of times there was just iso ball with one of them taking a shot.
Would they made it out of the play-in without Jalen Green? He's the only guy scoring.
Well, that's such a hypothetical because then does Booker become more aggressive? Does Booker become the player that
is the question.
I've been asking him to become?
Rick. That's exactly where I was going with that, too.
But that's just as vague as saying they're worse with Jalen Green.
Okay, here's the thing. Does Devin Booker get relegated to being your point guard because you can't have both of them on the floor together?
I think that's true. And wasn't the conversation about Jalen Green supposed to be the point guard? Like, that was in the offseason. He was supposed to be the point guard.
Yeah.
We never really saw that. When he was a ball handler, but when he got the ball, he was kind of going to shoot.
Hey, you guys remember when the Suns had a point guard and they went to the NBA Finals?
Yeah, or the year
old days.
Yeah.
Or the year before that when they also had a point guard and they went 8-0 in the bubble.
But, once again,
the next year when they won 64 games.
There was a real belief in the association, and I do believe there are remnants of this still in the association, that the NBA is a positionless league.
Yeah, that's fair. That's I think there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, it is. That there's not even really like a debate there. It is a positionless league. But if your best player is Devin Booker and you're built around Devin Booker being a scorer, put him in positions to score, not him in positions to put other guys in position to score. It makes a little bit of sense when you have Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Jalen Green's not Kevin Durant. Dillon Brooks isn't Kevin Durant. Now, Dillon Brooks is better for the Suns than Kevin Durant, but he's not the scorer that Kevin Durant is.
Yeah. SGA, by way of example, though, right now. I mean, the way he distributes is incredible, isn't it? To watch him go about his business.
I don't want to talk about him anymore.
I know. I'm just saying, we look at the pinnacle, look at the best. And because of that, I know that SGA is a guy that is a great player on both ends of the floor, in my opinion, at least. But having said that, he still plays that position of point guard very well.
Let me ask you guys another question then. Okay, so we all said if you had to choose between Dillon Brooks and Jalen Green, and the only way that would come up is if the Suns are looking around this offseason like, okay, we're going to have to make a trade for something significant. Those are probably your two biggest trade chips other than Devin Booker. But, and Bobby Marks pointed this out earlier, it's not exactly easy to trade Book either with the money he's being paid.
That's right.
I mean, every team would want him, but how many teams could actually give you what you want and make the money work and everything? But what if you could keep Brooks and Jalen Green? Would you rather do that or try to move Green for something? Because I'm fine just running it back with those two guys. We haven't seen them. You could trade Jalen Green in the middle of the season next year if it's just not working.
I'm not fine with them running it back because we're at the point where Book's about to be 30 and we're about at the running out of time portion. And so I want them to do whatever they can try to do to get that championship for Booker, and I'm not sure running it back is going to do that. I think they win about 44 to 49 games. Like I just didn't see it really gel, and it's not something that I think I needed to see a very large sample size of to see it gel. Like when I saw Jalen Green, Devin Booker, and Dillon Brooks on the court at the same time, it was a tough watch.
My only counter to that, you might be totally right, Rick. My only counter is I'm not saying it's so much for us seeing it. It's just if they played together for more than a few games, would they be better? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the
That's
other
what
part
I'm saying is like I just don't believe that.
Jamal.
The other part is Oklahoma City's still in the league, so I don't know if they're winning a championship next year anyway. But go ahead, Jamal.
Well, the thing is, and I'm going to steal this from Rick. He said this earlier off the air. He said
it's not about Jalen Hurts, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's another Jalen Green.
Okay, good.
But he said it about Book, but I'm going to change it to Jalen Green. Rick mentioned doing the Kittel thing with Devin Booker. Hey, we're not trading him, but we'll listen. I think you can do that with Jalen Green. Like, hey, we're not willing to, we're not going to call people, but if you're willing to call us and offer something, you can trade him. But I mean, in terms of running it back, I'm not completely against it.
I'm with Luke on this, I think. I'm okay with running it back because I do believe some of these young guys are going to get better, and that's going to be a big change for the Phoenix Suns. Yet, having said that, you can always move him if you have to.
Yeah, I also there's no way to know this until you know what sort of calls they're getting, but I also kind of feel like if you traded Jalen Green right now, you're not selling low, but you're definitely not selling high. What if you start next season and he's putting up crazy stats, but deep down as a team, you're like, we are kind of hitting our ceiling. Like Fleming's better, Malwatch is better, but we're still kind of like we're looking like the 7th seed in the Western Conference. You might be able to trade Jalen Green for more. But I
love the idea.
I'd like to see
saying,
it for a full year.
Let's give these three guys the opportunity to actually play together from the very jump. Let's go ahead and see that. Prove it.
But then everybody's got to stay on the floor. Like, we can't be missing 50 games next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So what you're saying is you'd like a big three next year.
No, I would not like a big three. There is no big three.
When we come back, which late-round pick could end up being a potential steal for the Cardinals? We'll talk about the guys that got drafted after Carson Beck. That's the cutoff here, right? No Beck, right. No Basantis, no Love. Okay, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Big three.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information, man. You know the heat is coming right now. It is coming. You don't want to move yourself. Don't be that guy. I'm going to move myself. You don't want that. Get the pros, Basinonians. Get Moving Team 6 to come out and move you whatever it is that you need, whether it's your home, you're moving to a new residence, of course. Maybe it's a business. That's right, a commercial move. Well, you know what? Moving Team 6, they got you covered. And I know the Lee family. Tim Lee is the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons. That's right, it's a family-run business. His sons, Garrett and JT, man. Listen, they are a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And I know that because this company is built on the backs of the Lee family. Here's what you do. You go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
At quarterback, calling the right play could change the whole game. And when your car breaks down, same idea. Make the right call before the big repair bill hits. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. Plans include 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, and rental car options, all to keep your drive alive. Look, breakdowns happen, but choosing CarShield, that's the easiest call you'll make all day.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Let's talk about the Ford F-150 because look closely. You see hard work, great adventure. Paul Calvisi here. Considering the bloodline, it's no surprise F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. We're talking on the job site, home, the family camper, off-roading. The F-150 has us covered. And now take the 2026 Ford F-150. F-150 truck. Whether you're looking for the perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And Ford owners get an additional $500 in owner loyalty cash on a 2026 Ford F-150 STX. But hurry, it all ends April 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility Retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
For windows and doors that combine style, performance, and efficiency, come to the Window Depot. We carry a large selection of Milgard windows and patio doors, with many options in stock and available today. Choose from a variety of colors, styles, and energy-efficient designs that can help improve comfort while adding value to your home. From new builds to window replacements, our team can help you find the right Milgard products for your unique project. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Baseball fans know a rally is one of the game's greatest moments. But in real life, some comebacks take more than determination. After a brain injury, the road back can feel like the longest inning. That's where Barrow Neurological Institute steps in. With advanced neurorehabilitation, Barrow specialists help patients rebuild strength, regain independence, and return to the life they love. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
God knows I am reincarnated. I was stargazing. Life goes on. I need all my babies. Woke up looking for the broccoli.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. The Diamondbacks pitching is in a funk, but Ildemaro Vargas keeps his hit streak alive in a loss to the Brewers. Cancun on 3. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander pokes fun at Dylan Brooks after the Thunder's sweep of the Suns. And former Cardinals defensive lineman Josh Morrow dead at 35. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, looking at the NFL draft for the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, a lot of the conversations so far have really been centered around Jeremiah Love and Carson Beck.
Yeah.
And then Chase Besantis gets thrown in there because he was an early second-round pick. We got to talk to Max Starks about him earlier, who's, really locked in to the upside of the offensive lineman in the draft. And so he was able to give us some insight there on Besantis. But it makes sense that those would be the 3 names everybody's talking about right now, because you can lump Besantis in with Love and say, hey, if they got like a first-round caliber offensive lineman in the second round anyway, then stop freaking out that they didn't take one with the 3rd pick. They got Jeremiah Love, and they still got no lineman. And then obviously Beck is his own conversation. But what about the guys after Beck? They still took Caleb Proctor out of Southeast Louisiana, Reggie Virgil out of Texas Tech, Carson Shire out of Iowa, and Jaden Williams out of Ole Miss in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. And also, they didn't move up or down at all in this draft. They just stayed right where they were and picked guys every time.
So would you like to go first, as a matter of fact, or will you be okay if I go?
Yeah, you go. I think we have 2 different answers, so you go.
Okay. Base earnings, I'm going into the 5th round. Pick
okay, that's what I thought.
143, okay, with Reggie Virgil, wide receiver from Texas Tech. This is fascinating to me. First of all, he was a top 30 pick. Remember that. Reggie Virgil was a top 30.
One of the visits, yeah.
Yes, one of the visits that the Arizona Cardinals brought in. Top 30 visit, I should say. They brought him in, and I was stunned by why would they be bringing Reggie Virgil into the facility? Why one of their top 30 visits? They're going to bring this guy in? Why? He ran a 4.6 at the combine. It doesn't seem like this guy would be high on your board. He was slated to go day 3. Guess what he did? He went day 3, as a matter of fact. So this is so intriguing to me, so fascinating that they got this guy. They brought him in for one of their top 30s, and they drafted him 143, a wide receiver from Texas Tech that is running a 4.6. And yet the scouting report says this guy stretches the field. What? I don't really understand that. This guy stretches the field. How? Well, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, he is Jerry Rice. Now, when I say Jerry Rice...
I'd like to change my answer if he's Jerry Rice.
When I say Jerry Rice, don't think of Jerry Rice, the Hall of Famer. Think of Jerry Rice when he came out of Mississippi Valley State, when he came out running a 4.6. And yet, how many times did you see him run by DBs in his unbelievable career? And Joe Montana put it on him. This is a situation where you have some guys in the NFL base earnings who have game speed and some that just don't do well whenever you put them on a clock. And I'm wondering if Reggie Virgil is this guy. Because on tape, if you watch him, he's running by dudes. How does a dude running a 4.6 run by guys? Maybe he's got the Jerry Rice
football speed
syndrome. Football speed.
I figured you were going to go there, so I already kind of had a different answer in mind. And I figured you were going to go there because you were intrigued by that before they ever picked him.
Before this, yes.
Just when he was a top 30 visit, you were like, wait, why are they? There must be something here. Because you're right. It's not like his measurables are amazing, and it's not like receiver's really a position of need for the Cardinals.
Yes. But you know
compared to others.
If you did say, okay, what is the one thing they need in the receiver room?
Yeah.
Somebody who could stretch the field.
Well.
And again, base earnings, you're running a 4.6. Okay, he's not stretching the field. And yet you brought him in a top 30. And you drafted him, 143. Maybe it's because this guy has got the game juice.
He's definitely the most interesting of the last four to me because they were so in on him. And it's like, okay, what do you guys see? And it's not like he wasn't playing anybody. He's at Texas Tech. So I'm intrigued by what exactly has them so intrigued. Right. But as far as who could be a steal, I'll go in the fourth round. I'll go with Caleb Proctor from Southeast Louisiana. Now, the first FCS player off the board in the whole draft.
Yes.
Don't love that. But it's kind of similar to the whole Reggie Virgil thing. The Cardinals, and I'm not going back to previous GMs. I'm saying with Monty Austinfort, if you look at their drafts, they tend to just take guys from big schools that are playing against other big schools. Southeast Louisiana, not a big school, not playing against big schools. So what is it about Caleb Proctor that pushed them to sort of break their unwritten rule? Seriously, if you go back through their drafts with Monty Austinfort, everybody,
great observation, Luke.
They're all Big Ten, SEC, whatever, and this, he is not from Southeast Louisiana. So it's a mix of he's the one guy that they drafted that maybe could get some sacks, really. I mean, everything else they did was basically offense except Carson Shire in the 6th round from Iowa.
Shire.
So it's that, but it's also what made them go off their normal script to take him?
Yeah, that's a great observation, man. Caleb Proctor. I hear a lot of good things on him. Of course, he's going to have to make that adjustment, making that transformation from not playing at the highest levels in college football to playing at the highest level in the National Football League. But once again, it's intriguing that they drafted him. Pick 104, ladies and gentlemen. You just don't draft somebody at 104 unless you think he's a baller.
Really, I was just setting you up for that.
But I love it, man. I really do. I love the conversation, especially as it applies to Reggie Virgil. Once again, to think that maybe you got somebody that could stretch the field. You go 11 personnel base earnings. Think about it. One back, one tight end. That one tight end is Trey McBride. That one back is Jeremiah Love. And now all of a sudden you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. on the field with Michael Wilson and a kid named Reggie Virgil who can stretch the field. And by the way, if you don't honor the fact that he can stretch the field, maybe you're going to throw it right over the head of the safety, if you know what I mean. So it's really intriguing to me because I've seen guys like this. When you put them on a clock, they were not good. They just were not good. But if you watched them on tape, man, they're running away from dudes. How is that possible? Well, you're
some
Jerry
guys just
Rice.
have it. Anything they do on offense right now is interesting to me because it's being geared towards an entirely new offense with Mike LaFleur. I just want to go back real quick to Caleb Proctor, too, looking on NFL.com. And I don't know exactly how they came up with all these different scores, but the athleticism score for Caleb Proctor, they have him 4th among all defensive tackles in the entire draft. Like, I'm comparing him just randomly. To be fair, I was comparing him to Ruben Bain, different positions, but just as far as the arm length. But when you start to look at the athleticism score, they actually gave him a much higher athleticism score than even Ruben Bain.
Really interesting.
And I'm not looking at that to say, well, that means he's better than Bain. It's just, did you get something in the 4th round? Because
maybe
you did.
Maybe you did.
Monty's been okay in the 3rd and 4th rounds of these drafts.
You never know how a human being is going to transition mentally, Basinonians, inside, soulfully. How you're going to transition from college to the NFL? That's the great question.
All right, we come back. Let's just go around the NFL. I'm going to start with this question for you, Wolf. Why are the Rams being so weird about their quarterbacks?
Yeah, they are weird.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think it would be malfeasance if you don't give Carson Beck at least 7 starts at quarterback.
What does he have to do to make you not take a quarterback?
Oh, gosh.
What does he have to do to make you be like, you know what? This could be our guy?
Is it a number? Is it a completion percentage? Is it a yards per game? Is it a touchdown to interception ratio? Or is it just the eye test that comes with knowing?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Choosing the right financial advisor might be one of the smartest financial moves you're ever going to make. The fiduciary team at Trajan Wealth, they help craft a reliable income plan so you can stay focused on what matters the most. Visit Trajan Wealth today. That's right, TrajanWealth.com, ladies and gentlemen. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors take time to listen, teach, and create a plan that truly reflects your values and goals. Visit TrajanWealth.com. Once again, that's TrajanWealth.com. Pick up the phone as well. You can call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband. It's my sons. It's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks look to even up their series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. First pitch is at 4:40 with pregame coverage starting at 4 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury play their second and final preseason game tonight. They host Team Japan at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his third start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
We're going to have to do this as a show this season. I think we're each going to have to take one of these names because there's so many mock drafts out already for next year.
Yeah.
And they basically all have the Cardinals taking either Dante Moore, Arch Manning, or Julian Sayin, or whatever.
Wow.
But I feel like for the college football season next year, all four of us each need to take like one player that we're going to pay attention to.
Okay.
Jamal, you can have Julian
that
Sayin because then you're going to watch Ohio State games anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I like that.
So there you go.
Dibs on Arch.
I think I'm going to be kind of not stuck, but I think I'm going to have to watch a lot of SEC football next year.
Okay.
So
then I'll go Dante Moore then.
Okay. All right.
Wolf?
Wolf, you can have Sam Levitt.
You gotta let me go ahead and look at this.
Okay. You got time.
Okay.
We got 5 months.
I was gonna say we're not gonna choose right now.
In full disclosure here, I'll probably be watching a lot of Arch Manning, Julian Sayin, and Dante Moore.
Okay, well that's all right. Then we're good. I mean, we should be good across the board. I'm trying to figure out. We have time to figure out what other names are going to be up there. Jaden Maiava. Somebody going to watch Jaden Maiava at USC?
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of quarterbacks, the Rams have theirs, at least their quarterback of the future in Ty Simpson. They have their current quarterback because he's the reigning MVP. So.
By the way, we're also basing our hands. We're all gonna make a declaration on Carson Beck at some point in time before the season starts.
Before the season.
Before.
What's the
season.
like? Give me an example of that declaration.
It's going to be all right. Do you think Carson Beck is the Arizona Cardinals franchise quarterback at the end of the year?
So before the year, you want us to make the declaration? Okay.
Before week 1. The declaration has got to be made.
All right. Okay. I'm fine with that. These are all good things we're going to forget.
Command and control. Stick that in your pipe and metaphorically smoke.
Said with such disdain. All right. So the Rams, what are they doing, Wolf? Like, why the theatrics from Sean McVay to make it seem like, I didn't want this guy living there. And then Ty Simpson, I guess, was like, I never really, talked to Sean McVay. And then Ty Simpson this week actually says this.
We tried to keep this, under wraps as long as we could. It was something to where I knew they were interested, but, they wanted to, make it private and didn't want people to know that, they were interested. So I had some secret meetings with, Coach McVay, and, I just was trying to be on script and, do what, everybody told me and not to tell anybody. So, it was something to where I knew that they were interested. I just didn't know when. And then, sure enough, I had a lot of confidence in myself, and that's why I decided to come out. If it wasn't them, I felt like that it was going to be somebody else.
This is absolutely bizarre.
It's very
Is
strange.
it not bizarre?
Yes. Why? What?
Sean McVay looked put out when he was out there talking.
He did.
About Ty Simpson.
He did.
And them drafting Ty Simpson at number 13. Look,
yes.
Why?
But then if you believe Sean McVay, which I kind of do, they were talking to him during day 3 of the draft. They were interviewing him as the draft was going on, and he's like, yeah, I was kind of didn't want to go out there and just be celebrating that we, in front of Matthew Stafford, in front of my current players. Hey, we got this new rookie. This is the greatest thing ever. And so, I mean, I guess
that makes a lot of sense.
That does.
It does.
But why? Like, who were they trying to hide that they were interested in Ty Simpson from? The only team that makes sense is the Cardinals.
There's no doubt about it. Once again, this is a conversation you and I had before all of this happened.
Yeah.
The combination before the draft. It was literally a situation. Mike LaFleur. You think Mike LaFleur and Sean McVay have had a conversation about Ty Simpson? Why in the world would the LA Rams take Ty Simpson at 13? Because they knew maybe the Arizona Cardinals might move back into the first round to go ahead and draft Ty Simpson.
Nobody else. It doesn't seem like anybody else was doing it. The Cardinals obviously couldn't move ahead of them at 13. So if they were going to take him at 13 the whole time, why make it a secret? But I guess what he just said right there, they didn't even tell him when they were going to take him. So maybe they wanted to keep it secret, hoping they could get him in the second or something, or just with a later pick.
Well, here's the whole thing about it is if you start having a conversation with even the Arizona Cardinals about, you want to move up, or anybody, you want to move up in front of us, are you going to take Ty Simpson? You know what I mean? It's a situation where, once again, you've got to be very covert about this stuff because you don't know what somebody else is going to do. And if you love them, you got to be secretive about it.
You could say that about any team meeting with any player, though, because, again, the Rams took him at 13. Nobody was moving up to 12 to take Ty Simpson.
Man, it is a fascinating story, and it's going to be a fascinating thing to watch. Ty Simpson and how he does with the LA Rams.
Here's Les Snead. He was asked, okay, so why did your new quarterback lie about meeting with your head coach? Because, again, this is like you're allowed to meet. Yeah. You can totally meet. Nobody. It feels like this thing where they're like, we were super secretive, and the rest of the league's like, we don't care. Like you were allowed to meet. We weren't going to draft you anyway, except maybe the Cardinals. Here's Les Snead.
Here's where it went awry. We do like to emphasize, Pat, hey, look, try to keep these private meetings between us, right? For that gamesmanship. Just, we like for other teams not to know we're interested, right? So we do emphasize that a little stronger than most. Try to keep it between us. So if you go to another team and they ask, a lot of times teams will ask, where have you visited? I know this. A lot of teams will keep up. Where's players been on top 30s? Where have they, who was at the pro day, right? And you're trying to, at the end of the day, figure out who may take a player or who may not. So we emphasize, keep it quiet. Felt really bad for Ty. He stayed on script.
Draft subterfuge. That's what all of that is. It is alive and well in the year 2026, is it not, brothers?
It is.
That's exactly what it is.
It's just now that, and I guess as we're kind of parsing this out on the air, in the moment, I guess I certainly understand a guy comes in for a meeting and you're like, hey, other teams are going to ask you if you were here. Maybe just don't volunteer that information. Like, I get that. Now, again, most of this stuff comes out. Like, we had most of the Cardinals on our website.
If you're Ty Simpson, what would you say to that? Would you agree? Would you say, okay, yeah, if they hint to you, they might take you at 13 when everyone else thinks you're going to be 34.
Yes. Yeah. In his case, yes. If I'm, Reuben Bain Jr., no. Like, I want to get drafted high. You know what I mean? I already know there's 10 teams interested in me. But in the moment, I get it can make some sense. But now that they took him at 13, it just looks ridiculous. Like, they're like, we had a secret. We didn't want anybody to jump up to 2 and take Ty Simpson.
Right. It does, but again, why would he be in on that? Well, yeah,
it worked out for him.
Maybe, being 13 is a lot better than being 34.
Or maybe just nobody wanted Matthew Stafford to find out. Maybe that was the real solution here.
Matthew, too, I get that. He's coming off an MVP season.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Matthew, thanks for that MVP. By the way, this guy is the new you.
Boy, you're getting a little long in the tooth, man.
Matthew, we're going to start calling Ty Matthew, too. Is that okay? New Matthews here.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
All right, when we come back, let's talk some Dbacks baseball. Some of the biggest positives and maybe the areas that need improvements the most after the first month of the season. Rotation. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Warner, our guest this morning.
What do you think of the Cardinals' plan, and what do you think of Carson Beck as a prospect?
I really liked Carson's tape. He played in a lot of big games. He understands how to play the position. He actually was working out with my son, EJ, during this process, and EJ was telling me how smart he was, how good he was in the room and a student of the game, which to me is, just as important as anything else. So there's a lot to like about Carson Beck. To me, the question just becomes, does he have that something extra?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Man, your smile's all jacked up, right? Well, this is what Aria Dental Implant Center, this is where they will help you with the all-on-4. That's right, the all-on-4 full mouth implants. Experiences everything with that. And Dr. Joe, he's got over 2,500 full mouth patients and placed 20,000 plus implants, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Aria Dental Implant Center, they are the best in the business right now. And I can tell you, maybe you just want to bite into your steak or bite into an apple, smile real nice for the camera. Dr. Joe and Aria Dental Implant Center, that's where I recommend that you go. I have had the all-on-4, and I can tell you it is indeed a game changer. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Before you put your home on the market, know your options. Most agents bang a sign in the yard and pray the right buyer comes along. Not Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She has a proven system that works. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 12 cash offers on your home or choose her guaranteed sale offer where Carol will sell your home at a price and time frame acceptable to you or she'll buy it. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar, you'll know you're making the right decision. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did things go for Merrill Kelly in his third start of the season? We'll react and get you ready for Game 2 of the series on today's Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I don't know what you're talking about, Rick.
Could we be any more organized behind the scenes right now if we tried?
I love talking like the possum king, by the way. I love walking around.
Meeting at 2 o'clock. You good for it, Wolf?
I have no idea what you're talking about, though, honestly, when I say that.
I think if Wolf didn't get invited, he doesn't have to go.
Let me see who got invited.
Did you get invited?
I did get invited.
Your reaction when I asked you if you were going, you looked like you didn't even know what the word meeting meant.
So it was a rescheduled meeting from a different day.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm sure everyone loved this conversation.
Yeah, no, this is the best. Well, they can all laugh at us because they probably don't have to go to a meeting at 2 o'clock today.
Yeah.
Anybody can enjoy that.
Are you kidding me? You have to sit there.
But they also, their entire jobs are probably meetings, and we get to talk on the air, which is more fun. So
now they're not enjoying this conversation. It is crazy. I know we're going to talk about baseball here, but I wanted to go back to the Rams conversation for just a second, Wolf.
So cool.
It is crazy because we're talking about professionals at the highest level. How weird teams or quarterbacks get in situations like this, where, like, you remember when Green Bay took Jordan Love, and Aaron Rodgers since then has just kind of hated everybody on the planet. Like, I mean, there should be, especially at that time, no quarterback that felt more secure in his abilities and his place in the league than Aaron Rodgers. At the time when they took Jordan Love,
yes,
Aaron Rodgers was in the, like, hey, this guy's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time discussion. And he's not currently, but for his career, he is. Like, Aaron Rodgers is going to go down as one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Yes.
But when the Packers took Jordan Love, you would have thought that they, like, it was, and with the Rams, like, they are on some level, I'm sure, were trying to hide stuff because they didn't want to offend Matthew Stafford.
It makes perfect sense. Now, when I hear you say that in regard to Sean McVay, and how he was acting so put out.
But that wasn't going to.
I mean, seriously,
a long-term solution.
Les Snead was looking at him like, "What are you doing?"
Are they going to act like they hate Ty Simpson for the next 2 years while Matthew Stafford's
I'm just saying right now, when you think about it, Matthew Stafford is what? He's 38. Is he 38 years old?
I believe that is
okay.
Correct.
Matthew Stafford is 38 years old, Basinonians, and you're going to tell me that, okay, how many more years are you going to play? Matthew Stafford could play, I think, into his 40s. I think he could do it.
He looked pretty good last year.
Once again, it's not like he's a dual-threat quarterback. He isn't. He's a guy that's going to throw the ball from the pocket. And by the way, how's he doing?
Reigning MVP. The Rams should honestly
reigning MVP.
They should film a commercial where, like, Stafford's doing stuff around the facility and they have Ty Simpson come in and do it better. Like, Matt, you don't pick that up. Ty, you're flexible. You can pick that up, right? Matthew, don't throw that over there. Ty, you can throw. You can throw further than Matthew, right? Just lean into it.
It does make perfect sense why McVay was looking at Les Snead too, the way that he was. He was like, Les, why are you looking at me, okay? Because we all know I've got a guy who's a reigning MVP right now playing quarterback at a rather high level for us right now. And we don't know, is it going to be next year? Is it going to be the year before that? Hey, we all kind of thought this might be his swan song.
To be
this
fair,
last year.
Matthew Stafford has alluded to retiring for a couple years.
Correct.
Already.
And then he had a bad back. Oh, my back. Boy, do you think that helped him or hurt him and the chances of him actually going out and having the kind of season that he did.
It's just crazy to me that we're talking about like full-grown adults here, that the Rams can't just say, hey, we're drafting Ty Simpson. We don't know when we're going to be picking this high again. I get it. Other players on the team might be like, why don't you draft a guy that can help us right now?
Yeah.
But we got to get our quarterback of the future. Otherwise, we're going to have a bunch of down years after Matthew Stafford retires, scrambling for that quarterback.
Yes, exactly.
But they didn't feel like they could do that because they didn't
you also
want to hurt somebody's feelings.
You needed a wide receiver as well.
Well, they do, and Mekhi Lemon was right there.
Yes, yeah. Mekhi Lemon. Oh, man, it could have – write that down, Basin. It's Mekhi Lemon.
Who did he end up on?
Yes.
Philadelphia, where every player that mysteriously drops, they always end up on the Eagles somehow. So good for them. But then they all hate each other, and Jalen Hurts doesn't throw them the ball anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Good luck getting along with Jalen.
Yeah. Hey, Mekhi, good for you. You're not going to get the ball because Jalen's in a bad mood this year. But keep running the routes and try blocking. All right, let's get to baseball here. Our own Alex Weiner had a story up on ArizonaSports.com looking at the first month of the season for the Diamondbacks and just kind of, some of the biggest positives for this team, maybe some areas that need improvement going forward. Is there anything that jumps out to you in a big way for either of those categories, Wolf?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. I think when you look at it, the fact that this team has come back 12 times. Listen, they only have 15 wins, ladies and gentlemen. They have 15.
They've come back in 12.
12 of those games, they've come back. They were down and came back to win the game. That is number one in all of baseball. That is the shocker to me. Where can they improve? Well, easily. It's an area where, stop getting behind in games. Because history says you're not going to come back as often as you have. So stop getting behind in games. That's where they can improve. Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I tell you, the area they can improve, the one that jumps out right now, would have been the biggest positive probably 2 weeks ago. But they're going to have to get the rotation back to good here at some point, right?
Yeah.
What was the number I read off before? The combined ERA of Erod and Merrill Kelly and Ryan Nelson in their last 2 starts. So 6 starts between the 3 of them, right?
Yes.
And I'm asking you what it was because I had lost it.
I thought it was 12.
It was 12 something, yeah.
Yes, 12.57.
Okay, well.
Just throwing that out there.
It was in that range.
Okay, yes.
It was too high. How's that?
It was very, very high, no doubt about it.
For 60% of your rotation. So I would say now, suddenly an area that you would have said was a strength is an area that needs to improve considerably here for them to sustain success, because 2 games above 500 is just middle of the wild card race.
Yes, I just again, base earnings. I'm mesmerized by this. The fact that they have 15 wins, and 12 of them were comeback wins. Are you going to put that in the positive category? Of course, especially. Yeah, when you've got 15 wins and you're above 500 and nobody thought you were going to be above 500 at this point in time, and yet there it is. In 12 of them, you have come back. The resiliency, the mental acumen to actually put it all together and go out and resist losing and come back and win. 12 of your 15 games, that's pretty incredible.
I think it comes down to how you say it, right? If you're like, hey, this team came back to win 12 times in the first month of the season, that's pretty cool. If you're like, hey, this team can only win if they come back 80% of the time, then that's not as cool.
No,
right?
It's not.
Like, okay, if you weren't coming back all the time, you'd have 3 wins right now. That's great. Certainly 2 of the biggest positives have to be Eldemaro Vargas and Jose Fernandez. I think those are givens. I think we're in the range now where we have to monitor Nolan Arenado as a major positive. This is somebody that when they went out and got him, I thought would be kind of in line for a bounce back year offensively. Yeah. And then he started so horribly that I absolutely was like, man, was I wrong on this? I might still be.
By the way, it wasn't with his bat as much as it was with his glove.
Yeah, that's
what is going on?
That's
Nolan. Yeah. Are you gone? Have you already checked out? I mean, that to me was the most disconcerting thing. And Nolan Arenado, from that point forward, the last couple of weeks now is straightening it out.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of qualified batting average, because again, Eldemar Vargas is still just under that threshold, whatever Major League Baseball uses to determine that. Nolan Arenado is the Diamondbacks team leader in batting average. Like, he's got a better batting average than Corbin Carroll right now. And again, Carroll's having a great season.
But he doesn't have a better batting average than Eldemar.
Well, nobody on the planet has a better batting average than Eldemar Vargas. But for him to be at that point, for Arenado to be at that point.
Great story, man.
Considering how he started, he's been on a pretty big tear now for the last two plus weeks. So that's something to keep an eye on. If he really is going to be a guy that can get you 20 home runs, that was kind of the number I was hoping for, 19 over 19. I think he's on pace right now for pretty much exactly 20 home runs, maybe a little bit more. So,
okay.
They've had some. I mean, Corbin's a major positive too.
No doubt about it, man.
And Paul Sewald, the closer's been a positive, but not Paul Sewald, the cleanup guy.
That's right. Jose Fernandez.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. Burns and Gambo are next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Are you planning a home renovation? Getting quotes on windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, or flooring? Before you commit, visit the Window Depot and make sure you're not overpaying. The Window Depot is your one-stop shop for top quality products at the lowest prices. We're locally owned and operated with no installers and no middlemen, so you save big. Perfect for DIYers, contractors, and homeowners. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Gambo, and every single year I have Christian Brothers HVAC out to my house for their summer inspection. They do one of the most thorough inspections in Arizona, a full 22-point checklist from the Arizona Heat Pump Council, and they give you real electrical readings on every major component. If anything is outside of factory specs, they show you and explain it. No pressure, just flat rate upfront pricing. And right now, my listeners get the summer tune-up for just $50. Call 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Check it out. When it's time to get a new ride, the dealership matters as much as the vehicle. At Earnhardt Ford, you get 75 years of trust built right here in Arizona. No bull, transparent pricing. What you see is what you pay. Zero pressure from a team focused entirely on finding your perfect fit. And full online buying, putting the power in your hands. And their new 2025 Ford Bronco Sport, save up to $8,000 off MSRP, or grab a $2,500 Fuel Your Ford gas card, plus $1,000 in BFG cash. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile, plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And
John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water. Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies. Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last. Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing.
and electrical. Diamondbacks game 2 against the Brew Crew this afternoon. Hopefully it's the Diamondbacks that are doing a little more brewing on offense. The 13-2 loss yesterday, that was stinky. Eduardo Rodriguez, he'll be on the mound for this afternoon's affair. He'll go against the young right-hander from Milwaukee, Brandon Sproat. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 o'clock right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. What can Cardinals fans expect to see from their new running back, Jeremiah Love? Well, Bickley and Murata asked his head coach at Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, earlier this morning.
He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn.
You can watch that full interview right now on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And as far as playoff series that can end tonight in the NBA, the 8th-seeded Orlando Magic, holy moly, they could shockingly send home the 1st-seeded Detroit Pistons if they win tonight. That one will tip off at 4. Meanwhile, the 4th-seeded Lakers look to end the 5th-seeded Rockets postseason run. And that one will tip off at 7. And then over in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Flyers could claim the state of Pennsylvania if they beat the Penguins tonight. That one is a 4:30 p.m. puck drop. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Dbacks home game versus the New York Mets. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw. On this Wednesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, Sean Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Guy in the parking lot today at the gym rolled down his window. Burnsy, what's going on? As he drove by me, I'm like, all right, yeah. Hope you have a good workout too.
That's fine.
How you doing? We good? We all right?
Good.
Yeah.
We'd be better if the Diamondbacks could actually not walk as many batters.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
If
I didn't have to see James McCann pitch another time this season.
He's pitched 3 times. We're in April.
Yeah, and 2 of them have been scoreless.
He's pitched 3 times.
I say that. I say that I'm sick, and I am sick of watching James McCann pitch. But it's kind of fun to watch too.
Well, it's just like this.
You're like, and the whole time you're watching, you're thinking, is that going to be a strike? Is that going to? Nope, that's not. Ooh, that one is. Right? Like you're just watching. You've got like 3 seconds to try to track the trajectory of the ball to see if it's going to land in the strike zone or not.
Did you ever play softball, like in a league?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you go from being a baseball player, and I played, well, even out here, I played in some baseball leagues, and then I went to softball, and I played with the Chandler Police Department. I played in softball leagues out in Chandler. And you've got to get used to this high arching pitch that's coming down. You've got to hit it at a different angle. Mm-hmm. So it takes a little getting used to. And obviously you can't strike out in softball because then you've got to buy everybody else beer. So you're trying not to strike out because it's like if you do strike out, it's like, you can't strike. The pitch is coming in like so slow. But you got to get used to hitting the ball off of that trajectory.
No doubt about it. Why did James McCann have to pitch for the 3rd time? That is our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
And obviously the big takeaway is going to be Merrill Kelly and his performance. We are anticipating some sort of a roster move from the bullpen with Andrew Hoffman. Torey Lovello basically said as much after last night's game that there would be something that they would do. Most of the speculation is Cade Stroud, and Torey Lovello will join us today
at 2:30. And normally Friday they're in Wrigley taking on the Cubs in a day game. So once again, for the second straight week, we're moving Tori to a Wednesday today. So we'll talk to Tori about 2:30, and we'll see if we get any clarification on a roster move. Let's talk about Merrill Kelly, because I got to imagine there's concern now among the fan base about Merrill Kelly after that outing last night.
Yeah, I think so. I think the high amount of walks is really a concern. I said it to you yesterday, the walks and hits per innings pitched, which actually went up after that. And it was bad yesterday. It was bad yesterday going into the game. It was one thing we talked about the ERA, and I know you're a big whip guy, and I was like, oh my goodness. 5 innings pitched, 5 runs, 6 hits, 5 walks, just 1 strikeout. I think it is officially time to worry. He just does not look. The whip rose to 2.25.
Yeah.
His career whip, by the way, is 1.21. So he's over 1 higher at 2.25. He threw 104 pitches, but only 58 of them were strikes. He just can't locate the strike zone right now. If Merrill Kelly can't locate the strike zone, he's useless. Like, he is a master at painting corners, up, down, high. He's not going to strike you out with a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. He's all about, I'm going to move the ball around. I'm going to hit this corner. I'm going to hit that corner. I'm going to go high. I'm going to go low. I'm going to inside, outside. And if he doesn't have the command, he can't do that. Now, even with that said, it was still like a, if you go look at the game.
It's a 5-2 game when he left.
Right, but it wasn't 5-2 until like the
last inning.
The fifth inning.
The last inning for Merrill, yeah.
The last inning for him. It was Hoffman that just came in and everything imploded, which is another story unto itself, because there's only one ball that was hit really good off of him.
I know.
I mean, it was catcher's interference. It was bunter, like 2 in a row.
Death by 10,000 pinpricks in that inning. It was just, is someone going to hit the ball hard in this inning?
Bunts it. The next guy bunts it. Perfect bunts, by the way.
But that
perfect bunts.
We were talking about this yesterday during Dbacks on Deck. That is how they play.
They don't hit home runs.
That's how the Milwaukee Brewers have averaged about 93 wins per season for the last 8 years. That's just who they are.
And they look. McCann threw a guy out. They threw a guy out early.
I think 2 guys out. Didn't he throw 2 guys out?
Yeah. But early in the game, they threw a runner out on the they were doing a good job of throwing runners out. Not McCann. But it was like, to me, that's the thing I looked at. It was like, oh, my goodness. Merrill cannot get the ball over the plate. He's walking all these guys. He's hanging in there, but, man, it's not going to last very long. And then they took him out, and it went to hell in a handbasket.
Our tremendous resource that is free and available to all on Twitter, Arizona Diamondback Stats and Info. Now, I'm going to present these numbers without prejudice. I'm just going to put them out there. First 3 starts of the season for Merrill Kelly this year. He has given up 15 earned runs and walked 12 in 14 2/3, okay? In his first 3 starts of last season, 15 earned runs this year, 12 last year. 12 walks this year, 9 last year. 14 2/3 innings. So a little worse, but it was still pretty bad for Merrill the first 3 starts. Diamondback Stats and Info points out that last year, in Merrill Kelly's next 7 starts, he allowed just 9 earned runs total.
In his next 7.
In his next 7, after his first 3 last year, in his next 7, he allowed just 9 earned runs over those 7 starts.
I'm thinking about hiring those guys and just putting them right there in that seat.
Why? Why would we?
As the show goes on, they just give us like all this information that we need throughout the show.
I don't want to give them any ideas over at Diamondback Stats and Info. Why would we hire them when they give us content like this for free?
Because then they could, like, during the show, they could. Oh, you want something on McCann?
Well, I'm sure they
We'll
could.
just plop them right in between you guys. Stack of index cards. They write something down.
I know they listen. I mean, I know they listen to the show. They've cited you. They've cited me.
I think it's one guy.
Is it one? Okay, I don't know who. I don't know who it is. I just keep saying they. Like, I assume there's a whole team of researchers. Larry, who runs Diamondback Stats and Info. So look. Is that glass half full way of looking at Merrill Kelly? Has Merrill Kelly earned the right for us to have a glasses half full version of what he's done? I'm a little concerned too, because like we talked about the last time when he had that bad start against, was it the Orioles? Who was it that the last time he had? No, it was against the White Sox. Oh, it was that dreadful start against the White Sox. The problem with Merrill is that his age is what causes you concern. Right? He's 1 year older than he was a year ago. And when you get to that age, you just the doubts creep in even more. And you start to have these bad thoughts even more. Like, okay, a year ago, 2 years ago, he could have overcome a start like this because he was 2 years younger. When you get to that certain age, you do start to wonder, is that it? Has he hit some sort of a ceiling or hit some sort of a wall because of how old he is?
But don't you usually see that with guys that are high velocity? Like, if you
I
remember,
was thinking about that too.
Guys that are high velocity just tend to, they lose a little bit off their fastball. They don't know how to pitch as much, and then they get wrecked. And then as they get older, they're not the same.
Shouldn't impact location, should it?
Shouldn't. No,
it shouldn't be a
Maddox
problem.
types and, those guys, they just pitch a little bit differently. Like, they pitch a lot different. Kurt Schilling was in town last week, and I was at an event with him, and I spent some time with him, and he talked about Maddox and just, how Maddox just, like, everything was just like this box, and everything had to be thrown inside this box, and, and he talked about, like, him when he started to lose velocity and how it changed him when he couldn't throw the ball 98, 99 anymore. So I thought with Merrill it would be different. I thought with Merrill it would be more of he could pitch longer because he doesn't rely on a 95-plus mile per hour fastball at all.
And that's fair, but he's still pretty old.
He is pretty old.
He's still pretty old. And so, but you're right. And he even said after last night's game, location is always the last thing to come back when you're coming back from injury. Do you have a roster move to announce for the Arizona Diamondbacks? And for the first time in the 2026 season, the Arizona Diamondbacks have a lefty in the bullpen. Philip Abner, the left-handed pitcher, has been recalled from AAA Reno. Andrew Hoffman has been optioned to Reno after last night's game. The Arizona Diamondbacks
Wow.
Lefty in the pen.
How about that?
How about that? I thought it was going to be Cade Stroud because he had pitched pretty well
and
down
he
there.
didn't pitch last night.
And they held him back last night, which caused even more speculation he might get the call. Cade Stroud, of course, the reliever they got from Baltimore in the Blaze Alexander trade. So he's a guy we kind of especially keep an eye on. Even though Blaze Alexander's numbers, don't look at Blaze Alexander's.
He's been terrible.
If you want to make yourself feel better about the trade, go look at Blaze Alexander's numbers. He hasn't been.
He's been awful for the Orioles.
We'll talk with Tori Lavello about this coming up at 2:30 for his weekly visit. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what can we expect from the Phoenix Suns as they embark into the most important offseason in franchise history? Okay, it's probably not that, but we're going to give you some info you're going to want to hear next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tama swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. If there's one thing I'm really, really passionate about, it is finances and saving money and investing and putting yourself in a good position for retirement. I will say the sooner you start, the better. You know, most people say, well, you're in your 20s, you're just starting out. Maybe you're just starting a family. You just get married. You start to have kids. You're not thinking about 401ks and Roth IRAs and investments and retirement and things. But as you start to get older, you do. Your attention focuses to that because you don't want to work till you're 70 years old. What we find out is that a lot of people would like to retire in their early 60s, but they can't. They can't. They go meet with their financial advisor, and it's like, yeah, you're not in a position to. You wouldn't have enough money to survive off of. So they end up working until 67, some to 70. If you don't want that to be you, come up with a good plan now with asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and let them deliver for you. They'll have a tax plan for you, a financial plan for you, and even a retirement plan for you. So that way you can work towards your goal. And that way you can retire on your time frame. Not on somebody else's, but on yours. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to goodrx.com/weight-loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal, so buy it now, then sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Is Jeremiah Love a unicorn? That's what Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman told Bickley and Murata this morning. 2027 mock drafts are already linking the Cardinals to first-round quarterbacks. And Shai Gilgeous-Alexander pokes fun at Dylan Brooks after the Thunder's sweep of the Suns. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Cancun on 3. Still pretty funny from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander the way he...
That was pretty good.
The way he poked.
That was pretty good.
Dylan Brooks. If you missed it, he took out Brooks on the back of Brooks's jersey, and above the number 3 it says Cancun on 3 on the back of Dylan Brooks's jersey.
And they're friends.
And they're friends. Yeah,
they're friends.
Team Canada, teammates, and all of that stuff.
I mean, listen, if you can't rib with your friends, like
you don't, they're not your friends.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of having close friends is to be able to rip on them. Otherwise, if they're too sensitive to take it, then that's kind of a problem. So it's good.
Yeah.
It's good that they're ripping each other like that. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., Matt Ishbia, Brian Gregory are going to hold an end-of-season media availability.
Yes.
And then tomorrow
we will have Matt Ishbia on
our
the
show. We'll have Matt Ishbia on our show. We're not sure exactly what time. We're still dotting I's and crossing T's, but we will have him
I think late 4 o'clock hour, sometime between 4:15 and 5, we will have Matt Ishbia on. So he'll do a press conference tomorrow, and he is going to join us on the show.
I think we all kind of know. I mean, we all know the main talking points, right, of the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns. We know that the expectations were low, that the win total was high, that the playoffs were a blessing, that, we know about Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green. Everybody's talking about, Grayson Allen, is he going to get moved? Royce O'Neal, is he going to get moved? Malawach and Fleming, probably... It's time, and we're going to be doing a lot of this over the next couple of months because, like I said yesterday, the NBA offseason, you got to get through the playoffs before the offseason really starts. The NBA playoffs are very, very long. But let's start to preview a little bit of what we expect, what you expect of the Suns offseason this year.
I expect the priority to be to bring back Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be the priority. The Gillespie thing will be interesting because you got to start thinking, okay, what is his price tag? What is he going to cost? He had a good season. He's a good player. I expect that other teams are going to want him. But I would think that you're going to see a priority placed on bringing back Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin. Now, price-wise with Colin, some people think that number could go $15, $16, $17 million. I think it's going to come in a little bit less than that for him. Somewhere south of 15, not north of 15. It could be 12, it could be 13, it could be 14. It might get to 15. But I think that that's going to be a big priority for the Phoenix Suns. They love Gillespie. He had a great year for them. They value him. He loves it here. He's going to want to stay here. I think that's a priority, and I think the same with Jordan Goodwin.
He mentioned yesterday, being Colin Gillespie, that he has already started conversations with the Phoenix Suns regarding his contract. Bobby Marks, as he always does, nobody does this better than Bobby Marks when it comes to looking at the league. Based off of the rules of the NBA, Gillespie can sign for up to 4 seasons and a starting salary of $14.9 million. And that would be the start, not the average of it over the duration of it. But he can sign for up to 4 seasons and a $14.9 million starting salary. The contract must be for a minimum of 2 seasons. It cannot include an option. Those are some of the rules about Gillespie's deal.
You'll see teams that try to offer him 2 for 35, 2 for 36. You're talking mid-level range here. He's happy here. I expect he is going to stay. Again, I think you're going to be somewhere in that 13, 14, $15 million range. If it goes more than 15, I'd be surprised. There is a limit for what the Suns can pay. But I think that you're going to be able to get him to come back because he wants to be here, and I think the numbers are going to be pretty close. So I think that that's the priority, is to make sure that he stays.
And amen to that. I mean, look, is he, like we talked about the last couple of days, are you kind of in trouble when Colin Gillespie is your 5th or 6th best player? Yeah. But your 7th or 8th best player coming off of the bench, you could do a whole lot worse. And Colin Gillespie, I was listening to our morning show today, and they were talking about who was kind of the biggest success story of the 25-26 Phoenix Suns. And it's hard. I think it's Jordan Goodwin, but I think Colin Gillespie is a very close second to that. He's been phenomenal, set the franchise record for most threes in a season. I think you kind of have to bring him back. I think you have to bring Jordan Goodwin back. You need that
huge priority.
You just need that
Huge.
identity, that bite that he gave the team. The fact that he was not a liability offensively with the 3 makes him very important as well. You didn't mention Mark Williams, and that's interesting to me. That's interesting.
I just am not sure on Mark Williams. That's going to be the interesting one. I wouldn't say that it's a priority, like, oh, they got to have him back, because you do want to eventually see Malawach play more.
Yes, you do.
And Oso's proven to be valuable in the right situation. Oso's proven to be a valuable guy. He's a Suns player. He works hard. He does all the little things. Not a good free throw shooter, and he can't shoot the ball very well, but they like Oso. So the Mark Williams thing, I think price is going to matter there. What is the right price for Mark Williams? And because you could sign him and then trade him. Say you were able to do a 2-year deal with Mark Williams.
Okay.
And you have him start for a certain amount of time, and then you move him at the deadline, or you move him after 1 year. I think it's probably ideal if you were able to just get a 1-year deal with him, but that's probably not going to happen. But I think that would be ideal, a 1-year deal. He goes on, and then you figure out how to play with Malawach. And also, but to your point, now you've said this a lot throughout the year. He does in some ways hurt your ability to play Malawach more.
Oh yeah.
So that's something that you've got to consider. Gillespie priority, Goodwin a priority. Mark Williams, I would say at the right price, it makes sense. If not, I think you let him go.
He's a restricted free agent. That's always tricky in the NBA to see how many teams are going to be interested in him. I would imagine for at least a few teams, just the fact that he played 60 games kind of checks a big box, right? I mean, that was his issue for the first 3 years. Is he even physically capable of holding up in the league? Now, that obviously came back to bite him at the end. He wasn't available for the Suns against the Thunder. I don't know how much he would have played, but I'm kind of glad to hear you say that there's no sure things yet when it comes to Mark Williams, because I'm a big believer that especially with their limited draft assets moving forward relative to everybody else in the NBA, and they still have some, but relative to everybody else, they're kind of limited. Come on, Malawach has to work. It has to work, and you need to know if it's going to work. And you're not if you're if you're still not playing him next year, Gambo, it's going to feel like they're hiding him. It's going to feel like they're stashing him a little bit, and that makes me very I understand doing it this year.
He's got to play.
I think next year it's going to look like they're hiding him if they don't play him because they're worried he's just not going to make it.
Look, they drafted these two kids, and they have some talent. I loved what I saw out of Fleming this year. We all complained that we wanted to see more of Fleming. He got in that game the other day. The first thing he did is block the shot by
It was the loudest the building got the whole night.
Like, okay, this kid's he gives you length. He gives you athleticism. He runs the floor well. He's got to work on things. He's got to get a little stronger. He's got to work on his shot. He's got to work on his defense, his on-the-ball defense so guys don't blow up. I understand that. So I think that he's a huge part of what they do, and I think Malawatch as well. I don't expect them to offer these guys in trades. I expect these guys to be back and guys that have a more important role this year than they did last year.
Good comment from Jeremiah on the YouTube chat, though. It is brutal to give up 2 first-round picks for a rental in Mark Williams because that's what you did. That is not effective asset management to give up 2 first-round picks for a player who's going to be here a year and a half, maybe 2. Right? It is not proper asset management if that's what you do.
Here's the reality, and this is just the God's honest truth. They had no idea. They did not expect Malawatch to be there at 10. When we did the Gambo 5, we said if Malawatch is there, he's the pick. Everything's off. Nothing else matters. If Malawatch is there, he's the pick. They didn't think he'd be there.
Yeah.
So they made a deal to get Mark Williams beforehand.
4 Peaks and the Diamondbacks, a perfect combo. Text the word seats to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and to catch the action at Chase Field. When we come back, how does this team bounce back from a blowout loss? We're going to ask the manager, Torey Lovello. He'll join us for his weekly segment next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Weekly and Marana Mornings. Devin Booker, he sounded very, very happy with what year 1 under Jordan Ott looked and felt like. So Devin Booker's not going to go ask for a trade. He sees this as kind of, okay, I'm finally going to have some continuity here. So how do you make this work around Devin Booker? How does this basketball team maximize the player that Devin Booker actually is?
Simple. We've seen it. Just acquire 12 Hall of Famers.
I didn't know
and
that's where
let
you were
Devin
going.
Booker be Olympic book.
Yes.
They're untouchable.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every day. Endurance, stamina, recovery, the ability to just be able to do things every day. Like for me, it's very important to just be active, to move my body around. I'm getting older, and I don't want to slow down. And so, like, I'm battling it as much as I can, right? I don't want to slow down. I want to get up and be active. I want to have energy. I want to go to the gym and be able to get through the workouts. And I put myself through some grueling workouts on a regular basis to push myself to get my heart rate up and just feel as best that I can. M-Drive helps me. I've been using it since I got in my early 40s, and it's a great product to use because it's got clinically tested ingredients, and it is going to help you with endurance, stamina, recovery. It's going to boost your natural testosterone. There's no drugs in it. It's all natural. You can get it at Sprouts. It's the #1 men's selling health brand at Sprouts. You could also go online, put Gambo in the promo code for a little discount. Go to mdriveformen.com.
A multi-billion-dollar settlement is paying claims for up to 21 years. If you were exposed to weed killers at work or at home, your rights are affected. If you or your family has or had non-Hodgkin lymphoma, you could receive $6,000 to $165,000 or more. This settlement impacts you even if you're not sick because this blood cancer can take 10 to 15 years to appear. If you stay in the settlement, you give up your right to sue. Learn more at weedkillerclass.com or call 888-403-8201. Paid for by the Roundup Settlement.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and let's be honest. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, here's the truth. Where you buy matters just as much as what you buy. That's exactly why so many drivers choose Earnhardt Buick GMC. For 75 years, they built a reputation on trust, transparency, and a better way to buy. No pressure, just a team that's focused on helping you find the right fit. Whether it's a premium Buick or a hardworking GMC, they have loads of new vehicles and incredible offers, and a team that's always there to guide you, not push you. It's the kind of place where you feel confident the moment you walk in, and even better when you drive out. Because at Earnhardt, it's not just about what you drive, it's about the experience, the service, and knowing you made the right choice. So when you're ready, start with a team Arizona has trusted for generations. Visit Earnhardt Buick GMC or go online to EarnhardtBuickGMC.com to see the latest offers waiting for you right now. We are professional grade.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
For 150 years, Budweiser has been at backyard cookouts, your favorite concerts, and at ballparks where America fell in love with the game. And here in the Valley, that story continues. Budweiser is proud to partner with Major League Baseball and your hometown Arizona Diamondbacks, because baseball isn't just a sport. It's tradition. It's time spent with friends. It's where we cheer together. Cheers to 150 years of Budweiser and baseball, and the fans who make it all unforgettable. This Bud's for you. 21 and over only. Enjoy responsibly.
I'm Mitch Varelvis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks Game 2 against the Brew Crew this afternoon. Hopefully it's the Diamondbacks that are doing a little more brewing on offense. The 13-2 loss yesterday, that was stinky. Eduardo Rodriguez, he'll be on the mound for this afternoon's affair. He'll go against the young right-hander from Milwaukee, Brandon Sproat. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 o'clock right here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. What can Cardinals fans expect to see from their new running back, Jeremiah Love? Well, Bickley and Marotta asked his head coach at Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, earlier this morning.
He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn.
You can watch that full interview right now on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And as far as playoff series that can end tonight in the NBA, the 8th-seeded Orlando Magic, holy moly, they could shockingly send home the 1st-seeded Detroit Pistons if they win tonight. That one will tip off at 4. Meanwhile, the 4th-seeded Lakers look to end the 5th-seeded Rockets postseason run. And that one will tip off at 7. And then over in the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Flyers could claim the state of Pennsylvania if they beat the Penguins tonight. That one is a 4:30 p.m. puck drop. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Dbacks home game versus the New York Mets. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit. That's SEATS to 620-620.
Hey, it's Luke. Tune into the Diamondbacks Brewers season finale tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're going to be reacting to the final 2 games of the series, either tomorrow after the game or Friday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's one way to cover it tomorrow, I suppose. Hey, maybe we're on after tomorrow's game, maybe we're not. You'll just have to tune into the Wolf and Luke show to find out, right? Because we don't know for sure.
I don't know how long it's going to take the game. You never know.
You never know.
It's not a timed game like other sports.
No, and frankly, we'll be mostly full show tomorrow, if at all short, and then on Friday we'll probably be short a little bit at the beginning because they're in Wrigley to take on the Cubs, which is why any second now the phone is going to ring and Torey Lovello is going to be on the other line because normally we have him on Fridays at 2:30. Friday at 2:30, they're going to be right after the Cubs game. So we're getting him.
Well, he's not available right after the Cubs game?
He is not. You'll have to ask him. Apparently, he's not.
They
That's
do
why
these
we're getting him
interviews
today.
all the time with the managers in the dugout. Like, if the game's still going on, just hand him the phone.
We joked with him the last time he was on that if we really want to shake it up, we would have him on in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Like just middle of the game, he just gets on the phone and he's managing a baseball game and he's doing the phone interview with us. So that's not going to happen. Today, Eduardo Rodriguez is getting the start. Geraldo Perdomo is back in the lineup tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks. So that is good news for them as they look to bounce back from, what was that word that Mitch just used a second ago? Stinky loss last night to the Milwaukee Brewers? It was. And today there was a roster move made. We'll talk to Torey about that, too, when we get him on. Philip Abner was recalled from AAA Reno. Andrew Hoffman was sent down. And for the first time this year, they have a left-hander in the bullpen to deploy.
Yeah, they got Philip Abner and first lefty in the bullpen. And Lovello's going to be, he's not going to know what to do with himself now with a lefty. How do you use a lefty? When do you use a lefty? So, look, it wasn't going to be long before we thought it might have been Garcia to be the first guy back in because he was the guy that got sent down. And, he had to work on a lot of stuff, but they ended up bringing up Abner for this role right here. Some of us thought it would be Stroud, but this will be an ongoing thing. It's odd to not have a lefty in the bullpen for as long as they did, but they have one now.
Yeah, it is odd not to have one in there. And as far as Hoffman's performance goes last night, it was one of the strangest. First of all, it was very obvious that they were going to leave him on the hook in that game, and just because he was there to give them length, he was not able to do that. And Torey left him out there a long, long time. But you did not want to have to pitch Ryan Thompson in that game. You did not want to have to pitch Taylor Clark in that game, and you did. We have the manager on the phone, so let's hit the thing, shall we?
Your exclusive home of the Dbacks. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovello joins Burns and Gambo to talk Dbacks baseball. Brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you.
And there he is, the manager of the Diamondbacks, joining us live from Milwaukee, Torey Lovello, for his weekly visit here on the Burns and Gambo show. Good afternoon, Torey. Happy Wednesday to you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Always good to be with you.
Yeah. What's this new thing you have in the bullpen? A guy that's going to throw the ball with his left hand instead of his right hand? Tell me about that.
Philip Abner is going to be joining us. We had to send out Andrew Hoffman last night. Andrew got banged around a little bit. We just were a little thin in the bullpen. Brandon Pfaadt is caught up, could possibly give us a little bit of length. It's just nice to have some versatility and get that left-hander there to, hopefully match up. Hopefully keep some lefties on the bench. So it's a different look, but we're certainly welcoming him. We know what he helped us do last year, and he's going to help us win some baseball games this year.
It's odd to not have a left-hander in the bullpen. You guys have done it so far the full season. Do you expect that this is something that will stay? Are you a manager that wants to have a lefty in the bullpen at all costs?
Well, not at all costs. I feel like I checked off on not having a lefty to start the season because we had some reverse split guys with Ginkgo and Murillo. And it worked out okay. What I wanted was guys who were going to throw strikes, follow a game plan, and attack hitters. And it seemed to work well. Even though we didn't have it, I don't think we got really bullied around the ballpark in certain cases left without a lefty. But, yeah, if I were dreaming up a perfect scenario, I would have a lefty, maybe even two in the bullpen. But it just wasn't in the cards, and that's what we do. We adjust, we adapt, and we figure out the next piece of the puzzle.
Merrill said after last night's start that location is always the last thing to come back when you're coming back from an injury. What is your level of concern right now for Merrill Kelly after these first three starts?
Well, I'm not going to deny that it was frustrating watching him go through that, and he'll be the first to tell you that that's just not who he is. So, yeah, we're addressing it, and we're all frustrated by it. But, he's a guy, if you go back to last year, there were some early games very similar to what he's going through right now where he was walking 2, 3, 4, 5 batters, and you're right, that's just not him, and that's not anything that we believe in. Like I said, one of our pillars is filling up the strike zone and get the job done. And for him, I think it's delivery based, maybe timing based. And that's what I was trying to talk to him about yesterday after his outing. I know he was frustrated, and I like when players get frustrated in the dugout and let it eat a little bit. It means they care. It means they're alive. And, I just want to make sure that he's addressing the needs the right way. And I know what he's going to do. He's going to go back to the drawing board. He's going to start to put the ball on the plate. And that's one of his main features. He's so good at being able to place the ball or put the ball exactly where he wants it and get ahead of hitters and then go to work.
We brought up the numbers from last year as well earlier in the show, and the parallels certainly are there. How much do you lean on that as sort of, for lack of a better word, comfort that everything's going to be okay with Merrill, what he was able to do last year after the first 3 starts?
Yeah, this is something that if it's a trend and a habit, we got to figure out how to make this not happen. And if it does happen, how do we shorten it so it happens once, not 2, 3, 4 times? So that's where we're at. What I told Merrill last night, and it was during the game, I finally said I got to have this conversation with him, is he's an easy bet. He's a great study. He figures out things and he understands what's important for his success. Putting the ball on the plate and getting strike one is crucial. It's critical for this starting rotation. And when we do it well, it shows up. So he's going to figure this out. But this is a timing and a feel issue, and it's up to him to go out and put the work in, which he will. And when it clicks, it's going to be pretty special.
Yeah, but it's crazy. I just don't worry about him. I know some people are. I just have all this faith and confidence that he's not a guy that throws the ball 98 miles an hour and all of a sudden he doesn't throw it like that anymore. To me, I'm more concerned about Ryan Nelson. I thought he pitched well on the road trip against the Mets in Baltimore, but obviously got shellacked in that first inning against Toronto and not a good outing against San Diego. Give me your thoughts on him and what you're seeing with his struggles right now.
Well, what we got to do from a starting rotation standpoint is avoid those big crooked numbers. I can live with a 1 or 2 spot, but we're giving a 5, 6, 7, and our bullpen yesterday gave up whatever we gave up in the 6th inning yesterday. That's got to stop. That's not D-back baseball. We got to find a way to put the ball on the plate, stick your foot in the ground, and say, no, this ain't happening on my time, on my watch, and I'm going to find my way out of this. And then rely on your teammates to make great plays behind you. With Nelly, it's about command. It always really is about command. It's he has to throw balls at that top bar. He's got to throw his cutter to insulate his fastball. He's got to be able to change speeds and land some secondary stuff. And when he does, he's going to be dominant. And we know what it looks like when he's dominant. It's mislocation. It's balls that are supposed to be up. It's middle down. And ends up being, something that a hitter can handle and right in his honey hole. So we got to find out where he's throwing the baseball first and foremost and start to execute from a fastball standpoint.
How difficult is it to play a team like the Brewers? I think in some ways teams, in the past and even a little bit this year, teams have looked at you the same way, like it's difficult to play. You create a lot of problems for defenses. 2 bunt singles in a row, pounding balls into the ground and beating out, infield singles. They do a lot of little. You guys threw out a couple of runners yesterday. They're stealing bases. How difficult is it defensively to play a team like that?
Well, I'll tell you what. If I do look at this team, I think they are very similar to us, Gambo. You're right. They don't have a lot of household names. They've got some very good players that complement one another, and they play a certain style of baseball, and I love that. It's picking up the baseball defensively. It's about having a knowledge about what that at-bat's asking for. If you got a bunt, you're going to do it, advance runners. So, yes, as we were getting undressed in that inning, I was getting more and more – my blood started to boil because we train to do the things that we did not do last night, and that's slow the game down, like toughen up, make a play, make a pitch, get back in the dugout, get together, figure out how to score some runs. And it's great when we're doing it. We have undressed some teams, but when it's happening to you, trust me, it's no fun.
Torey Lovullo, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. By the end of that game, with everything that had happened leading up to it, how invested were you and how invested was the dugout in seeing Ildemaro Vargas get that hit to keep that streak going, Torey?
Yeah, at a certain point, right, I'm thinking about what kind of bourbon I'm going to drink after the game. I'm like so mad. Okay, and then you go to like, okay, Vargy doesn't have a hit yet. Let's get him up one more time, maybe 2 more times. So at that point, we're like, okay, this is his last shot. Let's go, Vargy. So yeah, we are all behind him. We're all engaged. We're so proud of him. This is a great teammate, somebody that's taken a little while to develop, and he's on the heater right now. He had a 30-game hitting streak in the minor league, so he's walked down this road before and understands how important it is to go up and have quality at-bats.
What is the bourbon of choice, just out of curiosity?
Yesterday, I'm going to look at it right now. It was a little bit of Buffalo Trace.
Okay.
So, there we go.
Okay. Not a nice Italian wine from the motherland, huh?
Buffalo Trace.
No, I went straight for the hard stuff. Banny walked in, and we needed a little bit of help to get us through the night.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Listen, Gambo, it's usually a nice bottle of red wine. That's usually where it always is. But last night was an exception.
Right.
For sure.
Bourbon. Yeah.
We thought that Gabby Marino was going to be back for the Toronto for this series, the Milwaukee series. You had mentioned that to us last week when you were on with us, but he got pushed back a little bit. How come?
We just didn't want to rush it. We felt like the day is coming. It's going to be here in the next couple of days. We could have, rushed him back here, but he was feeling a little bit of discomfort with the, different parts of his swing or his setup. And, once we heard that, if it was a 1 on a 10, we want to make it a 0 on a 10. So he's getting very close to that. So it's almost there. I probably got a little bit ahead of myself. That's why I don't like to give these predictive timelines because we can't have a little bit of a draw, a setback. And I don't want to call it a setback, but just timing is important here. We got to make sure we get him back and he stays here for the rest of the year.
All right, real quick, before we let you go, you got Perdomo back in the lineup today. How is Zach looking for his next start after getting hit by the comebacker in Mexico City?
Well, okay, yeah, Perdomo's in a good spot. Gallen for me is, he's going to throw his bullpen today. I get the report of the day an hour before the game. So what's happening right now, I don't go out there and watch a lot. I'm in here having meetings with players and conversations. So what's happening on the field and the bullpen, I'll get that report an hour before the game. But I saw Zach this morning getting a cup of coffee, and he said he feels real good. Okay. He's got range of motion. He's going to throw that bullpen. So I feel like everything's in line. We should be set there. Perdomo back in the lineup today. Couldn't be more thrilled about that either.
Torey, thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Best of luck today against the Brewers.
All right, boys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Skip.
Torey Lovello, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, reports have it that the NBA has found a way to curb tanking. Will it work? That's next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovello, brought to you by Budweiser. For 150 years, this Bud's for you. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball. Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
What you want to avoid is having to pay that big bill in the middle of the summer for a new air conditioning unit. And a lot of people end up having to do it. They don't put the TLC into the current unit they have. And, units don't last forever. They slow down over time. They're not as efficient. You buy a brand new, it's like a car, right? I mean, it goes down in value. Your AC unit goes down in value, too. It's not as efficient now as it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago when you first got it. The best way to keep it running is to get a tune-up from Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers, for $50, will come out and do a tune-up / inspection on your unit. What does that mean? They'll give an accurate electrical reading on every major component. Capacitors, motors, start gear. You got to know how that stuff is working. They're going to check the refrigerant levels, the airflow, the coils, the temperature splits, and they're going to do it with the best techs in the industry. Certified, background checked, trained to the highest standards in the state of Arizona. 3-generation family-owned company, 50 years in the Valley, $50 to get it done. Call 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and now is your chance to take the gas or get the cash all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. When you're ready for your next vehicle, the dealership you choose makes all the difference. At Earnhardt Ford, here's what you get. 75 years of Arizona trust, a name that's earned since 1951. No bull upfront pricing, no games, no runaround ever. A zero-pressure team committed to finding the right fit for you, and full online shopping putting power in your hands. And right now, the 2025 Ford Maverick is an absolute steal. Save up to $8,000 off MSRP or choose a $2,000 Fuel Your Ford gas card instead. Shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford. No bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs. $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on selected models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. APR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $699 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end April 30th, 2026.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, poll question for the day on this shorter edition of the Burns and Gambo show. We got Dbacks baseball coming up at 4:40 this afternoon, just like yesterday against the Brewers. But here is Lauren. She has our poll question. I don't know what she's reacting to in there, but
The Dodgers are blowing it.
Oh, are they? Oh, is the Dodgers game on right now?
It is the bottom of the 9th inning. They have the bases loaded, and they tried to advance, and Ohtani just ran off the base path, and they tagged him, and that's it.
Oh, that's it? They lose?
Well, they're reviewing it, but I don't know what you're reviewing at this point.
The look of shock on your face, I'm like, what is she watching in there?
We don't think we've ever seen a game end like this.
No.
It's hit to Edwards. It's in between first and second. Ohtani stops because he doesn't want to make contact with the ball because then he's automatically out. And Edwards then chases him back to first base and tags the base at the same time. It should be a 4U double play to end the game.
Huh.
Oh, I can't wait to watch the highlights later.
I'm trying to change the channels in here with my mind control powers to be able to watch the end of it. And
I'm in radio. Did I not do a good job?
Yeah, no, you did. You did a wonderful job. You did a wonderful job. What's the poll question today?
The poll question today is, whose slow start for the D-Backs season are you most worried about? Is it Merrill Kelly, Ketel Marte, Ryan Nelson, or Geraldo Perdomo?
This is a really good question.
Ooh. Give me the four again.
Merrill Kelly, Ketel Marte, Ryan Nelson, Geraldo Perdomo.
Has to be a pitcher to me because they don't have a lot of depth. I'm going to go Ryan Nelson.
I'm going to say Merrill Kelly. Mostly because of at 2 years and $40 million, this better not be it for him because they need him to be better than that with the money. So I'm going to say Merrill Kelly.
This is the only time we will check in with this poll question today, and right now it is tied. 37% going with both Nelson and Kelly, 21% going with Ketel Marte, and 5% going with Perdomo.
Okay, yeah, Perdomo feels like he's starting to come around a little bit. It's been a weird season for him, but it does feel like
future third baseman for your Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, you keep saying that. Yeah, you do keep mentioning that. We got Kellen coming up in about 7 minutes to talk Suns basketball for his final weekly of the year. We got a, like I say, busy short show. There was some news today in the NBA, and that was apparently they're going to move the proposal now to the NBA owners to approve the latest anti-tanking measures in the NBA. It's very difficult to explain, but it does punish you if you finish with one of the 3 worst records in the league. That was the most fascinating thing as a way to incentivize you to not tank so badly that you have one of the 3 worst records. If you fall into one of the 3 worst records, you actually have worse odds of getting the first pick than if you were the 4th worst to the 10th worst. It's fascinating to look at.
So it's a 3-2-1 lottery odds approach. So there's 37 lottery balls total. They're allocated to 16 teams. The bottom 3 teams would each receive 2. Okay? So if you're one of the 3 worst teams in the league, you get 2. Teams 4 through 10 receive 3. So there's a little bit of an incentive to get a little bit higher and win some games because you get an extra ping pong ball.
Yep.
Then the 9 and 10 seeds in each conference receive 2, and the loser of the 7 versus 8 play-in game receives 1. The teams with the 3 worst records could pick no lower than 12. Everyone else could pick anywhere from 1 to 16. The thing that's interesting, and somebody pointed out that it would have prevented the Suns from getting DeAndre Ayton, teams cannot pick number 1 in consecutive years or in the top 5 in 3 consecutive drafts.
So they want to protect multi-year tanking efforts.
Yes.
Like you are not going to be rewarded for trying to be bad multiple years in a row, because that's where a lot of that checkout begins. Yeah, there's a lot of ramifications to this, and unfortunately we don't have time to get into them. We will have time, but they are interesting in that it might help the Suns a little bit when it comes to the picks that they have already given
not as valuable.
up. They're just not as valuable
anymore.
As valuable. Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the picks
Suns that was swapped out, and those picks are not like the Houston pick next year, not as valuable.
Yeah.
That the Suns owe them.
It's an interesting way to look at it, for sure. Hungry for a win? Text the word SMASHER to 620-620 for your shot at $25 Sonic gift cards and an autographed Diamondbacks baseball. One grand prize winner will take home a $500 gift card to Sonic. Time now to go courtside with Suns guru Kellen Olson. What would he do this Suns offseason with this team? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com, America's most awarded Ford dealership. Right now, trusted by Arizona families for generations, you can get a 2026 Ford Escape starting as low as $26,995. Yes, the days of being able to get a nice brand new car for under $30,000 are back with Sanderson Ford. $26,995 starts for the new 2026 Ford Escape. You want to get a Bronco Sport? You can buy a brand new 2025 Bronco Sport, $27,995. Again, under $30,000. You got to play, tax, title, and license, but under $30,000 at $27,995. And don't forget the Ford Explorer, the 2026, starting as low as $36,995. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Exciting news from the Window Depot. Their brand new location is now open in Surprise. Discover the largest selection of vinyl windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, flooring, and more. Their experts are here to make your vision a reality with exclusive special order options and a wide selection of in-stock inventory available to go home today. For the best price and the biggest inventory, visit one of their 5 Valley locations or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks trying to get the stench of a 13-2 loss off of them this afternoon in Milwaukee. Or perhaps that was the spaghetti and meatballs in the upper deck. I don't know. Anyway, Eduardo Rodriguez will be tasked with getting the Snakes back on track on the mound. He'll face the young right-hander Brandon Sproat. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced a roster move, and for the first time in the 2026 season, there is a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen. Philip Abner has been called up from AAA Reno. Right-hander Andrew Hoffman has been sent back down. What can Cardinals fans expect to see from new running back Jeremiah Love? Bickley and Murata asked his Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman earlier this morning.
He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn.
You can watch that full interview right now on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And then if you're keeping track of things in the playoffs, games, or that could end a series tonight, I should say. The NBA, 8th-seeded Orlando could send the 1st-seeded Detroit Pistons home packing if they win tonight. That one will tip off at 4. 4th-seeded Lakers look to end the 5th-seeded Rockets run tonight at 7. And then Stanley Cup playoffs, Flyers could claim the state of Pennsylvania if they beat the Penguins tonight at 4:30. This report is brought to you by Twin Peaks. Craving scratch-made food, ice-cold 29-degree beer, and every game on wall-to-wall TVs? Well, head to Twin Peaks, your ultimate sports lodge. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns insider Kellen Olson joins Burns and Gambo to talk Phoenix Suns basketball.
We'll start with questions. Remember to state your name and affiliate, please. Up next. Back here, Kellen. Great. Sorry, Kellen.
My fault, everyone.
Courtside with Kellen. Brought to you by Southwest Gas. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality.
Just like that, the season is done for the Phoenix Suns, and into the offseason we go. And joining us now for at least the final time in terms of this every Wednesday appearance at 3 o'clock, but certainly not for the final time. Our Suns guru from ArizonaSports.com, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night, frequent fill-in host on the Burns and Gambo Show. He is Kellen Olson, and he joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Kellen, happy end of the season to you. You can take a breath now. It's over for a little while, right?
You know that isn't how it works, but looking forward to talking more basketball over the next couple of months. Watching NBA postseason, talking about free agency trades, draft, all that kind of stuff. And then right around July, August, that's when we'll wind down a little bit, but we're just getting started, bud.
Big 47th pick in the draft coming up for the Phoenix Suns this year. I think it is proper to take a little time to reflect on the year, what went right, where they were. They were in such a bad spot a year ago at this time. It was such a bad spot. I basically bet my career they're going to move on from Bradley Beal, saying that there's less than 0% chance he comes back, like the movie, and then the Durant thing. And they were in such a bad spot. To finish where they did, I know it ended in disappointment, it ended in a sweep, but they are miles ahead of where they should be and where many people thought they would be right now going into the offseason.
Yeah, for sure. We have legitimate expectations for this team now next season, and I would have never expected for that to be the case at the end of this season, right? Like, you can look at the surprise and the win total and how this whole season gone, but evaluating it in terms of what we're going to be looking at next year, like, we have something to look forward to next year. We have real expectations for this team. We have legitimate things to talk about with the future and present of this team, where it just looks so bleak for the next couple of years, but there's legitimate things that they have to look at now with their team and be better with, but also that they've set as sort of a floor going forward. And I thought the floor was going to be a whole lot lower than what it turned out to be this year.
What to you is the biggest question that needs to be addressed in the offseason, Kellen?
How they maximize Devin Booker, because this roster did not do that at all. I am not saying this as a way to create an excuse for how Devin Booker has played and how he has regressed in the last few years, but this is a roster that needs to maximize him. They need to get some type of quality playmaker around him, and more so just rebalance the offense. This is probably an unpopular take, but I think they need to trade one of Dillon Brooks or Jalen Green in order to make that happen. The three of them together, particularly those two guys alongside Booker, it just doesn't balance the offense well at all. It puts so much of the onus on Booker to be a playmaker, to be a Steve Nash type where he's elevating his teammates and making everyone better. And I think he can get lost in games a lot because of that. And I thought we saw that over the course of the year. And what Book talked about at the end of the series and what they weren't able to do in this series was, when teams play him the way that they did, the way Oklahoma City did, he needs his teammates to elevate and beat that coverage, so then that coverage loosens up, and then he can kind of get going from there. And from a playmaking standpoint, we never saw. We saw from an individual scoring standpoint, but Oklahoma City was totally fine letting Dillon, letting Jalen score like that, and teams are going to continue to let them do so. Even if Jalen makes some strides next year, even if Dillon is more consistent and healthy, they're going to run into these same problems eventually. So I think they need to address it right now.
I don't see them moving on from those three guys, Book, Green, and Brooks. I don't see it. What about all the games Jalen missed, the lack of minutes that they played? Burns, you pointed out yesterday, I think it was 122 minutes that the three of them had played, all season long. Do you buy into that if they have more time together, that it might be able to work a little bit better?
Might, yeah, for sure. But I think we're 5 years into Jalen's career now, and we did this with DeAndre a lot, right? A super hyper talented kid that was still only 22. Guys, he's still only 24. Guys, he's still only 21. We did this with him a lot and just continued to see the same problems over and over again. When Jalen did play, we saw more of the issues that plagued him in Houston, and we saw the inconsistencies. I am totally with you. It is not fair at all to criticize him on this year, and that's not what I'm trying to do, because he entered an impossible situation. I talked about it all year. Joining a team fully thriving, gelling at the midway point would have been difficult for anyone, and it was difficult for him. But with all of that to say, you just look at his overall style of game and how it meshes with not only Dillon, but meshes with Book as well. This is not me being critical of how Dillon and Jalen are as players. I like both of them as players, but as fits next to Devin Booker and as fits with the three of them together, I just don't think it makes sense. I think you have to be a year early on these types of things. What are the Rockets going to do this offseason? They're going to fire Ime Udoka. They're going to run it back with Kevin Durant. They're going to be like, oh, injuries, we'll be fine. The vibes are going to suck again next year, and then they're going to trade Kevin a year later. So I think it's a different circumstance, but you need to be a year early on these things sometimes, and I think that they need to be, but I understand where they're coming from. If they extend Dillon, they look at all the circumstances and they run it back. But these offensive problems, unless Jalen takes a huge step forward in a way that he hasn't over these 5 years of his career, then they're going to just run into the same problems, I think.
Gambo and I were talking about the offseason a little bit earlier in the show. Kellen Olson is joining us here. And while he expects Colin Gillespie to be back and he expects Jordan Goodwin to be back, he wasn't so sure about Mark Williams and whether he was going to be back. How complicated do you think things are when it comes to the center position, Mark Williams, Kaman Malawach, and how they navigate that this offseason, Kel?
It's tough because ideally you want Kaman to be your starting center next year, but I think we can all agree that he's probably not ready for that. So it's just a matter of if the Suns are willing to live with that growth over the course of next season. And if they're not, then it'll probably be Mark Williams. I think the most likely outcome here is they tender him, and then he takes that qualifying offer of about $9.5 million in September of this summer, because that's how a lot of restricted free agency has gone. I'd be surprised if he got an offer sheet from a team. We don't really see offer sheets agreed to in the last couple of years. Maybe they agree to a short-term extension with him, 2 or 3 years, and it's all written with incentives and non-guarantees and game limits and things like that. But even if that is the case, we saw players' quality of play really drop off 20 games in. Again, same thing with Jalen. This has been 4 years of the consistent same problems with Mark's game that we have seen so far, whether it is even health. He did reach new highs with games and with minutes played. The foot came back. He injured the same foot, and then he re-injured it again. So you're just running into similar problems here. I love Oso. I think that he's one of the best backup fives in basketball, and that's where you need to put him, but you need someone to start ahead of him, and that's where it kind of gets tricky and complicated. For now, you can probably just bring back Mark, have Kaman, play 3 centers to start, and something, Gambo, you were talking about earlier in the show, just look to move Mark later on once you can trade him.
Yeah, I think that's look, the priority is going to be Colin Gillespie and Jordan Goodwin. That's going to be the priority, to keep those guys. Mark's a little bit different situation. I think at the right price it makes sense, but not at the right price it doesn't make sense. So I think that will be one to watch. But I do expect that Gillespie and Goody are both going to come back, and I think that's a priority for them.
Yeah, I think those two guys and then extending Dillon are going to be the 3 main things that they really look at, and how can they sort of navigate the tax outcomes to come from there. I think that they very intentionally, with the Brad stuff last year and everything, tried to duck under the tax and did so successfully with some really smart and really close to the wire moves. They'll try a similar thing this year, and maybe they can be lucky. It's not the end of the world, though, if they're in the tax. And those 3 guys are really important to what they do, specifically Goody and Cullen, because quietly, this was one of the best benches in basketball, 50, 60 games into the year, and then everything else kind of happened and deterred from there. But this can be that kind of group again next year and be a main source for this team.
No, you're right. We're not done with you, Kellen. So no breaks allowed. Keep working hard, plugging away. Arizona Sports at Night, ArizonaSports.com, filling in on this show. We've appreciated you and everything that you've done and added to our show this season. I know it'll keep up even though the season is over. We're grateful for it, man. Appreciate the time. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, guys. It's always fun to do this every single year. Gambo, keep talking as much U of A basketball as you want, baby. It's Caleb Holt season now. People need to know. Bear down.
Karchenkov and Krivas are back.
Hey, if Koa Pete's draft interviews don't go well, I would just hate to see that. I would just hate to see that, and he has to come back to school for another year. Maybe the interviews don't go so well for him.
One thing I always got to know about Kellen, he is always listening to our show. He is always dialed in, and he knows what
He's a P1.
He is what we would call a P1 in the business. There's no doubt. Thank you, Kellen.
Thank you, I think.
It's a compliment. Kellen Olson, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Paul Calvisi, Ron Wolfley, and Cardinals legend Adrian Wilson. Live Thursday, 6 until 7 at Flanker Kitchen at State Farm Stadium for the Big Red Rage. Meet A-Dub, get his take on this year's draft class, win some prizes. Catch it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the local sports leader. As far as the Cardinals are concerned in the NFL draft, who won and who lost on the team for the Cardinals after what happened over this weekend? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And Tala swings and foul tips it. Contreras hangs on, and that's your ball game. Brewers blow out the Diamondbacks 13-2, and they take the series opener here at home.
Will the Dbacks find contact in the batter's box in Game 2? Dbacks at the Brewers this afternoon at 4 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
You know, at first I looked in the backyard because my mom had a pool. I did not see anything. So we went and looked in the other places. And then I was like, you know what, let me just look one more time outside. And I see Eric in the middle of the pool. At that time, my husband had finally come into that backyard. He jumped into the middle of the pool, grabbed him, and brought him off to the side of the pool. And we both started CPR as my mom was calling 911.
And then they landed a helicopter in the middle of the street, picked him up, and flew him to Phoenix Children's Hospital.
That ride took forever.
As soon as we got there, they put us in a little room, and the doctor came in and said, we tried for an hour and a half.
And they couldn't get him back.
Realize that it can happen to you? It takes less than an inch of water for a child to drown. As long as we are able to save one other child's life, that's what this is about.
Fulton Homes remembers Eric and reminds you, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today and visit Fulton2seconds.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hello?
Hey sis, got a sec?
Yeah, what's up?
Take a look at the picture I just sent you. I'm walking into Hellsberg and want to get Mom something special for Mother's Day.
Yeah, she's done so much for us this year. Let's see. Diamond pendant. Oh, she'd love this.
Great. I'll get this, which means you're in charge of flowers.
Okay, deal.
This Mother's Day, save up to 50% on timeless gifts for Mom. Shop at a store near you or at Hellsberg.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Arizona Sports.
Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch tonight here on Arizona Sports, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. We're doing this now because we have Dbacks on deck coming up at 3:45. Steve Berthume is going to join us at 3:30 as well. Tonight, Diamondbacks baseball, 4:40 pitch. They're taking on the Brew Crew, game 2 of the 3-game set. Game 3 is tomorrow at 10:40. We'll probably have a mostly full show tomorrow, I would imagine, depending on how that thing goes. Right. It's hard to tell. It's hard to judge, but I would imagine we'd have a mostly full show. Also, Japan is taking on the Mercury tonight.
Japan versus the Mercury.
In a preseason WNBA game. That is on
how about
tonight
that?
As well. Yeah, how about that?
I'm probably going to rewatch my new favorite music video 15 to 20 times.
Yes,
my guy. That's my guy.
That's your guy?
That's my new guy right there. Young Lean.
Young Lean.
Yeah, I don't know. He's some rapper from
How
somewhere.
did you even find that video?
Like, somebody posted it on Twitter, and I haven't been able to take my eyes off of it. I watched it like a dozen times. I keep rewatching it. It's the best choreographed video you've ever seen in your life.
Wow. Okay.
It was absolutely...
I watched some of it. It was well done.
It was so good. I was like mesmerized. I went, is it AI? I kept, like, for the first 5 times I watched it, I'm like, is it AI?
Mm-hmm.
And then after, like, watching it 5 times, I just, like, it's not AI. I kept watching it and watching it and watching. I don't know who the guy is, but everybody's like, Gambo tweeting about Young Lean wasn't on my bingo card today.
Mine either.
Mm-hmm. That's my guy.
2 elimination games tonight in the NBA is also what's on. The Magic can eliminate the Pistons tonight with a win. They lead the series 3-1. The Rockets can eliminate the Lakers tonight. Or, I'm sorry, the other way around. The Lakers can eliminate the Rockets is what I meant to say.
No KD.
They lead that series 3-1 as well. And then in the
You know what Perkins said about KD?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, in fact, I got it right.
They're going to trade him. The Rockets are going to trade KD.
Right here.
I believe that he still puts the ball in the basket better than majority of the NBA. But let's go facts over feelings right now, and let's keep it a buck. The Brooklyn Nets, disaster. The Phoenix Suns ran through 2 or 3 coaches. 2 of them was championship caliber coaches. A disaster. What did the Phoenix Suns do this year? They made it to the postseason. They were one of the biggest surprises in the NBA.
Yep.
There was more.
I'm telling you.
But yeah, you're right.
KD does not fit.
He does not
fit.
Make players around him better.
No.
He does not make players
I would not be surprised if the Rockets got off him this offseason. Like, yeah, we tried that and it didn't work. Anybody else want him?
You think they'll try this offseason?
I would not be surprised.
Boy,
I don't know, but I would not be surprised.
I just wonder.
The whole burner account thing, ripping on the players.
Who's left that's going to want him? You know?
That's a great call.
Who's left? The Miami Heat, really? I mean, okay, Jeremy's in there raising his hand.
And Spoelstra, it's got to be a coach like Spoelstra.
Our guy Jeremy is a huge South Florida sports fan. I don't know, man. It just Kevin Durant's ability to be desired. It feels like a loaf of bread that's expired. I mean, it really does. It's just gotten stale and old, and I don't know. Given all of the mountains of evidence we have to look at Kevin Durant and not trust him. Why would anybody want him? But I got a Miami Heat fan on the other side of the glass.
Got to have the absolute, and that's why I really thought Houston was the perfect situation.
Yes, yeah, because they had a tough-minded coach who wasn't going to take any BS from him. Was kind of a culture setter.
They didn't need him to be a leader. Just go score.
Didn't really seem to matter. So I mean, maybe it's the Miami Heat. Maybe it's somebody else. I just don't know. I think we're running out of teams that are going to want him. Winners and losers following the Cardinals NFL draft. Is there a bigger winner than Mike LaFleur for having drafted 5 offensive players out of the 7 total taken, and the top 3 were a running back, a guard, and a quarterback? Did anybody win more than Mike LaFleur in terms of giving him some new toys to play with?
Probably not. There's already offensive weapons here in Trey McBride, and you've got Michael Wilson, and you've still got Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, more than anything, like I said, I want to see what they can get out of Marvin Harrison Jr. And they went out there and they got Tyler Algier, and they brought back James Conner. Then you draft Love, who's going to be he's the odds-on favorite right now for Rookie of the Year. Everybody thinks he's just going to kill it. Basantis seems like I can't find anybody that dislikes that pick. There's nobody that people love that kid.
Yeah.
They just love, right?
They
Even
do.
getting him where they got him, it's like, no, he's a starter. He's really good. So to get him where they got him, that's great. The Beck thing, I don't know. Like I don't know that I just don't. The history on Beck says it's not going to work. Where he was drafted, check down stats and stuff like. But you never know. Some of these guys do pan out. You get the right situation, the right coach, maybe it works out for him. I don't know. But clearly with Love and Basantis, they did very, very well.
This was from SportsIllustrated.com. Elijah Wilkinson was a winner after the Cardinals draft.
He still got a job.
They didn't draft his replacements. Yeah, most of the roster building is done. There still might be a free agent or two that you can add when you get closer to training camp. But for the most part, your roster is set, and it looks like Elijah Wilkinson is your starting right tackle. He won. They didn't draft a replacement.
They didn't get anybody.
Every outside linebacker named Josh Sweat won.
Not named Josh Sweat.
Because they didn't draft your replacement either. They didn't take an edge rusher at all in their 7 picks.
You live to fight another day.
Baron Browning, Zaven Collins, Jordan Birch, even though those three guys combined for 4.5 sacks last year, they all won because nobody's walking in that locker room who's going to take your job away. B.J. Ojolari probably is a guy on that list as well.
God. Like if there's anybody that you would like to see what he could do if he's healthy, it's him.
Yeah.
Like, you pick one guy, I want to see what that guy could do if he's fully healthy. B.J. Ojolari.
Losers, Trey Benson. Obviously, he's RB4 on this team. Obviously,
make the team.
Isaiah Adams is a loser.
Backup guard now.
I mean, he can swing between the two sides. He'll play. It's offensive line depth you needed. I don't think he's a huge loser. It was interesting, and we don't have time.
Trey Benson, absolutely
for sure, and to a certain extent, too. Tyler Algier is a little bit of a loser in all of this. There was an interesting discourse between Adam Schefter and Mel Kiper Jr. about Algier and how he went to a team, and I don't know how the Cardinals could have known at the time they signed him that they were going to draft Jeremiah Love.
Well, they didn't.
But he goes to that team, and now he's probably thinking, oh, man, I thought I was going to be RB1, and now I ain't going to be RB1, just like in Atlanta a few years ago.
That's why you got to get your money. You got your guaranteed money, and however they use you, they're going to use you. There's nothing he can do about it, right? I mean, you just got to, you're probably not going to beat the kid out. If they want Love to play, he's going to play over you. He's a big future. He's going to be the face of the franchise, I think, in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know would he have chosen a different team? Would he have gotten? I don't know. That's a great. If he had known then what he knows now,
it's kind of like the Suns with Malawach and Mark Williams. Would they have traded for Mark Williams if they knew they were going to draft Malawach?
Probably not. And I imagine Tyler Algier probably would not have signed with the Arizona Cardinals if he knew they were going to sign Jeremiah Love. I don't think he would have.
We want somewhere where he could start.
I don't know that for a fact. I just guess that he wouldn't. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, we hop on the road to Milwaukee and talk with one of our faves. Diamondbacks broadcaster Steve Berthume will join us coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks Dbacks baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here for Global Credit Union and all of the reasons why you should become a member at Global Credit Union. Save yourself some money when it comes to your checking accounts, when it comes to your savings accounts. I've been in the meetings with the executives at Global Credit Union, and I'm here to tell you their commitment to you saving money is real. It's why they have fewer fees. It's why they have no fees. It's why they have lower fees, better rates. Everything that comes with checking accounts, savings accounts, loans is all with the idea of saving as much money and keeping as much of your money in your pocket as they possibly can. They also have unrivaled customer service, 24/7, 365, live U.S.-based customer service. You're not going to find that at a lot of banks these days, but if you ever have a question about your money, you know who to ask and when to ask and how. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks trying to recover from the 13-2 loss they had yesterday, coming up about an hour from now. The Diamondbacks against the Brewers, Game 2 of that series. Eduardo Rodriguez will be tasked with getting the Snakes back on track, starting things off. He'll face young right-hander Brandon Sproat. First pitch is at 4:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 4 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Prior to the game, the Diamondbacks announced a roster move. For the first time this season, a left-hander has entered the Dbacks bullpen. Philip Abner joins the club for the first time this year. Andrew Hoffman, the right-hander, was sent down to AAA Reno. And what can Cardinals fans expect to see from new running back Jeremiah Love? Bickley and Murata asked his Notre Dame head coach Marcus Freeman earlier this morning.
He's as good a football player I've ever been around. I think he has a unique skill set in terms of his athleticism, his explosiveness, his power, his speed, his ability to play multiple positions at a high level. I often call him a unicorn.
You can watch that full interview right now on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. This report is brought to you by Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets to the Saturday, May 9th Dbacks home game versus the New York Mets. Plus, you'll get food and beverage credit and probably see the Diamondbacks beat the Mets. That's SEATS to 620-620.
The home of the Dbacks. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's Dbacks on the road with Burns and Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Or it's
chewing on a piece of grass, walking down the road.
Well, you're looking to tip jar it, and you can. But,
tip jar it?
But we,
Okay,
no, we play the song every time we do this.
I know.
So you can still tip jar it if you want.
I love this song.
He does. Every time the Diamondbacks are on the road, second game of said road trip, we always get a chance to talk with one of the Diamondbacks broadcasters. And joining us right now,
the gator lizard in the air,
live from Milwaukee, the voice of the Diamondbacks on the TV side on Dbacks TV, Steve Berthume, who joins us here on Burns and Gambo. Hello, Bert. How we doing today?
Doing great, you guys. I'm in Milwaukee, which is Algonquin Indian for the good land.
Yeah.
See, little tidbits like that I would not know unless I spoke with Steve Berthume.
Truthfully, growing up as a kid, the only thing I knew about Milwaukee was Laverne and Shirley. Pops and Shops Incorporated.
Yep.
Pops and Shops Incorporated. Yeah, that's all you know. That's all I knew about Milwaukee.
The best thing about Laverne and Shirley was one of them would say, "That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen," and then Lenny and Squiggy would come to the front door and go, "Hello,
hello."
Yeah,
such a
those
classic
days,
show.
Right? And then they had the Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley back to back.
Yeah, oh my goodness. It didn't get any better than that. Happy Days and Laverne and Shirley back to back.
Those were the days.
So when somebody comes out of the Diamondbacks bullpen either today or tomorrow and they throw left-handed.
Yeah, what is that?
Gonna lose your mind, Steve? Are you gonna is your mind just gonna go like that because we just haven't seen it all year?
Well, Torrey was talking to us in his office today. I know you guys talked to him earlier, and he said, look, left on left isn't magic. It's not a guaranteed out by any stretch, and they like the way that, Murillo and Ginkel and some of those guys have thrown to lefties, so it's a nice thing. I think they're more concerned with the versatility and the length. I mean, they want somebody that can go 1+. He was pretty clear about that with us today, and I'm sure with you guys that, when Abner comes in, this is the same thing that Andrew Hoffman was doing. 25, 30 pitches, give me 4 or 5 outs, and we'll call it a day. That's what they need, because when you have to go to Brandon Pfaadt like they've had to twice now, keep in mind that means Pfaadt is down for at least the next 4 days. So you're playing the next 4 games a man short in your bullpen. And so they've tried to make up for that with Ginkel and some of the other guys by, instead of going one and done, then, give me 4 or 5 outs. And they've tried to piecemeal it together and build the innings in the aggregate that way. So Abner's part of that equation, and I think that's as much why he's here as the left-handed stuff.
Fascinated that they've used McCann 3 times and it's only April.
Well, you have, April is when you have the most clunkers, right? You don't know who your team is. Some guys are off to slow starts. Pitcher has a rough day. There's not a team in the major leagues that's not going to have a few of those over the course of the year. Hopefully, we've got them all out of the way early, and we can not worry about it for the summer.
I've said to Bernsey many times, Mike Hazen loves Oldemaro Vargas. Like he always has. They always keep him around. You're like, we're going to lose Blaze Alexander. You try to trade from somebody else. They've just always Swiss Army pocket knife or break glass in emergency. He's always been a guy that they've just liked, but he's having a career year. What are you seeing out of him right now?
Absolute joy and love of the game. Everybody loves him just based on the person he is. And it's not an evanescent quality. Like he's lengthened it out now over what? We're at 21 games, 24 for the year, for going back to last year. He can put him at first. I mean, he's playing first base for crying out loud nearly every day. He's not a first baseman. Never played over there before, really, until last September. And he's using Carlos Santana's glove. And he can put him at second. He can put him at short. They've put him in the outfield in an emergency situation. He's a guy that deserves this. We remember David Peralta. Every Diamondback fan knows the David Peralta story, right? Chris Carminucci, the scout, found him playing independent ball, signed him to a contract. Pretty soon he's a really good major league player for 8-10 years. Vargas is the same thing. Vargas was let go by St. Louis. He was playing independent ball in Bridgeport when Carminucci found him there, signed him. It's the same thing all over again that we saw with David Peralta to a different degree, and he's bounced around to a whole bunch of different teams. He's back here now for the 3rd time, as you pointed out, Gambo, just because he can do so many different things. And now at the age of, 34, 35, he's found his place and he's flourishing. And just to watch, the best thing about Vargas is to watch his teammates. His teammates love this guy. And when he gets a hit every day, it's the teammates that celebrate for him. And that's the most wonderful thing for me.
Steve Berthume is joining us live from Milwaukee. Side of tonight's Dbacks Brewers game, which you'll hear here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Of course, Steve will have the call on the TV side of things. Jose Fernandez, and from your seat, calling every game, every inning, watching every play, how much has he, on a singular basis, had to do with the Diamondbacks' record where it is right now in some of these games that they've been able to win, seemingly some of them out of thin air?
He's in that group, Bernsey, with, in part Alec Thomas. Tim Tao obviously had the grand slam. Arenado's picked it up now. There's a group other than what Torrey calls the big three, which is Perdomo, Marte, and Carroll, right? There's that other group of secondary players who have really carried the ball, and Fernandez is a huge part of that. I mean, he's hit, memory serves, 15 of his last 17 games. He got base hits. Over that stretch, he's hitting about 350. Everything off the bat is 100 miles an hour plus. He has the same foot speed as Corbin Carroll. He has a stronger arm than almost anyone on the team. He's a freak. He's an absolute freak. He is a walking toolbox, and the thing that really has stood out to the coaches is his patience, his baseball IQ, the questions he asks, the information that he processes and then alters what he's doing out there. That is as impressive as the physical skills, and when you put all of that together, you've got a very special young player.
I'm going to ask you this because I know how much you love Perdomo, right?
He's my boy.
Fernandez has more range at shortstop. There could be a situation, down the road where Fernandez is your shortstop and Perdomo is your third baseman.
But Fernandez also has the versatility. Like you could put Fernandez could easily, with his cannon of a throwing arm, he could easily play third.
But he's got more range at short than Perdomo. He does have more range.
But my point is, it's not a 2-for-1. You don't have to jam Fernandez in there and kick Perdomo out the door. You can put Fernandez at third. You can put him at first. You could put him in left field. There's a number of different options to get the bat in the lineup defensively, and we've seen Torrey do that. He can DH. He can play first. He can play third. He can play short. He's done all that already, and he's only 20-plus games into his big league career. So I don't think it's an either-or by any stretch. They're both going to be in there. What Perdomo means to the team is really hard to talk about. He's the quarterback. Everything runs through him. He is the heart and soul of the team. He's appointed himself the leader of the club, and he is the actual physical leader on the field. You see that all the time. And you can't put a value on that. You can't quantify that. That means a great deal to any baseball team that's together every day for 6 straight months. So Fernandez can play anywhere on the field. To me, Perdomo's the shortstop. You can argue about the range, and Jerry, again, hasn't had a great defensive start this year. But it's for me, it's by no means an either-or situation.
Give me your thoughts so far on the ABS system and whether it's working or not.
It's working fantastic. It's great. I don't want to ever go to robot umps all the time. The thing about this is when to make the challenge. It's a real strategy point. It's a point of strategic emphasis. Do it in the right spot. We've seen guys challenge a ball like last night I think Garrett Mitchell or somebody challenged a pitch in the first inning with nobody on base. What are you doing? Like save it for. We've seen it in big spots change games. I'll put it that way, right? If you pick the right spot with men on base and a two-strike pitch is called strike 3 and it turns out to be a ball, that changes the game. It changes the game. We've seen that. So that's a real physical thing that alters the outcome of the game. And it's great. And everybody wants to get it right. And I think that when you see how close these pitches are, everyone's been complaining about umpires for years and years and years. These guys are really good. Like, it's off the zone by like a hair width. It's crazy how good these guys are.
Yeah, that was.
So I think it's been good for the game. And the other part of that is I don't think they anticipated it, but it's become a real part of the fan experience. When I'm in ballparks, and been a million of them here, when they show the replay on the big board at center field and the home team wins the challenge, people go crazy. They love it. So it really is enhanced, I should say, the fan experience at the ballpark. So it's kind of a twofer there.
Yeah, good stuff, Steve. As always, safe travels here, Chicago, then home. Thanks for taking a few minutes out to join us. And you got a call coming up in about an hour, so we'll be catching you then. Thank you.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me. Always good to talk to you.
Steve Berthume, Diamondbacks play-by-play announcer on the TV side, joining us for our semi-regular visit with the Diamondbacks broadcaster here on Burns & Gambo. When we come back, Game 2 of the Milwaukee Brewers series, and we will preview it. Dbacks on Deck is right around the corner here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The home of the Dbacks. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Dbacks on the road with Burns & Gambo. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Bickley and Marotta Morning.
If you had to diagnose it right now, league-wide, what quarterback, as a rookie, has the best chance to start week one for his respective team? It's Carson Beck for the Cardinals. Look, had this happened in the second round, I would be way more bothered by it. And I know you said third round still bothers you. It bothers me less. Fourth round would have been a lot more palatable. Yeah. But this is one of those situations. You kick the tires. If you find some lightning in a bottle, good on you. If not, it doesn't prevent you from getting a quarterback at the top of the draft next year.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund and Matt Oliver, the Lund Mortgage team has been in this community for over 30 years, helping people with all of their mortgage situations, refinancing new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Truly, nobody does it better than the Lund Mortgage team. All you have to do is give them a call and put it at the wheels in motion, whether it's helping you take some equity out of your home to do a remodel, or if you're somebody that's been living in an apartment for many years, you're tired of the price keep going up, you say, I want to buy my own home, they can get you pre-approved for free, absolutely free, when you call them at 623-889-0130. That's what the Lund Mortgage team is all about, helping you get pre-approved for a mortgage, helping you do those refinances, so that way you can get the best rate and the lowest fees, and again, just a phone call away. The Lund Mortgage team is available nights, weekends, anywhere you are in the Valley. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go online at londonmortgage.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern. But there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.45% per year. The best part is, you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
To hydrate or caffeinate? Why not both? New Sonic Refreshers blend real fruit with a splash of energizing green tea. Try it sparkling or still in 3 mouthwatering flavors: berry citrus, mango peach, or strawberry passion fruit. You've earned it. Seriously. Carried all your groceries in one trip? Turned your clothing pile back into a treadmill? Parallel parked on the first try? Sip to that. All new Sonic Refreshers. Live free, eat Sonic. You wanna live free?
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, if someone's been waiting for the right time to upgrade their truck, this might be it.
No doubt about it, Dave. Right now at Liberty GMC, our home run truck event is delivering big value. Take up to $12,250 off the 2026 Sierra 1500 or go with 0% financing. Need more power? Get $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra HG. Or if you're looking for something midsize, you can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $279 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, Diamondbacks baseball is right around the corner here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Game 2 of the 3-game series against the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 3 is coming up tomorrow at 10:40 in the morning, so we'll be on after that game here on Arizona Sports. Then, of course, they move on to Chicago to take on the Cubs. Today's pitching matchup for this Game 2 against the Brew Crew is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We have doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. Proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, thewindowdepot.com. For Arizona, Eduardo Rodriguez, the left-handed pitcher, 2-0, 2.89 ERA, gets the start for the Dbacks. Brandon Sproat, the righty, 0-1, 6.45 ERA. He gets the start for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Sproat came in as the 5th best prospect in the Brewers organization, according to Baseball America. He was acquired from the Mets with Jet Williamson on January 21st for Freddie Peralta and Tobias Myers. He was a second-round pick of the Mets in 2023. He's 25 years old. This is his 6th appearance, 4th start of the season. Last game out was against Detroit. He had a no decision. It was a 5-4 loss by the team. He went 5 1/3, gave up 3 runs, 4 hits. He struck out 4 in that game. The team is 2-1 in his starts. But he's a guy that is definitely highly thought of in that organization. They like him a lot, especially now and also in the future.
Yeah, as far as Eduardo Rodriguez goes, obviously he got off to the stellar start to the season, kind of piggybacking off of what he did in the World Baseball Classic. Things have not gone as well for Eduardo Rodriguez in his last 2 starts. Against the White Sox last time out, he went 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, walked 3. The time before that against Baltimore, 5 innings, 4 runs. He walked 4 in that start against the Orioles.
Yeah, versus the Brewers, this is his 5th start, 3rd on the road. In 4 starts, he's 0-3 with a 4.58 ERA against them. He's had success against the NL Central overall. He's allowed 3 earned runs or fewer in 5 innings. But, yeah, he got off to that great start. I didn't think he pitched that badly the last time out, and the team got the win, but it wasn't as good as those first 3 outings for sure.
And against Baltimore, I remember that start in particular, I didn't think he pitched that poorly then either. He was just kind of grinding his way through, and that's kind of how it's been with Eduardo, where the results aren't awful. He's just, again, free passes, too many of them, not going very deep in the game. This is a bullpen that could really use a lot of innings out of Eduardo Rodriguez, even with all the off days they've had. We were talking with Steve Berthume about this in the last segment. Because Brandon Pfaadt isn't always available and has to get shut down, and I know they got a fresh arm in Phillip Abner, having to throw Ryan Thompson in that game last night, having to throw Taylor Clark in that game last night, you're kind of wasting bullets a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
And you'd really like to see your starter chew up some more innings, because that just has not been the case for the last several starts for D-back starters, even dating back to pre-Mexico City.
Yeah, I think the thing about Rodriguez, the success he's had versus lefties and righties, he's holding lefties to a 231 average and righties to a 232 average. So basically the same. And he's been so good with runners in scoring position. Opponents are hitting just 120 against him with runners in scoring position, just 3 for 25. So he's done a really good job when he does get some traffic on the bases of being able to get out of those innings.
Well, the Brewers, boy, traffic is their middle name with what they've been able to do in this series so far. I mean, they just get guys on, and they dink, and they dunk, and they dink, and they dunk.
Was there one hard hit ball in that inning off of Hoffman? Just like one?
It was
catcher's interference. There were 2 bunt singles.
Single ground ball, single bunt, single ground ball, walk. Broken bat blooper, single line drive.
That was it. That's the only one.
That's the only one. Pop up, catcher's interference.
Who had the broken bat blooper? It was the bat went shattered. It almost hit the pitcher.
I don't remember.
It went halfway to the mound.
Yeah,
and then it just fell. Alec Thomas is running as hard as he can to try to catch that ball. He just can't get it. It's right between second base and center field, and it's like he broke the bat, and it just drops in there.
Troy Lovello said it earlier. That is very much a team that they want to be like the Diamondbacks do. They pattern themselves after that.
They're similar.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Geraldo Perdomo is back in the lineup after suffering that sprained ankle in the Mexico City series against the San Diego Padres. So that's good news there. I'll give you the lineup here in just a minute. We talked with Torey Lovello earlier about Zach Gallen throwing a bullpen today that will largely determine whether he makes his next start or not. Sounded like Torrey was cautiously optimistic that he'd be able to based off of conversations that he's had, but he needs to see the bullpen first before he's going to make any kind of decision about that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that's going to play out. But for Torrey, again, patience, making sure that health is the most important thing. If they got to take their time with it, they'll take their time with it.
Yeah, Perdomo is in the lineup tonight, batting leadoff, playing shortstop. And, of course, there was one other roster move today. We've been joking about it all day. Right-handed pitcher Andrew Hoffman optioned to AAA Reno after last night's game, gave up 8 runs in a third of an inning. Left-handed pitcher Philip Abner, the first lefty in the Diamondbacks bullpen all season, has been recalled from AAA, and he is ready to go. The MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Diamondbacks start the day 15-13, 3.5 games back of both the Padres and the Dodgers in the NL West, who are basically tied for first. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Brewers, 4th in the NL Central with their similar 15-13 record. Gambo's got a key to the game for you.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Dbacks keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Yesterday we talked about how they like to steal bases, just how aggressive they are on the base paths, the Milwaukee Brewers, and it's just the way that they play. They don't hit a lot of home runs, so they did break that streak yesterday. They got their first home run after going 7 games without one and only having 1 home run in 10 or 11 games. They finally got a home run yesterday to break that streak. But the key to this game, as you watched them play yesterday, are the bunt base hits. The Brewers entered the day tied with the Diamondbacks and the White Sox for the most bunt base hits in Major League Baseball. 9 of them. They find ways, and you saw those 2 bunts yesterday, perfectly laid down the third base line. They've got speed. They're using their speed to the advantage. Watch out for the bunt today.
That's going to do it for us. Steve Zinsmeister is coming up next with our Diamondbacks pregame coverage. We'll catch you tomorrow after Game 3 of this series here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to Dbacks on